lahir di Palembang dan besar di Manado. Tidak seramai seperti Jakarta, tetapi saya cinta kota Manado. Serasa di rumah itu yang membuatnya istimewa.
Ang probinsya ko ay Naik, Cavite. Maliit lang na baryo na bandang dagat. Sobrang ganda. Natutunan ko ang halaga ng buhay. Atin to.
Untuk saya berasa tenang apabila saya berdoa dan tetap fokus pada kepercayaan saya.
Hindi naging madali ang buhay ko. Sobrang daming paghihirap at sagabal. Kaya gusto kong nasa taas, sa ibabaw, at natutunan ko na laging tumungo pataas.
Itu adalah bagian dari budaya bangsa kita. Tidak pernah berhenti untuk bekerja keras tanpa melewati batas. Tetap selalu berpijak dan melangkah.
Kahit maging sino ako.
Tak kira bila.
Akan selalu kuingat.
At tatandaan ko ang pinanggalingan ko.
Budaya bangsa kita.
Our values.
Kepercayaan kita.
Our hope.
Gagawin ko ang lahat para ipagtanggol.
Apapun untuk membuat negaraku bangga.
Galing sa pinanggalingan ko ang lakas ko.
Motivasiku.
Dan selamat datang.
It is time for us to talk about the MSC, the origin, and what it has become. Let's roll back to the very beginning. The Mobile Legends Bang Bang Southeast Asia Cup, or MSC, was established in 2017, regarded as one of the first official MLBB major tournaments hosted by Montage. The first MSC was held in Jakarta, Indonesia, featuring a total of 8 teams. IDNS of Thailand took home the first ever MSC trophy. The MSC 2018 was refreshed with a brand new format and the participation of 2 more countries, Myanmar and Vietnam. Now featuring 10 teams, the crown was once again snatched away from the home country, Indonesia. Aether Main ended up sweeping the countrymen Digital Devils Pro 3-0. In the following year, MSC 2019 has shifted its host country to the Philippines. There are a total of 12 teams from 9 countries in Southeast Asia. And it was Onyx Esports that defeated fellow Indonesian representatives Lure Esports to claim the championship. Nonetheless, MSC continued on in the following year. Though it was fully online, the tournament achieved a record high concurrent viewer count for MSC. MSC 2021 saw another all-Filipino grand final between Blacklist International and Execration. And it was Execration that ascended to be the new king of the sea. With MSC 2022 returning to a live tournament setting in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, there are a lot of wonderful stories waiting to be written. For instance, can Smart Omega, who inherited the MSC 2021 champion roster, defend their title this year? While Onyx Esports and IDNS could increase their MSC trophy tally to 2. Will the home country curse continue in MSC 2022? Can the Philippines representatives claim the MSC title for the 3rd time? Or will there be a new victor? The next king of the sea? Let the new legends unfold. See you at MSC 2022 for the supremacy!
fires rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Races run, hit it hard, giving the best shot, going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright in crimson eyes, our spirit never dies. We are supremacy, make no apologies. Fight on to the last drop of blood, fight on to the last beat of heart. Life is a battle, win every game with the magic flowing in our veins. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright in the eyes, our spirit never dies. We are supremacy, make no
Payback time. Feel my pain. I am driven by revenge. Nothing will stop my justice. Let us spread our wings. Nothing will stop my world is the sky. The heart, my world is your king.
Saya lahir di Palembang dan besar di Manado. Tidak seramai seperti Jakarta, tetapi saya cinta kota Manado. Serasa di rumah itu yang membuatnya istimewa.
Ang probinsya ko ay Naik, Cavite. Maliit lang na baryo na bandang dagat. Sobrang ganda. Natutunan ko ang halaga ng buhay. Atin to.
Untuk saya berasa tenang apabila saya berdoa dan tetap fokus pada kepercayaan saya.
Hindi naging madali ang buhay ko. Sobrang daming paghihirap at sagabal. Kaya gusto kong nasa taas, sa ibabaw, at natutunan ko na laging tumungo pataas.
Itu adalah bagian dari budaya bangsa kita. Tidak pernah berhenti untuk bekerja keras tanpa melewati batas. Tetap selalu berpijak dan melangkah.
Kahit maging sino ako,
Tak kira bila.
Akan selalu kuingat.
At tatandaan ko ang pinanggalingan ko.
Budaya bangsa kita.
our values,
Kepercayaan kita.
our hope.
Gagawin ko ang lahat para ipagtanggol.
Apapun untuk membuat negaraku bangga.
Galing sa pinanggalingan ko ang lakas ko.
Motivasiku.
Dan selamat datang.
It is time for us to talk about the MSC, the origin, and what it has become. Let's roll back to the very beginning. The Mobile Legends Bang Bang Southeast Asia Cup, or MSC, was established in 2017, regarded as one of the first official MLBB major tournaments hosted by Montage. The first MSC was held in Jakarta, Indonesia, featuring a total of 8 teams. IDNS of Thailand took home the first ever MSC trophy. The MSC 2018 was refreshed with a brand new format and the participation of 2 more countries, Myanmar and Vietnam. Now featuring 10 teams, the crown was once again snatched away from the home country, Indonesia. Aether Main ended up sweeping the countrymen Digital Devils Pro 3-0. In the following year, MSC 2019 has shifted its host country to the Philippines. There are a total of 12 teams from 9 countries in Southeast Asia. And it was Onyx Esports that defeated fellow Indonesian representatives Lure Esports to claim the championship. Nonetheless, MSC continued on in the following year. Though it was fully online, the tournament achieved a record-high concurrent viewer count for MSC. MSC 2021 saw another all-Filipino grand final between Blacklist International and Execration. And it was Execration that ascended to be the new king of the sea. With MSC 2022 returning to a live tournament setting in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, there are a lot of wonderful stories waiting to be written. For instance, can Smart Omega, who inherited the MSC 2021 champion roster, defend their title this year? While Onyx Esports and IDNS could increase their MSC trophy tally to 2. Will the home country curse continue in MSC 2022? Can the Philippines representatives claim the MSC title for the 3rd time? Or will there be a new victor? The next king of the sea? Let the new legends unfold. See you at MSC 2022 for the supremacy!
Slay the enemies, bury the monsters. monsters rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Races run, hit it hard, giving the best shot, going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright, it puts the eyes, our spirit never dies. We are supremacy, make no apologies. Fight on to the last drop of blood, fight on to the last beat of heart. Life is a battle, win every game with the magic flowing in our veins. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright, it does the eyes, our spirit never dies. We are supremacy, make no apologies. Let it We are supremacy.
Payback time. Feel my pain. I am driven by revenge. Nothing will stop my justice. Let us spread our wings. Nothing will stop my world is the sky. My world needs your care.
Autobots wage their battle to destroy the evil forces of
Saya lahir di Palembang dan besar di Manado. Tidak seramai seperti Jakarta, tetapi saya cinta kota Manado. Serasa di rumah itu yang membuatnya istimewa.
Ang probinsya ko ay Naik, Cavite. Maliit lang na baryo na bandang dagat. Sobrang ganda. Natutunan ko ang halaga ng buhay. Atin to.
Untuk saya berasa tenang apabila saya berdoa dan tetap fokus pada kepercayaan saya.
Hindi naging madali ang buhay ko. Sobrang daming paghihirap at sagabal. Kaya gusto kong nasa taas, sa ibabaw, at natutunan ko na laging tumungo pataas.
Itu adalah bagian dari budaya bangsa kita. Tidak pernah berhenti untuk bekerja keras tanpa melewati batas. Tetap selalu berpijak dan melangkah.
Kahit maging sino ako,
Tak kira bila.
Akan selalu kuingat.
At tatandaan ko ang pinanggalingan ko.
Budaya bangsa kita.
our values,
Kepercayaan kita.
our hope.
Gagawin ko ang lahat para ipagtanggol.
Apapun untuk membuat negaraku bangga.
Galing sa pinanggalingan ko ang lakas ko.
Motivasiku.
Dan selamat datang.
It is time for us to talk about the MSC, the origin, and what it has become. Let's roll back to the very beginning. The Mobile Legends Bang Bang Southeast Asia Cup, or MSC, was established in 2017, regarded as one of the first official MLBB major tournaments hosted by Montage. The first MSC was held in Jakarta, Indonesia, featuring a total of 8 teams. IDNS of Thailand took home the first ever MSC trophy. The MSC 2018 was refreshed with a brand new format and the participation of 2 more countries, Myanmar and Vietnam. Now featuring 10 teams, the crown was once again snatched away from the home country, Indonesia. Aether Main ended up sweeping the countrymen Digital Devils Pro 3-0. In the following year, MSC 2019 has shifted its host country to the Philippines. There are a total of 12 teams from 9 countries in Southeast Asia. And it was Onyx Esports that defeated fellow Indonesian representatives Lure Esports to claim the championship. Nonetheless, MSC continued on in the following year. Though it was fully online, the tournament achieved a record-high concurrent viewer count for MSC. MSC 2021 saw another all-Filipino grand final between Blacklist International and Execration. And it was Execration that ascended to be the new king of the sea. With MSC 2022 returning to a live tournament setting in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, there are a lot of wonderful stories waiting to be written. For instance, can Smart Omega, who inherited the MSC 2021 champion roster, defend their title this year? While Onyx Esports and IDNS could increase their MSC trophy tally to 2. Will the home country curse continue in MSC 2022? Can the Philippines representatives claim the MSC title for the 3rd time? Or will there be a new victor, the next king of the sea? Let the new legends unfold. See you at MSC 2022 for the supremacy!
rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Raise it strong, hit it hard, giving the best shot. Going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright across the eyes, our spirit never dies. We are supremacy, make no apologies. Fight on to the last drop of blood. Fight on to the last beat of heart. Life is a battle, win every game with the magic flowing in our veins. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright across the eyes, our spirit never dies. We are supremacy, make no apologies. Let it We are supremacy.
Payback time. Feel my pain. I am driven by revenge. Nothing will stop my justice. Let us spread our wings. Nothing will stop my world is the sky. The heart my world wants to kill.
Saya lahir di Palembang dan besar di Manado. Tidak seramai seperti Jakarta, tetapi saya cinta kota Manado. Serasa di rumah itu yang membuatnya istimewa.
Ang probinsya ko ay Naik, Cavite. Maliit lang na baryo na bandang dagat. Sobrang ganda. Natutunan ko ang halaga ng buhay. Atin to.
Untuk saya berasa tenang apabila saya berdoa. dan tetap fokus pada kepercayaan saya.
Hindi naging madali ang buhay ko. Sobrang daming paghihirap at sagabal. Kaya gusto kong nasa taas, sa ibabaw, at natutunan ko na laging tumungo pataas.
Itu adalah bagian dari budaya bangsa kita. Tidak pernah berhenti untuk bekerja keras tanpa melewati batas. Tetap selalu berpijak dan melangkah.
Kahit maging sino ako,
Tak kira bila.
Akan selalu kuingat.
At tatandaan ko ang pinanggalingan ko.
Budaya bangsa kita.
our value,
Kepercayaan kita.
our hope.
Gagawin ko ang lahat para ipagtanggol.
Apapun untuk membuat negaraku bangga.
Galing sa pinanggalingan ko ang lakas ko.
Motivasiku.
Dan selamat datang.
It is time for us to talk about the MSC, the origin, and what it has become. Let's roll back to the very beginning. The Mobile Legends Bang Bang Southeast Asia Cup, or MSC, was established in 2017. Regarded as one of the first official MLBB major tournaments hosted by Montage. The first MSC was held in Jakarta, Indonesia, featuring a total of 8 teams. IDNS of Thailand took home the first ever MSC trophy. The MSC 2018 was refreshed with a brand new format and the participation of 2 more countries, Myanmar and Vietnam. Now featuring 10 teams, the crown was once again snatched away from the home country, Indonesia. Aether Main ended up sweeping the countrymen Digital Devils Pro 3-0. In the following year, MSC 2019 has shifted its host country to the Philippines. There are a total of 12 teams from 9 countries in Southeast Asia. And it was Onyx Esports that defeated fellow Indonesian representatives Lure Esports to claim the championship. Nonetheless, MSC continued on in the following year. Though it was fully online, the tournament achieved a record high concurrent viewer count for MSC. MSC 2021 saw another all-Filipino grand final between Blacklist International and Execration. And it was Execration that ascended to be the new king of the sea, with MSC 2022 returning to a live tournament setting in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. There are a lot of wonderful stories waiting to be written. For instance, can Smart Omega, who inherited the MSC 2021 champion roster, defend their title this year? While Onyx Esports and IDNS could increase their MSC trophy tally to 2. Will the home country curse continue in MSC 2022? Can the Philippines representatives claim the MSC title for the 3rd time? Or will there be a new victor? The next king of the sea? Let the new legends unfold. See you at MSC 2022 for the supremacy!
Slay the enemies, bury the monsters, rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Raise it strong, hit it hard, giving the best shot, going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry. Bow before us, they won't bring us down. Life is a battle win every game with the magic flowing in our veins. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry, Bobby boys, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright in those eyes, our spirit never dies. We are supremacy, make no apologies. Let it all we are supremacy.
Payback time. Feel my pain. I am driven by revenge. Nothing will stop my justice. Let us spread our wings. Nothing will stop my world is the sky. The heart my world monster kill.
monsters rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Races run, hit it hard, giving the best shot, going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright it puts the eyes. Our spirit never dies. We are supremacy. Make no apologies. Fight on to the last drop of blood. Fight on to the last beat of heart. Life is a battle, win every game with the magic flowing in our veins. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright it puts the eyes. Our spirit never dies. We are supremacy. Make no Slay the enemies, bury the monsters, rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Races run, hit it hard, giving the best shot, going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright it puts the eyes. Our spirit never dies. We are supremacy. Make no apologies. Fight on to the last drop of blood. Fight on to the last beat of heart. Life is a battle, win
MSC 2022 Playoffs returns with day number 4, match 1.
Oh, look at Falcon Esports coming into the venue. They look so happy here, just taking their seats. But on the other hand, here is Todak.
There's Todak looking confident. I mean, I feel like both teams are. There's a lot on the line today, right? When this is the home court for these two teams that'll be playing today.
Absolutely, you don't want to get sent home when you're home already, so I think we're expecting some spicy action here at MSC 2022. Welcome back to the English cast, ladies and gentlemen. You are joined by me, Staffa, alongside Scrubby Cheeks, as well as Naisu, once again to inform all of you that this grand event would not be possible without our sponsors. MSC 2022 is powered by Montage, of course, our official content partner, TikTok Live, our official gaming chair, Secret Lab, esports analytical partner, Esports Charts, and official media partners, EGG Network, and Me Watch. We have a set of spicy matches here today, and I think it's going to be even more exciting and also heart-wrenching for us Malaysian fans, because we're going to be witnessing 2 best-of-5 lower bracket matches, which both involve Malaysian home ground teams. We've already witnessed some intense action happening over the past few days at MSC. I'm excited to see what's going to come next, but before that, we got a recap for you guys what happened on day number 3. MSC 2022 continues to show us world-class MLBB action. Let us take a quick look at yesterday's recap. Omega Esports of the Philippines showcased their true color in the lower bracket against EVO Singapore.
Oh, the knockout onto Nick and JPL, and now they are in some serious trouble here. There's going to be Renzio coming with the killing blow. Omega secures this entire series with a 3-0.
The defending champions proved too much for EVO's SG to handle. In the second series, another Filipino team shines as they pluck the local oranges in a 3-0 clean sweep.
Aqua with the overturn gets 2 and will be able to just taint it with light with the way the dragon flies with the pick off. Beautiful.
Orange Esports will now be dropping to the lower bracket. Only the strong may advance. Stay tuned for the elimination match between the Soaring Falcons and the local Swordfishes, Todak. Whereas Orange Esports will have to fight for their lives against Omega Esports.
My oh my, this is going to be exciting matches. Todak going up against Falcon Esports, the super dark horses in this tournament that a lot of people didn't expect they would make this far. And as we go deeper and deeper into this MSC 2022, the stakes are only getting higher.
Stakes are high, and also before we talk more, check out the screen. There is a survey on the screen. Make sure you guys go ahead and scan that. Let us know how we're doing here. Also, coming up on your screen is the predictions for this game, this match number 1, actually. It's looking like somewhat even. I see, some Falcon and Todak here.
Yeah, definitely a little split here, but I think it's obvious that there's a little bit of a bias here for us on the Malaysian side of things. Me and Lafel, obviously we want to see our boys from home succeed. Obviously Malaysia, we've been in a lot of tournaments. It's been difficult for us to get particularly far, but now that we have technically the home ground advantage, we want to see a little bit more. But obviously I can't really fault you guys for voting for Falcon either. They have been putting up a really solid fight here at MSC.
Yeah, for sure. But at the same time, I mean, it's not just bias, right? To be honest, Todak has also been putting great fights. And we've seen them, at first taking some fights. I think, Naisu, you said it was scrappy team fights, but they've been cleaning it up a little. So I think if they continue this will be definitely Todak versus Falcon, the match to watch.
It's honestly both matches today are the match to watch, especially for this home court. Teams coming out, the crowds are obviously here going to be cheering for both of them. And shortly, we're going to see both teams coming out on the stages. There you go. It looks like it's going to be the home team themselves, Todak.
From Malaysia, Todak.
let's hear it for Todak, ladies and gentlemen. I want to hear some noise here at MSC 2022 Mytech Kuala Lumpur. The boys are here to show us what we've got, that we have what it takes to stand on the international stage. Their gameplay may be a little bit shaky at times, but they've definitely got the style, they got the flashiness, and they are here to prove it.
Yeah, and you can see, I mean, the home ground advantage is not just an advantage as we say. Just look at the supporters here, all here to give their support, give their cheers for Todak. And I think that, you know, you can see the smiles on their faces. It really makes a difference. But of course, we also have the dark horses here, Falcon Esports. Aim high, fly high. You know that they're gonna take this seriously. You know that they want a spot in this tournament. Now, making their way up to the stages, it is the contenders from Myanmar.
Falcon Esports.
Definitely the dark horse of MSC 2022, and they've certainly got their share of fans here in the house. I am looking forward to cheers from the audience that will be bringing down Mytech today, because this is going to be a match to go down in the MSC history books. Falcon Esports have proven themselves stellar competitors.
Yeah, this is the lone survivor of a non-MPL team that has made it this far. They should be proud. And honestly, man, this matchup is going to be intense because both these teams have distinctive play styles. And this is now the rematch that we saw in the group stages where they both went 1-1. So this is now the best of 5. A lot more on the line. This could be a chance also for both teams to find that early momentum and build off that.
Yeah, and looking at this match, for those of you who might have missed it, these two teams, they actually played against each other in the group stages as well. And during that match, they went 1-1. So it's a rematch here. But in the meantime, who are the brains behind this? The two coaches, Coach Ajim as well as Coach Zaya from Falcon Esports and Todak.
Once again, we have to highlight the importance of coaches, especially in the drafting phase, to decide how these teams want to go head-to-head. And as we mentioned, these teams, they've met each other before in the opening match of the MSC group stages. It must be fate to see them going head-to-head once again here on day 4 of the playoffs. And I'm sure all of us cannot wait to witness what is about to happen in the land of Dawn. Starting things up, we have Todak.
Chiku, Yums, Moon, Momo, Formaze, the names that have been making statements across this whole tournament. I'm wondering too, with this lineup, if we're going to see something come out as a surprise, right? Because there is a possibility for some surprises from the coaches, like we just mentioned, for the team of Todak. Now we're going to be looking at the lineup here for Falcon Esports.
Silent, Naomi, Justin, Can, and Yellow Flash. You talked about surprises, but we know that this team also has a lot up their sleeves. They said it themselves. Look out for more strategies that we have in the interview. And right now, we're going to take a look at the team head-to-head. These two teams going up against each other. And they have actually faced each other in the group stages, but this, in the playoffs, is going to be the first time.
You can see Todak going to be on the left side, Falcon Esports on the right. In terms of statistics, it does look like Falcon Esports are going to be taking a fair number of the categories. Todak just about inching it out slightly in terms of total damage dealt. But just from these stats we can see now on the screen, we can tell both these teams like to scrap. They like to fight. We're going to be seeing some extremely messy interactions here in the battlefield, and I am all for it.
Yeah, I mean, going back to drafting, man, that's when we saw the Johnson-Kadita combination come out. So I'm not sure if that's going to slip through the cracks here this time, but let's check out the keys to victory for Todak. Longar and take more calculated risks, step up and show us the full moon, contest silence comfort picks, use early objectives as baits. What does that mean to bring out the full moon here?
Well, obviously we know Moon nowadays is playing more as a primary core for Todak. Gone are the days where the mid lane mage player was just meant to be a support. Now we expect him to scale up and really dish out the DPS for your team. We want to see the full potential of Moon. Man's got a lot of fans around here that want to see what he's got to bring to the table.
On the other hand though, Falcon Esports, their keys to victory is going all in on that early aggression, the disruption. Yellow Flash in that EXP lane must be able to contain 4 Maze and do not allow Todak to drag out the game. Of course, Silent, the silent MVP, always getting that player role. You have to be able to shut him down and give him that space to farm into the later parts of the game.
There are some incredibly important 1v1 duels that we have to watch out for among these players from these two teams. But before we go on into that, we're going to have a look at the audience prediction. And no surprise to me, there's going to be one very notable trend in that Malaysia is going to be all in on Todak. But it does seem the trend for most of the other nations is starting to lean towards our dark horses.
Again, I think Falcon Esports has just been winning the hearts of people, you know, all watching from all regions right now because, again, coming into the tournament here, they weren't really, no one knew much, right? And we've slowly seen them just perform time after time, and now, like you mentioned, they're kind of that dark horse, and they're leading so far a lot of these, I mean, just impressions for the team.
And it's not just that they're a surprising team, right? The way that they take the fights, their micro skills coupled with their macro skills, they pull things like the Johnson Kadita, which you might think might fall off in the later part of the game, but somehow they still make that work. So I don't know how they do these, but the strategies and the way they execute them is just so on point.
What we're gonna have to keep an eye on in this game is that both these teams are very entertaining to watch. So keep your butts on your seats, ladies and gentlemen. You're not gonna want to go anywhere. The draft is about to begin. There's gonna be a lot of contention. There is going to be blood, sweat, and tears shed on the land of Dawn today because one of these two promising young teams is going to be going home from MSC 2022.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the drafting phase for game number 1. We can already see that early ban coming out on Natalia. Naomi not getting his hands on that pick here. They respond with the 1-1 early ban.
That is so much respect coming from Naomi. I don't think I've ever seen a Natalia come up as the first ban. So Todak really wanting to be on their toes here for Naomi, not wanting him to get into the backline. On the other hand, Falcon, they're gonna take out the 1-1 as well. A super highly contested pick that, for some reason, I think for whatever team the 1-1 is on, has been winning the game so far. It's kind of like a general trend, but there's still a lot of hotly contested heroes. Xavier gonna be taken out now for Falcon.
Yeah, now that we are looking at the draft phase here, we're seeing some of the bans come out. We can talk a little bit about how some of these players are going to interact in lane. I think personally, every single player on both teams is incredibly capable, and so we really have to consider the 1v1 matchups. How will Chiku perform against Silent? Will he be able to stop this Silent carry from being able to come online to carry Falcon Esports? Will you be able to match the rotations of Naomi, who so far have been dictating the tempo of the early game? Will Moon be able to show his full potential when he is up against the unpredictable gameplay of Justin?
The one thing that I really like so far about this whole tournament is 59 unique heroes have been picked, right, up to this point. So that leaves a lot of variability here for both teams because if it's anyone, it's going to be these two teams that bring out that spiciness, that thing we're not really expecting, to be honest here. And also a fun fact, Todak actually being the first to pick here, they will get that priority pick because in the group stages, every time they were second pick, they didn't win. They were 0 for 4. So this time, they get the priority. Now, if we talk about priority picks as they finish out the draft here, what do you guys think? Akai? Is that going to be the Akai? Is it going to be the Beatrix?
I think it has to be on Falcon Esports to ban out the Akai because Todak is on the first pick and they would definitely either want to take that for themselves or to take that away from, I think Ken plays a lot of Akai in that jungle as well.
I think another pick that we have to focus a little bit on is the Barats here, because we saw earlier when Todak went up against RRQ Hoshi, they consistently banned out the Barats every single game, and this put Momo in a bit of a difficult situation. This player traditionally does not play the jungle role, and we can definitely see that his hero pool appears to be a little more limited as compared to other jungle players. As a result, that is going to be what Falcon chooses to remove from the pool.
Yeah, so again, at this point, right, you have a lot of options here because so far we've had let's think about the top picks. Esmeralda, Akai, Eve, Xavier. Okay, there it is, right?
Akai.
This is what we were thinking was going to happen. Even though that win rate is 47%, most of the time it's about just what can be done on this hero. We've seen it in the jungle, we've seen it in roam, and we've seen it in the side lane too. It actually works so well, and now Falcon Esports has to keep that in mind. How do we play around not getting pinned by the heavy spin? How do we play around whatever Todak is trying to draft here?
I mean, there are still a lot of picks out there. The Julian is still up for grabs. For example, Beatrix is also there for the taking, and we know Silent to be extremely lethal on these Beatrix.
Good call.
And that is going to be a Julian and Beatrix instantly. Yeah, good call right there. I'm kind of surprised that this was ending up to be the picks here. I expected the Beatrix, but I thought that Falcon might actually prioritize the Akai over the the Franco over the Julian. But I guess it's understandable because since Akai has been drafted on Todak, it's a little bit more difficult to get that Franco initiation. Don't know why I'm mixing up Akai and Franco right now. I think it's because they're the same size.
I was going to say, they're both big boys, right? So, I could see that happening, but yeah. At this point, too, with Falcon Esports taking in that Julian, right? I have said this throughout the tournament. I think Julian works better in the jungle, and it's usually he takes a little bit more time if he has to be in the mid lane. So we'll see how they play around that because right now it's still flex. Todak, you're going to take two more big picks here, the Eve and the Esmeralda.
Yeah, I really like Foreign Maze taking this Esmeralda away. Not only does he get a comfortable pick for himself, he's also denying that from Yellow Flash because Yellow Flash plays a lot of Esmeralda. I think so far he has played at least 5 games in the playoff, the entire MSC, on this hero. So denying that is huge, and a comfort pick for Moon as well on that Eve. Now this is looking really scary because they have so much teamfight potential on Todak. The heavy spin combined with the real manipulation and the ability of Esme to dive into that backline.
But the moment that they see the Eve is drafted by Todak, Falcon Esports say, alright, go time on the Franco. Yes, the heavy spin can disable a lot of Naomi's initiation, but the real world manipulation just set up such an easy iron hook. And I am a little bit surprised that Todak would go for this here. Yes, the Eve is a comfort pick for Moon, but the last few times you've seen him drafted, it hasn't really worked out too well for them. So I wonder if Todak here, they're just relying on their confidence picks, or they're just not too sure how they want to deal with Falcon yet.
In a best of 5, this is probably the best thing you can do, right? Go with some comfort, also take those priority heroes. But the thing about Franco is I think he's so valuable in the terms that you can make so many different type of plays, right? You can either flicker in with the Iron Hook or Iron Hook flicker.
Yeah.
You can also just flicker Bloody Hunt. You have so many options here. And I feel like that's actually what makes it hard to utilize Eve because you have to find those opportune moments to really set up that real-world manipulation properly. And right now, even just having a Franco and a Julian is enough CC to really make you have a hard time setting those up.
Yeah, we're going to see how they deal with it. Todak, in the meantime, is going to ban out that Deroth as well, so that natural counter to Esmeralda in that lane. Don't want Foreign Maze to get shut down. Falcon Esports is going to go actually for the Matilda and the Popo and Koopa ban. So Matilda, in a game that they played during the group stages, was really helpful in helping Todak get out of a lot of fights as well. So I think taking that out seems like a really wise option.
Yeah, it's really smart from Falcon as well because the Matilda opens up a lot of opportunities for Todak. Not only does it allow them a defensive option to escape from being hooked by just popping the guiding winds and letting the teammate fly back to safety, it also allows them to engage. Imagine if the Akai were to start heavy spin, goes in with the guiding winds, instant initiation. Falcon don't want to give that over. As Todak, they ban out the Ling to finish off the ban phase.
Right now, Falcon's a little bit more... I mean, as soon as they lock this pick in, we'll kind of see the pieces of the puzzle fall into place, I feel like, here, right? So, at the same time, with Silent being able to lock in this Beatrix early on, I feel like that's very good potential. They have to decide how do you want to play against that gold lane, right? Because, like you guys mentioned, probably in this best of 5, we might even see a switch up in roles for Todak, but there you go. They answer this out. So Falcon Esports is going to lock in the Kagura, has a pretty high win rate here, but that burst potential is really big. So this also tells us Julian most likely could end up in the jungle for this match.
Yeah, Yeah, I think so. Ken has played the Julian before, so most likely I would suspect that that's the case. He's gonna take it into the jungle. That leaves Yellow Flash's hero. Pretty interesting. I think Yellow Flash usually has his picks up front. What do you think he can go into here? The Thamus is still available if he wants to shut down the Esme early.
I think Tamas is definitely going to be the go-to for Falcon. I actually expected Todak to be the ones to ban it out here, but since they went for the Ling, they don't have to prioritize Yellow Flash. But here comes Todak making a statement. They are going for those big late game team fights, drafting the Atlas as well as the Claude. And yes, since there's no contestant for the Tamas, Falcon will be able to pick it up quite easily.
Yeah, so this is solid, right? Good solid lineup from Falcon Esports, and the same can be said for Todak, because so far, everybody's loving those Atlas plays, right? Those Fatal Links are going to be solid. They just have to find the right moments, and at the same time, now Falcon Esports has to worry.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, make some noise here, because this is going to be game 1 of our first match, MSC 2022 playoffs, day number 4, Todak against Falcon Esports. Have a look at this hero lineup, because this is going to be determining the fates of the teams up on stage. The Land of Dawn shall bear witness to a bloody battlefield once more.
Here we go. Loading up. Okay. Well, we can talk about the drafts a little bit more. A little close in action right there. But as you were mentioning, right, draft-wise, I would say it's pretty even. The thing here, though, is how do you utilize Claude, right? Because that is going to be for a while, you have to build up that damage. You have to build up those items. And then you kind of just come... I didn't get to see what spells he took yet, right? But usually so far from what we've seen, we've also seen Claude take up Vengeance. But can that work out for them using this Claude?
If they do indeed go for the Vengeance, that would usually be the go-to for Claude, considering that Flicker isn't really an option. But nowadays, we are seeing a much higher contention for battle spells like the Sprint as well. Just because of the sheer utility, allows him to get in and out of fights a lot more easily. Now, ordinarily, as this is especially true if you are on a team playing against an Akai, because that is one of the easiest ways to get out of the heavy spin. But since they have the Akai on their team, that does still open up the classic Vengeance pick for Chiku.
Yeah, speaking of battle spells as well, I believe on the side of Falcon Esports, they actually don't have a single Purify for their battle spell. So we've seen this more than once. Yes, and I've said it more than once too. And it's tough because if you don't have it, you really only need that 1 out of 100 Fatal Links for that to be the game-ending team fight. So I don't know. What do you guys feel about this?
I mean, it's a big play hero, right? Because like you said, it could be 1 out of 100 that you land. And also when you have, going back on the Eve pick, right? Setting up that real world manipulation, fighting in that area, if you can catch enough people and then allow that Atlas to come in to really find those setups when there's no Purifies on the other side, it could be pretty much a disaster for the side of Falcon Esports, but it really just depends. And I know Falcon will be able to play around that. At this point, though, for game number 1, it really just depends who's going to set the pace. Because both these guys, we've talked about their play styles. So who's setting the pace here for game number 1? Because game number 1 will lead into the rest of this series, the best of 5.
Absolutely. Todak especially, I think, is a very momentum-based team, so that first victory is going to be key. But having a look up on screen right now, this is the one of the 1v1s we mentioned earlier, the mid lane matchup between Moon and Justin. Just in terms of average KDA and kill participation, Justin is going to be notably superior, and I think this is because of the fact that a lot of the time, Falcon Esports will tend to have cleaner games. They play very aggressively, similar to Todak, but make less mistakes, and a little less of that Longar strategy, which isn't necessarily a bad thing for Todak either. Just because their KDA isn't high doesn't mean their strategy doesn't somehow work.
Just to clarify, for the international viewers out there that haven't heard this term yet, Stafa, what does Longar mean?
Ooh, that's a good question. To be honest with you, if you ask me for a direct translation, I actually cannot give it to you. It's more like just crashing.
Just crashing.
It's like a car accident.
Yeah, it's like a car accident. Yes, exactly.
Which is kind of ironic here in this case because Justin has played a mean Johnson, and he's the one that went around to Longar others in the previous fights.
So if Johnson was a word, that's how you would explain him, Longar.
Yeah, yes,
okay.
exactly.
Okay, well, talking about both those mid laners, pretty much, I mean, Moon, we've seen him have those games where he kind of pops off and then others where he really struggles, right? So Justin a lot more proactive. He also likes those burst mages where he's allowed to really kind of play around the strategy that he likes to, the play style that he has. So that matchup alone, Moon versus Justin, will be something that they have to kind of take care of, because a lot of the focus before was also on Silent, right? The gold lane matchups. But again, both teams, I feel like, have very evenly matched players across each role.
Yeah, I think one thing leads to another. In the early parts of the game, you see a lot of Justin as well as Naomi roaming together. We saw that Johnson-Kadita combo. Justin was basically playing like a roamer, even though he's in the mid lane. And I think that also explains that high kill count as well as kill participation. And then, once they buy enough time for Silent to scale up, you come back and he just starts melting people down.
Yeah, that's going to be the biggest fear any team has going up against Falcon Esports when Silent gets that scaling, when he finishes his item build. All of a sudden, this crazy marksman just drops out of the sky, dives bomb your entire enemy team, and you really don't know what hit you. In this case, Todak might have a little bit of difficulty because they usually like to scale up as well, but we'll find out what happens. We're now back in the land of Dawn.
All right, so now that we can take a look at everything here, right? Pretty standard across the board so far. At the same time, we're going to see the typical Franco movements, just trying to show some presence, some threat around the bus, make things a little bit harder. But Yum's not going to let anything happen right now. Little hook, but should be fine.
Yep, they do manage to get the hook, but Momo was in position to be able to keep it safe within their clutches, as now Justin gonna get the two-man stun underneath the Little Wanderer, but at this stage of the game, no one has enough damage to really secure a kill, but just as I say that, Moon getting hooked back into the tower.
The caster's curse is real there, man. Naomi, I love that he hooked the jungle, missed it, knew that he shouldn't have overstayed his welcome, went back, and then secured that kill. In the bottom side, we can see Yellow Flash is abusing his advantage there, but another hook there onto Yums. Manages to secure that kill. Ken gets another one to his name.
I don't get it. Why do people keep getting Franco this early on? Now Ken actually already showing aggression here. Lots of confidence too. Has 2 kills this early on a jungle Julian. This is going to be pretty scary for the side of Todak to deal with.
This is pretty classic Falcon aggression, but I feel like they're even more confident than usual. They're making movements that I don't think we normally see, and just straight up invading Todak. They recognize that Yums, he's not on a particularly aggressive tank in the early game, so they can just do whatever they want until he hits that level 4.
Yeah, right now they're both setting out for the turtle, but another hook comes in and they get the kill already. Falcon Esports again and again. Naomi's just not missing any of these.
Yeah, that's just one shot, one kill. They're now on top of the turtle, instantly secured by Ken, who is now trying to chase down Moon. A little bit of dashing around with the boost, as now Formaze will zone out Yellow Flash. Moon gets out, but Falcon already with the lead.
Okay, I think Falcon Esports has learned a little bit of that Lungar strategy, because they seem to be crashing into Todak right now. It's only 2.5 minutes in. They've already got an objective, 3 kills, and all those kills are on Ken. Once again, he will be the one deciding to set the pace here again.
But to get another kill in the mid lane, Moon is not having a good time. Yum's too late to join, and now the Bloody Hunt on top of the Atlas forces the heavy spin from Momo to make sure he is going to be safe. But now Momo might be in a bit of danger. Luckily, the cooldowns are you kidding me right now? Naomi, the Playable Links, it's not going to be enough as the mega kill goes over to Ken.
My goodness, these hooks are relentless coming from Naomi, and look at them just pressing their advantage now onto Chiku. He can't even make it out. They're going to be able to secure this top tier 1 turret over here. I mean, to be fair, Todak's Atlas, Yum's on Atlas, his power spike only comes when he has the Fatal Links. He's just hit his level 4 not too long ago, so maybe we can see Todak coming back here.
Todak has to find a moment just to slow down. But at this point, Naomi's not letting that happen, right? So this is enabling, again, that kind of win condition for Falcon Esports. Let Silent do his thing. He already got that extra gold from the turret up top, and now they are choking out Chico as well. So at this point, Todak, slow it down a little bit, try to avoid those hooks, and just get back into the game, because they do have what it needs to get to that point. Meanwhile, in the river.
4Maze getting chunked real low by that enhanced sword, but is able to escape for now. But due to the fact that he is not in his lane, you can see Yellow Flash already being able to clear up that wave. We're looking at the emblems now as we set up for the turtle.
Yeah, I think nothing that really stands out too much here. Both teams, they are contesting for the turtle, so it's gonna be Falcon abusing their lead here to start it up.
Momo almost gets hooked, but is able to get away with a heavy spin. But the Falcon already has Turtle, but a fatal links onto 3 people into the backline, right into Blazing Duet is not quite enough. Bloody Hunt stops Jiku right in his tracks. It's an unstoppable streak, goes over the can. Yellow Flash gonna pick up Jiku on the sideline as well. 3 kills for nothing, and Falcon pick up the Turtle as well.
Falcon Esports is not kidding around here. They just find pickup after pickup, and that one was quite a massacre, plus the turtle. So at this point, again, they're not letting up at all. Everybody's feeling really good, especially Ken, and they're just going to continue to convert this into objectives because that's what we've seen so far from Falcon Esports.
Yeah, we're gonna see the instant replay here presented by TikTok as well, see what exactly went on. Look at Yums coming in with that Fatal Link, sacrificing himself in that lives, and Chico goes all the way in with the Blazing Duet, gets suppressed and makes it out, but the whole team of Falcon is there to be able to clean it up.
I'm just impressed there by Naomi and his trigger finger saving that Bloody Hunt specifically. And my goodness, Yums literally cannot survive at all. Right into Silent with that Wesker, and that's bye-bye Atlas.
You know it's tough when your front line, your tanks are getting deleted that fast. I mean, we're talking about the 5K gold lead right now, 5 minutes in. So again, Todak, you need to slow things down here. They're knowing that, they're thinking that. But Yums, I mean, he also is trying to look for those setups like we talked about, the fatal links, but at this point, when you can't last more than 2 or 3 seconds, it's really hard to find those setups here.
Oh, the players' gold here on the right side, you can see just dominated by Falcon. They're trying to find another engage up here.
Yellow Flash pinned underneath the tower. This could be a kill finally, as Todak successfully used the heavy spin to secure the enemy EXP laner. Justin just buying time against 4Maze. 4Maze actually jumping aggressively forward. Naomi's here, gets the Bloody Hunt. Does Justin have the yin-yang overturn? He actually does. Saves it until the last moment. 4Maze, though, able to walk away with some help from Yums.
Yeah, this is not great timing because the turtle is up, so this definitely, again, gives one more priority over Falcon to be able to take this. Momo is in place, but I don't think they are going to be able to quite contest it. Like you said, Naisu, they do kind of need to slow down, but Naomi's finding hook after hook.
At this point, when the gold lead is this far up, you almost just want to let these turtles go because we've seen it before. A team can secure all 3 turtles and still not win a game. So at this point, Todak being this far behind, just again, let those things go. Find the moments to actually farm up here so you can actually go toe-to-toe with Falcon Esports when the Lord starts to be the objective to take, because right now you're just outclassed, out-itemization as well. So right now, they found that 1 kill. Oh, man.
Bloody Hunt onto Chiku, and the combo instantly executes him. Yums even picked off on the sideline. Here comes Momo, gets a nice pin on Ken, but Naomi gets the hook even under the heavy spin. They are following them up 4v2. They want these kills. Falcon Esports are hungry. Momo might be able to delay just a little bit, but he doesn't have his ultimate. Gets knocked out with the hands chain, and a killing spree goes over to the mage as 4Maze finds a 4-man falling Star Moon. But it does not matter as Silent gains the killing spree.
I think Todak was kind of a little bit throwing bodies at the end, right? 4Maze going 1 versus I think there were at least 3 or 4 members from Falcon there, so it wasn't quite working out. But Todak, looking at the items here, anything that they need to do that it can help.
Having a look at the items so far, we can see that despite everything, oh my god, where did he go? Yums just got sent to another dimension in 1 shot.
Again, itemization-wise, it's going to be outclassed right now. You could already see those key pickups, you know, 2-3 items almost even for some of the members of Falcon Esports. So again, Todak, your only choice here is really just slow down the game the best you can. But notice the death ball strategy that Falcon Esports is going here. They're not splitting up at all, and now they're going to be assaulting the mid lane.
Yeah, and Silent already 2 levels ahead of Shifu, so you know that he can dish out so much more damage, especially on those Renner shots that takes out, what was it, like half of Momo's HP there?
I do think so. Silent has already reached the point that every team is afraid afraid of Silent reaching, and this is terrifying for Todak. Nicely you mentioned they have to take it slow, they have to farm up, but with the aggression coming out of Falcon Esports right now, I feel like it is very difficult for them to try and do so.
Oh, the bloody hunt there comes down. Momo falls immediately. Falcon, they're trying to get the Lord here, but Todak is aggressing onto them. Justin gets hit by the last shot from the sky. Formaze in some trouble. Will be able to get away, but use of the fatal links. Tries to disengage the fight. Gets hooked back by Naomi there, and he has nowhere to go.
You see that? Any time your plan is to just go on the defensive and there's a Franco on the other side, it's really difficult to actually do that, to pull that off. Because at any moment, right, Naomi is choosing to actually initiate, either whether it's with the Flicker Bloody Hunt, again, the Iron Hooks, the Flicker combination. So he's actually deciding to do everything for Falcon Esports at this point, and everything else is just followed up. So Todak really needs to look away how to either avoid those or just continue to play on the defensive. It is only the normal Lord. There you go, they dodged that one, and now they're fighting for the resources in the jungle.
Yeah, they're trying to engage here from Todak, but Falcon are in good position. The enhanced sword going to be used by Ken to just disengage us. Now Naomi gonna get the hook again on Yumes. Instantly decimated. Yellow Flash in the back line. He's looking for the squishier target on Todak, disrupting the team fight as the rest of Falcon are now coming in. Naomi not gonna have the hook for a while, but he gets it on Formaze. Godlike streak going over to Ken as the snipe from Silent nearly takes out Moon 100-0. Another tower gonna go down over the Falcon as now the Lord is going to be pushing up topside as well.
This is so untimely. Falcon Esports, they got the kills, they got the mid inhibitor, and now they're looking for the top together with the Lord here. Oh, the fatal links and the flicker by Yumes here. Is Naomi gonna fall? Yes, he is. Do they get another though? They trade 2 for 1. Not in favor of Todak at this point, so Falcon Esports still getting what they want.
Yep, they're now trying to push straight in. Lord still alive. All 4 members of Falcon still looking quite healthy. Heavy spin by Momo, gonna split up the fight, but he knows he can't continue that. Lord finally goes down. Formaze buying a good amount of time as Chiku wants to dish out some damage, but take quite a bit for himself. Real world manipulation locks them down. Ken going to die for the first time this entire game. Justin out of position, but here comes Silent. Double shotgun to the face. Pew, pew. 4 Yellow Flash jumping into 4 members, still surviving. They finally pick off the Tamas, and Todak pulls off a successful defense.
Okay, so that was a little bit of I mean, I get why Falcon Esports was so confident there. At one point, they were just not even focusing on the turret. They were just allowing the Lord to hit it. They were trying to find those kills, right? But this is what Todak needed. They needed a little bit of time to defend, grab some extra items, because if Yumes can get to the point, he's 0-9. That is, he's struggling is an understatement, right? So he needs to get to the point where he's actually able to initiate these fights, because slowly but surely, if they can continue to defend, they might be able to turn things around. But that last 2 minutes or so, Falcon Esports just showing a little bit overconfidence in that advantage they had.
Yeah, they definitely still can progress this. So, I mean, looking at the items earlier, Chiku, he was forced into the immortality really early. I think he only had 2 complete items. Compared to Silent, he has I think, a full build at this point, together with a Blade of Heptasy. So, he's going to hit really, really hard compared to Chiku. And once again, Falcon needs to be careful here, but they do have the position on this Lord.
Concealed play by Falcon. Naomi is looking for it. I don't think they realize Yumes is actually behind them in the bush, but the Franco gonna be walking into it pretty soon. Momo jumps out, uses the heavy spin, not getting the push he wants. They waste the Iron Hook, but the Eve is already down by Yellow Flash. In the backline, Yumes forced to use perfect map to disengage Todak. They're not going to be able to contest this. Lord, as Falcon doing too good of a job of zoning. They're still waiting though. The hook is barely missing Momo. Lord already falling over to Ken, but it doesn't look like they're ready to let up just yet. Flickering forward with the bloody hunt. Instantly the combo comes out. Monster kill onto the Akai, and Falcon, they are happy with their pickings.
Yeah, they definitely are. I mean, they've gotten exactly what they wanted. The Lord as well as the kill. It was so unfortunate that Moon got picked off there just before the Lord, because his ultimate is a really important one. You definitely need that if you want to contest the objective here. Now, Falcon just looking to sync up the waves, and Todak, this might actually be the last stand that they make.
This is going to be an important defense. Team Falcon now going in. They want to look for the finish. They want to get that first victory. The Lord dropping down real low. Yumes not able to get the engagement he's looking for in the backline. Chiku nearly getting sniped by Silent in the midst of all the chaos somehow. Justin is looking for the execute on the sideline, but Momo, he sees an opportunity, already disengaged by perfect judgment by Justin. Yumes not able to find it again thanks to Yellow Flash, and he is now stunned underneath. Fatal Links on only one person. Real manipulation into the blazing duet, but there is no damage coming out of Chiku. So far, still no casualties though. A pretty good defense by Todak. Falcon, they're not intending to give up on this anytime soon. They want to see if they can end this, but they have run out of minions.
Yumes.
Even Naomi already used his hook. Yumes wants to look for it, but he just used his Fatal Links earlier. They're now on top of Ken. Yellow Flash looking low as well. Winter trying to get from Ken to keep him alive, but here comes the damage. 4 mains with a 4-man falling Star Moon. They've already lost Momo, but Todak is still defending.
Oh, wow, how did they do that? I mean, Falcon pressed their advantage a little bit there, but they did manage to back out in time, but it looks like they might be going to siege this again. They are just unrelenting.
Naomi jumps forward. Bloody Hunt on 4 mains. Not quite able to finish it off. Chiku finally with the blazing duet finds the Kagura in the backline as Fatal Link sets up for the kill on fellow Flash as well. Falcon Esports are finally chased out of Todak's base.
Todak showing some determination here. They actually defend against that. And again, you got to give them props because the outscaling, itemization even alone, the damage too from Falcon Esports, Todak able to defend. They pick up 2 big key items for each of their members here. Chico also taking that Malefic Roar. So at this point, if he can somehow find those proper blazing duets, it could turn the tide here. Let's take a look at the instant replay presented to you by TikTok. We saw Falcon Esports trying to assault on the base here. They found some picks, but again, there's the blazing duet pumping quite a bit of damage. He takes a lot himself, but the combination of that with the real world manipulation will be trouble for Falcon Esports if they don't end this game now.
I think they recognize exactly that, and that's why they are so aggressive, trying to end the game every opportunity that they get. Chiku, yes, he's not dealing as much damage as he would like, but he is going to get there eventually if Todak manages to stall this, and stalling is what they are fantastic at. So right now, they need to turn their sights to the Lord Falcon. You can see they're a bit tentative this time.
Oh, but 4 mains! I don't think he was expecting that trap. 3 members of Falcon waiting in the bush, and the shotgun to the face will definitely do it now. A 5v4 situation. Yellow Flash zoning them out in the backline. The hook from Naomi going to miss completely, but Falcon Esports don't mind that. They're on top of this Luminous Lord. They want to take this Todak's base completely empty. They can make use of this objective to push straight in.
Right now, another Lord going to be marching in the base of Todak. They've got to defend out of their minds once again. And at this point, it's going to get a little more difficult because those powered up minions, but they go in!
Momo gets a knockup onto Justin, and immediately he is blown up. They pick one off the side, but the hook comes in, and Naomi manages to get the bloody hunt off as well. Chiku comes in with the blazing duet all the way in the backline onto Silent, and he falls as well. Now Todak, they have a chance at this. Chiku manages to back in time, and Falcon, they're trying to pull all of this, but Todak isn't letting them. They forgo the Lord and the siege for now.
My heart really cannot take any more of this because I feel like watching Todak play is adding many years to my life. But they are somehow doing this, still defending the base against all the odds. The net worth gap between them and Falcon has now actually reduced to only 6k. Still not an ideal amount, but when you consider how far behind they were just a few minutes prior, this is incredible.
Yeah, big item. As we take a look at the items, big item pickups here also for the side of Todak. You can see they're already getting to the point where they need to. We're seeing the damage come out too, especially from Chiku. He's turning the tides of some of those fights. And you got to give them respect, right? Because about 6-7 minutes ago, it should have been already Falcon Esports ending the game. Now they've gotten to the point where they can actually contest things. At this point, open up the map for your team for Todak. But now, middle lane could be a focus.
Yeah, Yume's gonna instantly get bursted down. He doesn't have immortality this time, so it's too late for the Fatal Links. 4 mains wants to keep his squishy backline alive, so jumps straight in. But he's going to pay the price as he gets hooked back. It's the 4 members of Falcon Esports as it's instantly taken out of the competition. There's only 3 members left of Todak to hold this base defense against Falcon Esports.
This is insane. You can see the push and pulls coming from both of these teams engaging and disengaging at the same time, but Falcon looks like they might be going for it here.
Ken not quite able to finish off Chiku, but they do find Moon. Heavy Spin not able to finish things off on Justin, but Chiku will do the job. Now the Heavy Spin is out, not enough damage onto the rest of Falcon. Chiku, the only survivor, and that's going to be it, as now Falcon Esports will stop the attempts of Todak and making a comeback and secure the first victory of the day.
They almost did it, right? Time after time they were defending, but unfortunately Falcon Esports decided, you know what? It's not, we just got to end it, right? And that's exactly what they did in mid lane. There was some minor confidence starting to come for Todak, but unfortunately it was stopped. But what a great game number one.
You can see Falcon, right? The discipline coming. Yes, they lost a few fights. It got iffy there towards the end of the game, but they regrouped, reset, and managed to take the objective and kills as they needed to. Look at their faces here of victory as they complete the game. It is absolute just calmness.
I think we were all expecting to see a little bit more excitement for our Falcon Esports after a game like that, but it's understandable. They recognize what they have done. That was an effective victory, and although things got a little bit shaky towards the end, they were able to close it out. But worry not, ladies and gentlemen, this is of course a best of 5, so there is still opportunity for either of these teams to close this series out, and neither of them wants to be going home for today. Let's see what the analysts are going to have to say after this intense game. I'm looking forward to a little bit of information myself. Guys, take it away.
Welcome to the stand at your service. My name is Leo, joined here by LaFell, and we're going to be breaking down game number 1 in this best of 5 elimination match between Falcon Esports and Todak. LaFell, let's talk about the draft.
Oh yeah, we got to talk about the draft because I do want to talk about the picks and bans as well. I like, coming from Todak, I like the Natalia ban. However, the Xavier ban, I'm not so sure about that. And the Franco, we keep talking about the Franco. Naomi on this Franco is, like, if Naomi tells us he has like 12,000 matches on the Franco with 95% win rate, we believe him.
We'd not be surprised. And looking at the draft so far, the Beatrix definitely has to be in those first 2 picks. Silent is so comfortable on it. And as soon as they got the Julian, I was thinking, you know what? I think even Falcon Esports knows that they're comfortable even going to the second phase. Because again, the fact that Franco is totally snubbed by Todak may have been an oversight.
Yeah, and the thing is, we got to look at how Falcon plays and how Todak plays, because looking at the games that Todak has played, every single time they've lost through mid. Looking at the games from RRQ and looking at how Falcon plays, they like to focus on the mid. So taking Eve early, which is very easy for Franco to hook once she opens her real-world manipulation, I'm not so sure if that's the very best pick in mid.
Yep, I can see where the boys from just over there here in Kuala Lumpur may have thought that the Esmeralda and Eve 2-pick swing back would have been enough. But I've heard from the local casters that if you attack Moon enough, if you focus on him enough, the rest of Todak's plans may be in jeopardy. Let's look at the items here and how these may have affected the game. Dude, at some point, we noticed that even Yumes had double deaths already, and even if you are a roamer, it may be too late to come back. How did that affect the game plan here for Todak?
Oh, it affected him a lot because looking at 8 minutes of the game, and Yumes have not completed even 1 item. And here's the thing. Usually people say, oh, you know what, it's fine. You're a roamer, you're a tank. It's fine for you to die. But the thing is, if you don't survive, you can't engage. If you can't engage, there's one less person to really make sure that Todak actually executes their win condition, which is getting a lot of people together and then try to execute on that. So Yumes, 1, 11, and 4, it's very bad. Once he died 4 times, it became almost impossible for Todak to do anything.
And one of the few reasons why he may have died so much was because of Silent and Ken. Ken here built a majority magic damage-based Julian, which is different from Demon Kites last night. But look at Silent, man. He built 2 Blades of Despair. The item that gives the most raw damage as it is physically. That's what explains why maybe he can one-hit Yumes earlier on in the game with just Wesker.
Yeah, 15,000 gold there again. Blade of Despair is the most expensive item when it comes to the physical tree, so having 2, that's insane. Now the thing is, I also want to touch on the fact that Moon in this game uses Sprint and not Purify, so it's also very, very dangerous. But let's look at the damage. Silent building 2 Blade of Despairs. I'm wondering if he managed to get a 6-digit number.
Let's see, damage
yes,
dealt.
He did.
Indeed, yes, about 115, short of just a few for 116k. total heals, you can also note that Todak tried to heal a lot. There was a lot going on between the Esmeralda, between the... They're very tanky, just to say the least. They're very tanky, but Todak was just, pedal to the metal early on.
Honestly, I think looking at the total heal, having 1.2 total heal, it just shows how much Falcon forces Todak to actually go back into the fountain to just heal back up, heal back up. And look at the damage numbers. I want to look at the damage taken. Beatrix, silent, 43,000 damage, barely touched in the game. The Thamus did so much, absorbing most of the damage. And for the side of Toda, we can see Chico over here taking 76,000 damage. As a gold laner, it's preferably taking less than 50,000.
So the numbers side completely towards Falcon Esports. The Burmese are proud. And of course, all the more, they are of the MVP of this game. 2-1-23. And Naomi, the rover, Franco man from Myanmar.
23 assists, what?
25 all in all. 25 kills present for, all in all.
Respect Naomi. Ban out the I don't care, right? If you have to expend all 3 bans onto Naomi, it's kind of worth it.
Or be on blue and take it. Be on blue, take it.
This is insane. Yeah, at this point, I don't mind if Toda takes Franco first pick, because you can't let this guy perform on this Franco. It's unfair.
Yep, I believe the linchpin of the strategy for Falcon Esports was mostly central towards Franco's kit, or at least the way Naomi uses it. We'll see it in the highlights here very, very shortly. Lafel, the main thing that the Franco provides for Falcon Esports, especially in the hands of Naomi, is his initiative. The fact that you can either A, start fights with the hook, or B, make opponents pay for it, like punish them. I'd say punish them if they come in. There was a moment, I think we'll catch it in the highlights, wherein he bites down onto Chiku in a fight where Chiku started.
Yeah, and look at this. Every single time Naomi, I would say majority, like what, 80, 90% hook rate? And the thing is, he's so crazy on this hero, but look at where all the madness is going on. It's going on all around the mid. Even if they're in the jungle, it's around mid. This is why we gotta see the difference, the big difference in KDA between Justin as well as Moon. 3.7 for Moon and 6.7 for Justin. This just shows that Falcon, they play a lot around mid, and Toda, they have to realize this, because there's no way they can fight back against this.
Yep, there was a bit of a give back here. I'd say around the 13-14 minute mark, wherein inside Todak's own base, there was a few punishes. And I believe that was the flicker forward, blazing duet by Chiku. But right here, it was all on the walls, all right? The line was drawn in the sand, and it was just history, as they say. Game number 1 is gonna go over to Falcon Esports. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not a glitch. You are not watching a Naomi Franco highlight video. This is the video for the highlights, actually, of game number 1. Because safe to say, 75% of what we just watched was just Naomi's hooks.
Yeah, and the thing is, like you said, Toda definitely had a chance. Having that Claude really has that combat mechanic on his side, but it was not shown on the highlights. But if Claude is caught out, he's a very squishy marksman. It doesn't take a lot to actually take him out. And the thing is, Silent with full damage items, Justin full damage items as well. They really don't have to put too much on the Claude, and he will die. So I feel like we gotta make it simple, man. Naomi on this Franco, don't give it to him.
Yep, and looking at the way Todak attacked this game, there is one thing I may say is keep it simple. Because again, the Akai can go 50-50. Disperse or trap. And here in this game, I wasn't sure what they were trying to go for. So get that in. All right, so game number 1 going over to Falcon Esports. This may have affected the way you guys put in your guest coins. By the way, reminder, you can still do that for our upcoming matches. Get it in, win some prizes. It's all in the in-game client. Do it right now. Once again, these are for your MSC guest coins. We're going to be throwing it over to the lovely Mara Aquino. Let's see what she's up to. Leo and Lafel out for now. Mara, what you got?
Thank you, Leo and Lafel. Here with me is Sith. Actually, Falcon Esports just walked behind us. They finished their dugout talk pretty early. Sith, that was a pretty one-sided game.
But hey, you know, Mara, as I'm knowing as a Toda, there's the king of comeback in Malaysia. So why not? We thought with one of them.
Yeah, sure. Let's go ahead.
Let's go.
So Toda came in right after Falcon. They finished their talk just now. Now they're ready to play. How about let's pick
Ikuto.
Ikuto, come on over. Hi. Hello.
It's good to see you, man. It's good to see you.
There you go. Let's close this. Now, you saw what happened in game number 1. Falcon was really eating up the swordfish. Now, what did you think about what made Todak uncomfortable in the beginning? Because Falcon came out really, really strong and Todak never quite recovered.
Do you want to translate first or I just answer in English?
I know you know.
All right. So that's the reason why we are the comeback king. So if we lose the first game, if we lose the second game, we will come back stronger. And that is why we are Todak. We are going to Langar all the way.
Langar all the way.
All right. Ikuto, speaking of which, is there any secret weapon for the second match?
I mean, you should know better. We always have a secret weapon. So just wait and see. And we're going to show you our best.
Now, I'm a fan of Chiku. He's usually a jungler, but today he played a gold laner. Is today the best time to make such a risk? Why did you make that decision?
Actually, we have multiple strategy and Chiku was a gold laner, if you want to know. So he was a gold laner and then back to jungle and then he back to gold lane. So what makes Todak special, we have the element of surprise.
Okay, element of surprise. Now, you saw how the players were when they went into the dugout. When they came out, nobody was smiling. How was their mood? What was being talked about earlier?
I think everybody just have something to say because they feels like there are a lot of problems happen, so they just need to fix it. And I think we managed to fix some of it, and they managed to talk about all their problems. And I think second game will be much closer.
Much closer second game. I know, by the way, he used to be Lafel's mentor.
What?
Your mentor.
My Sifu.
So you're the Sifu of the casters. Now, have they gotten better? Do you think Lafel got better?
Yeah, of course, 100%, 100%.
Lafel, credits to you.
Any last word for the fans who's traveling to the MyTech just to support Todak for today?
Okay. For this, I will speak in Malay.
Sure.
So, jadi saya mengucapkan terima kasih kepada semua yang datang. Diharapkan kita terus memberikan sokongan kepada pasukan Todak. Jadi ayo kita dengar sekali jeritan untuk pasukan Todak!
Let's turn it over to our casters.
Thank you very much to our host and of course Ikuto for passing it over in such a legendary manner. The Malaysian kings of comebacks. They are not ready to go down without a fight. Welcome back to MSC 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, hope you guys haven't been waiting long because I think we have an even more exciting series that we have to prepare for coming up very soon. Of course, once again with me, Staffa, on the desk is none other than Scrubby Cheeks and Naisu.
I wanted to yell with him, man. Like that's how strong that was. That's great to hear because that fighting spirit is exactly what the Swordfish is. You know, that's what they need. Because, yeah, last game, a little bit one-sided. The pace was obviously set by Falcon Esports. So hopefully game 2, they've maybe one of those secret weapons, maybe one of the ace up their sleeves is going to come out for game number 2.
I mean, that's what they said earlier, right? They have more things up their sleeves to show the audience, and he was so confident about it too. So I am sure Todak will do their best to come back. And like the analyst said, you know, ban out the Franco. Keep it simple. Just take that as a first step, and that should be able to help them preserve some of that early momentum.
Sometimes though, as a Malaysian caster, I really do wish Todak would just keep it simple, but these boys up on stage, as they mentioned, always got a secret weapon, a secret strategy up their sleeves. Let's find out what's it going to be, because we now enter the drafting phase for game number 2. Falcon Esports drafting on the blue side, Todak drafting on the red.
If I don't see a Franco ban, I would be surprised here because, yeah, do not give Franco in the hands of either team, really. And if you think about it, Franco's such a high priority hero, such a good hero in general that I'd be surprised if it is slipped through the cracks here because, again, first pick is going to go over to Falcon Esports. Right now, they take out the Barretts, and at the same time, Todak taking out the Julian. They don't want to be left guessing. Where is this Julian going? How do we play around this? They're obviously coming in with a different strategy in mind for game 2.
And Falcon Esports, the responsibility isn't on them to change things up. So they're just going status quo here, taking out the 1-1 as well as the Barats to limit the hero pool for Momo in the jungle. Last ban here probably going to be Valentina as well. I suspect they don't want to deal with Moon on that ultimate steals. Todak going to be removing the archive for themselves because Falcon is on the first pick.
Falcon being on the first pick are actually being threatened here a little bit by the ban Todak are coming out with, because we don't actually know whether or not they want to ban the Valentina out at this point, because we already saw in game number 1, they put a lot of priority on Naomi's Natalia, and we've already seen what he's able to do with the Franco. These are both heroes that I think are deserving of a first phase ban. Todak let both of them through, so I think Falcon Esports, this is very smart of them. You normally don't ban out this hero being on the first pick side, but something suspicious is going on with Todak.
I feel like Todak, you have to ban the Franco here unless you want to just go ahead and play around it again. But after game number 1, I don't think you want to do that to start off with. So do they ban out the Franco? Do they have another thing in mind? And it's going to actually be a leg ban. So they leave it open.
Wow, I'm surprised by this. Letting the Franco completely through. And Falcon basically has a lot of options here. They could go into the Franco first pick. They could also pick up Beatrix for Silent again. I'm at a loss. Like, why didn't they ban the Franco?
Usually when these sort of things happen, it's because Todak are putting Falcon in a situation where, okay, there's so many good picks for you the first pick, you can only get one. We're going to grab all of the others. That is usually the advantage of the red side. Yes, it's risky letting some of these heroes through, but with the Beatrix being locked in by Falcon, will Todak grab that Franco for themselves?
I think that's a viable option, right? If you want to go ahead and take the Franco this time, you gave up that Beatrix, that's fine. We've seen, other marksmen perform really well so far, but obviously Beatrix being one of those high priority picks for the gold lane. Now Todak has a lot of options like you guys mentioned, right? It could start with having that high priority hero Franco locked in. You can set the pace this time. Statistically, when you're second pick, you haven't done well, but this is the time to turn those statistics around.
To be honest, maybe Todak saw this coming, that Falcon would prioritize Beatrix for them and pick up the Franco for themselves. But the thing is, Todak has let Natalia through this time. So Falcon does have the option to play the Natalia Naomi, especially to target Moon on the Xavier.
Here we go.
I was wrong about that. It's going to be this Johnson-Kadena combo. My deck erupts as well once they saw this combo.
Did I tell you that Falcon Esports took the Longar strategy? They've learned the best here, and now they're pulling this combo out for game number 2.
I am excited right now. I was right there with you, Scrubby. I was thinking that, Natalia should be picked for Falcon, completely forgetting the fact that this Johnson-Kadena combo has been let through the cracks. We're going to be seeing Justin on his impeccable driving skills today. And Todak, with the Xavier mid lane, is going to be particularly vulnerable. So he draft up the Masha, definitely a good, durable option to tank those rapid touchdowns.
So this is the thing, right? Anytime Johnson-Kadena combo is on the opposing side of you, how do you play around that? Because that's typically what we see, right? Pretty much a highlight reel of Johnson crashing into their targets with, the knockups, the burst potential too. Usually there's also 2 Petrifies being taken out here. So the burst already with a Beatrix and a Kadena is huge. Now Todak has to consider that fact. Who do we throw in front of that Johnson? Who do we make sure we have enough CC to even help that, or sustainability? They have so many options here now that we get into the second phase of the bans.
Yeah, which is why it makes so much sense for Falcon Esports to take this composition. I mean, they could have taken the Natalia, but that means going into the backline. On the other hand, having this Johnson and Kadena would mean that most likely Yums has to be the one throwing his body, and you sacrifice the ability to take those iron hooks, so that really puts him down a lot in terms of the CC that he can put out. Todak, on the other hand, going to ban out the Esmeralda here, so taking that away from Yellow Flash, but we did see that he still has other things like a Tamas as well, and Falcon going ahead to thin down the hero pool for Chiku in this gold lead.
Yeah, so far from the bans coming out of both these teams, still a lot of respect going through. Todak still putting a lot of emphasis emphasis here in that second phase onto Yellow Flash's picks. This seems to indicate to me that they might actually give Formaze that Uranus, which is also a really good hero for tanking the rapid touchdown. Just get out with the ultimate. On the opposite side, Falcon wants to disable Chiku as much as possible because silent on this Beatrix. If he gets that free lane, Todak are in for a world of hurt.
Yeah, they got to make sure that, you know, if you're going to play around that kind of burst potential coming out from Falcon Esports, you have to make sure that you also have enough damage, right? So it's great that Moon has this Xavier because we've seen kind of Xavier's damage, especially late game, really low cooldowns, able to pump out the damage, but at the same time, they have to make sure that they get a very good pick here for the gold lane. But actually, this could be good as well, right? Helkert in the jungle, not the best win rate, but actually able to silence and also kind of just cloud the vision of the enemy team, also has great burst.
I'm a little bit worried here with this pick from Todak because the last time we saw Momo play on the Helkert, it didn't really go too well. I don't think he's that used to assassin heroes. And now that Uranus, I thought Todak would be picking up for themselves, will go for free over to Yellow Flash.
When you mentioned that, Staffa, I'm actually curious. Is this going to be actually Momo on the Helkert, or is it going to be Chiku on the Helkert?
I would love to see it if it is going to be Chiku on the Helkert. Obviously, he's more known for assassin heroes, but I don't really think this is usually part of his hero pool. But if it does happen, I'm all for it. The Brody is a very classic Momo pick in the gold lane as well. So I am excited. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome once again to MSC 2022. The festivities are already in full swing here at MyTech Kuala Lumpur. Game 2 between Todak and Falcon Esports. We got none other than the Kadita Johnson combo going up against them. And from what I can see here, it does look like Chiku might be going back into the jungle. I'm excited to find out exactly what happens as we now open the doors into the land of Dawn.
Oh man, this is going to be pretty much an awesome match just in general because now we get to see a switch up here, right? Chiku in the jungle, and that could be the ace up their sleeve to start the game number 2.
Yeah, we can already see the hooks coming out from Yumes earlier on in the mid side, and this is what I want to see. Yes, you have the Johnson Kadita, well, words are so hard. Johnson Kadita combo, but Yumes has that opportunity before they hit that level 4 spike to abuse as much as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. Yumes needs to roam around here in the early game, and we can already see Formaze. This is pretty classic for Masha players. Start to try and steal camps away from Falcon, but he has to be careful not to overextend himself here.
Well, Ken just comes there and he's like, thanks for helping out here, because he's going to go ahead and grab that now. And at this point, you have to think, how does Chiku utilize this pick? Oh, this could be bad. Already getting the flicker out early on.
Nearly getting caught there, but the Mystic Field will be able to catch out Justin, who is now the one getting dropped low instead. And the hook actually going to land here, but here comes Ken and Yumes was going to be... Oh, but they actually get the first blood there somehow. Justin is going to get taken out before Yumes.
Such a good response from Falcon. They know that Yumes is going to go for the hooks, and Ken was just... I'm not sure if it was calculated or he was just hanging around in the vicinity, but managing to back that up with the rotation. But Todak here trying to look at something.
Yep, Ken is in a lot of trouble. Dark Knight Falls already secured. Yellow Flash too late to secure the kill as the Mystic Field speeds up Todak for that murder right there.
Nice play here by Todak, able to get Ken down, because you don't want to let Ken have that early lead that he had in game 1. That was really setting the pace for them. So if this time around Todak can get that early setup, this will allow them to get these objectives. You can see the turtle already being worked on.
But Yumes gets the hook into the dawning light. Justin, though, hitting level 4 just in time. Drives away with the rapid touchdown, saving the Kadita, and now Chiku secures the turtle. Here comes the rapid touchdown, going to land on Chiku, but he's able to get away. Not for long, though. They find the Kadita, but they also get the hook in the back line. They lose Chiku, but they get 2 in exchange.
This is the response that we were hoping to see from Todak. And as we suspect that Chiku on this Hellcat, he is back in the jungle and doing extremely well, you know, just pulling off those ganks as much as possible. How do you think that trade went for Todak?
Honestly, that goes in their favor, right? They grab the turtle too, and on top of that, again, Chiku doing a lot better here on this Helker. We'll have to see how it translates to the mid game, because either he's going to have really enjoyable power spike for him in the damage, but right now a lot of this is relying on Yumes. This is usually what we see with a Franco pick. We'll see how it plays out.
They're jumping on top of the Xavier, but a jump in. The Petrify gonna stop Todak for a short while, as Dawning Light is gonna be avoided by the Rough Waves just in time, but that means leaving Justin out in the lurch. Johnson getting picked off.
Ooh, this is looking tough for Falcon Esports. Yes, they have that combo, but so far they haven't been able to pull it off at all. Instead, we surprisingly saw that being used defensively, you know, to save Naomi in the mid lane and popping that rapid touchdown. And right now, you can see Formase getting aggressive to strip Ken from even more of his farm.
You know, Moon having this comfortable 2-0 lead at this point, especially with the Mystery Shop, is going to work out well for him if he can continue to go along this path. Because Moon is one of those players, he gets a lead, he feels comfortable, he gets a lot more confident. If he has kind of his... oh my goodness!
Rapid touchdown, finding Chiku, the hook, not going to be able to save out the Hellcat. So Todak wanting to find something in return, but Ken not going to make that possible. The Langar instead from Falcon has just begun, and Todak, they need to watch out.
Definitely. I mean, Todak Langar, they need to be careful of this on their end as well. Moon, though, I mean, Nice, you were talking about how he's comfortable on the Xavier to scale up. And I think in this case, he has the advantage as well, because Naomi, a lot of the time, is going to be in the rapid touchdown together with Justin, and he's going to miss out on a lot of farm and allow Moon to get that advantage.
Justin just barely missing Moon there. I don't know if he knew the Xavier was in the bush, but he's gonna find Yumes instead. Dawning Light not going to save him as the turtle goes over to Ken. The Franco already taken out of the equation. Now Formase going to be targeted by Ken and Yellow Flash, but is able to run to the safety of his tower.
Interesting there, right? I feel like that was... it looked like that was what Yumes wanted to do, but there was just no follow-up after that, right? And at this point now, Justin, after struggling a little bit early game, has now found some comfortability. He's able to drive around, find these picks off. So Todak, again, be careful here not to let this slip further, because that scaling burst damage also from Justin and Naomi paired together is going to be hard to work around.
Yeah, I mean, you can see again, Justin, the moment he has that opportunity, he's going to start scouting around the map for it. And now Chiku just counter jungling here, looking for an opportunity, but instead it's going to be the Dawning Light coming through and punishing them for it. Falcon actually, no, they are the ones to pick off Todak. Moon getting a killing spree here, but they trade 1 for 2.
Justin not quite done. Momo tries to get the stun on, but now Moon is the one in danger. Here comes the torn apart memories, but it doesn't matter. Instantly picked off, and Falcon are able to just wipe out Todak there in that skirmish.
That was a mistake, right? Momo made a mistake. He flickered in, trying to set that up, but did not know that the rest of the Falcon Esports team was going to crash down on them. So this, he has to be careful not to get a little too zealous and be able to buy time, because we know Brody needs time to get to that point where he's going to be useful. Now Justin looking for another one.
Ooh, just barely missing out Chiku. He does end the rapid touchdown, and Naomi managing to juke out the hook as they now try to go on top of Justin. So impressively, they are dodging all these abilities. Bloody Hunt on to Johnson, right into the Dawning Light, but Chiku gets knocked off. Justin gonna finally go down, but that forces Chiku to overextend and get himself picked off. Not sure if that trade was worth it, but it could be, because Naomi gonna get hooked backwards. Torn apart memory, just not enough. Formase though, gonna find the shutdown in the backline. He again is out of position, and that's going to be another kill going over the Ken, as here comes Yellow Flash to finish off the job. Not able to protect the tower though.
Oh, just insane. They have the responses, both of these teams, to each other. Chiku, I guess, yeah, overextended there a little bit, but it felt like he really needed that one kill. So far, he's 1 to 4 to 4. It's not exactly great if they want to take this and snowball.
Justin right now, again, driving around, looking for something. Turtle's going to be up here. No team wants to just give this one a go just yet. And at the same time, look at the jungle matchups, right? Obviously, Ken is having a much better time here, but if Chico Chiku can actually just continue to itemize on this Hellcurt, the silence alone could be deadly.
Oh, Moon, I don't think he was expecting that. Justin almost passed him, but just happened to clip him in that bush. And without the Xavier, this is going to be hard for Todak, especially with Naomi finding Momo in the back line as well. As now Yellow Flash is coming in from the side. They're looking for the engage now that the turtle has gone down to Ken, and the rapid touchdown is going to find Humes in the mid lane. A killing spree being fed over to Silent.
Well, they are just running over Todak at this point. Yeah, literally with that car. And you think the combo Justin Kadita is... Justin Kadita, he's synonymous.
Basically Justin.
He's synonymous right now. But they do get this mid-tier 1 turret here. Almost is down to half health. So still a huge advantage in favor of esports. In favor of Falcon Esports. They are sitting at about a 3k gold lead now. So slowly widening that gap.
Tell you what, that Justin Cadito combo is pretty deadly. And right now, Todak having a hard time, right? Now look at the gold lead, 4k ahead here. Again, they're in that position. Guys, we need to slow it down. But how do you slow down when there's a driving car looking to crash into you? And Justin, once again, looking for a moment.
Yeah, he's just doing so well right now. The control over the rapid touchdown is impressive. And because of this space from the Johnson, Silent, Yellow Flash, and Ken all looking real swell. But the same can't be said for Humes, who finds himself at the target of the rapid touchdown. Thanks to his sheer bulk, though, he is able to survive that.
Even though we have so much airtime on this Justin Kadita combo, oh, in the meantime, Moon gets knocked up though. Momo tries to fight back, but there's not enough damage coming through right now. So even though, you know, we've seen a lot of Johnson Kadita coming out, look at Silent. He's still being the silent carry here, farming up. And early on, he was actually top of the gold charts. So we cannot forget about him because at this point, Momo is 0, 2, and 3. Silent is 1 level ahead with 3, 0, and 4. He's slowly going to become the key damage dealer as we move into the later parts of this game.
Rapid touchdown, not quite able to cross that corner, but the snipe from Silent taking out half of Chiku's HP in an instant. They're able to steal the orange buff away as well. Todak are finding themselves floundering, only 4k net worth behind, but the map control is fully in the hands of Falcon. And Chiku, he might be walking into danger here. Ken gonna be right on top of him. Hume's gonna be the target. Dawning Light missing completely as Chiku gets taken out by Ken. Now they're going for Humes. The Franco dropping real low, but Mystic Field gonna cut things off. Moon actually choosing to tank the snipe to make sure Humes isn't taken out.
So this is the hard part of having, you know, drafting a Hellcurt, because you draft that for a specific reason. If you get this far behind at this point in the game, even if you get the silence off, you're most likely gonna die. And now it's put them in a bad situation here. They've got to handle the Lord. They still have the tier 1 turret up, so that's gonna help them a little bit, but it's only a matter of time before Falcon Esports is marching down the mid lane.
Yeah, they're definitely going to start looking at that. So I guess at this point, Chiku, he's slowly becoming a bit of a utility juggler, unfortunately. I think what he has to do now is to look to pop that Dark Knight Falls, look for Silent in the backline. If he can kill them, well, I guess at the same time, he also has to dodge the whole Johnson-Kadita combo, so it's not exactly going to be easy, but if they can pull that off...
Rapid touchdown finds Momo, but he flickers away to safety. Hume's gonna be the target, but they don't mind losing the Franco here. They want to re-engage. Formays onto Naomi, but he's able to survive with his passive. The Masha out of position, and the rest of Todak instantly picked off. Double kill going over to Silent. They don't know what hit them. Formays now on his final HP bar. Yellow Flash, will he pursue this? Formays able to retreat to safety for now, but things are not looking too good for Todak.
Silent with that play. I hope we get to see that later, because it was his moment to shine, and he got it. Justin!
Ooh, the rabbit touchdown again, right into the base. The hook not going to matter too much. They pick off Naomi, but the rest of them are in danger as Humes instantly executed out of existence by Silence. Dawning Light not quite able to finish off Justin. 2 inhibitor towers fall in favor of Falcon Esports.
Look at Silence, 605. He really lives up to this name. We cannot emphasize this more enough, you know. So far, he has been getting all the kills, getting all the objectives, and the goal, he's been doing so much work. But here we are going to look at the instant replay presented by TikTok. The last team fight here, you see Momo in the backline, the Dawning Light coming through, but then Ken is here to be able to clean up the kills. At the same time, Formays going deep, looking for Naomi, but it's just so tough. And the moment Falcon recognizes recognizes this, they retreat, disengage, and find an opportunity to come back into it.
Now they're still trying to steal away buffs from Todak. This is that classic strat, just choke out your opponent once you push them into the base, and Todak have no choice but to just step down and try to play safe.
This is tough, right? Now they get another hiccup here in the top lane on Chiku. This is bad news for Todak.
Yep, they're trying to siege here. The jungle on the side of Todak is already down, but Falcon, they don't mind taking this slow. We already see the rapid touchdown being used, but the hook backwards onto Yellow Flash sets up the kill with the Bloody Hunt. Here comes the car! Finds Momo in the back, but he actually flickers to safety. That's going to be one down on Justin as Formaze picks up a double on the Johnson-Kadita combo. A little bit too far by Falcon.
Well, they sacrificed their life there, you know, to pull off that combo, but still managing to pick off the backline of Todak. And all throughout these two games, Falcon has been so great at putting Todak out of position. Because you have the Franco that was in game 1. Now you have the Johnson. Todak always has to be really careful about where they stand in the map, and this really hinders their ability to take and initiate the team fights.
Yeah, even at this point, right, the Lord is going to be up, but so is Justin and Naomi. They're going to be driving in here, so you have to be super careful on actually when you decide to take these objectives, because at the same time, Chiku is so squishy at this point, and now Justin looking for another.
They find Moon in the bush and instantly got given over to Silent. Formaze already down to his last HP bar. He might not be surviving this. The rest of Todak trying to back him up, but Yellow Flash is all they need. Ken and Silent on top of the Lord to take it down as Naomi comes in from the side. He still has the rough waves and executes Momo with it. Formaze now the next target. No health. That is another one going down. Rapid touchdown goes for Chiku instead of Yumes. How do you make that decision in the heat of the moment? Silent gonna find the Franco. They find Yellow Flash, but Chiku now the only survivor for Todak against 4 members of Falcon, and a double kill going over to Silent. Moon comes back, but it is too little, too late. The Wesker right in the face. The triple kill to finish things off. Falcon Esports takes the 2-0 lead against Todak.
Falcon Esports looking absolutely dominant here. You know, we heard Todak say they're going to come back so strong, but Falcon, they came back even stronger in this game number 2.
That's tough because at one point the game was pretty even, and then the favor tilted for Falcon Esports. And a lot of that, again, just had to be the team effort, but Justin, Naomi, come on. It was a show for both of them.
There is a reason why teams ban out this Johnson just when you least expect it, just when you think, hey, we are able to deal with this combination, we've seen it before. You have not seen it in the hands of Falcon Esports, and now Todak are potentially 1 game away from being eliminated from MSC 2022.
You can see the look on Todak's faces, right? The players of their team, it is so dire for them right now. Now this is a best of 5, which means that potentially the next match is going to be match point, and they need to find a way to claw back into this, but they don't have enough bans. They cannot seem to anticipate Falcon's strategy.
Yeah, you think about, you have to handle so many things. You have to check so many boxes here for Todak. Because we didn't even talk about Silent. Again, Silent was pretty silent for the majority of the game. Later on, when everything was established, he was popping off to the point where I think he had 8 kills. He still had 0 deaths. And this is what they have to keep in mind, right? You have to work around so much of what Falcon Esports is throwing at you. And this is why they're playing out of their minds. They're all the confidence on their side.
You can see how chill they are, how excited they are. And on the opposite side, Todak, they have a lot of work, a lot of brainstorming to do. They need to find a strategy that's able to overcome this dark horse from Myanmar, because they are at risk of running away with the competition now. And as this match continues, when this series proceeds, something has to happen. This is going to be do or die. 1 game is all that separates them from the end. Let's have a look at what the analysts are going to have to say about this. Boys, take it away.
Take it away, we shall. Welcome to the analyst stand. At your service, my name is Leo, joined here by Lafel. Todak is hanging on by a thread. Match point for Falcon Esports. And it seems like, again, starting with the draft, Falcon ended up with one of their strongest lineups ever. This is what they used to give RSGPH their 1 loss earlier in the playoffs.
Not gonna lie, it's a pretty rough game. However, it did look like Toda had chances to win. It's just that in terms of their decision making, because there's quite a few special interactions that I've seen throughout the game. One of the few things that I saw was that Chiku on this Hellcat tried to silence the Kirita before she could use the rough waves. However, with that being said, when they engage, you have to be close to the Kirita to do the silent, and when everyone's pumped up together, it's gonna be very easy for silent to dish out the damage either with the Wesker ult or with the Nibiru's passion. And looking at the game, it's just becoming a situation where whatever Toda wants to do, Falcon was just prepared for it.
Yep, this is Todak's very own way of answering back at the Kadira Johnson combo that Falcon Esports has made notorious here at MSC 2022. Instead of attacking the strategy head-on, langaring forward against this duo with a Purify or heroes that don't care if they get caught out by the rapid touchdown, instead, they did exactly as you said, Lafel, and there were moments that maybe it worked out.
And the thing is, usually it's Toda doing the Langar. This time, Falcon Langas them with the Johnson pick. But right now, looking at the itemization over here, looking at the itemization from Momo, it's not that he did not try to dish out the damage, but going up against Yellow Flash on this Uranus with the Brute Force Breastplate, with the Oracle, honestly, with just these two items, it's very difficult to take down Yellow Flash. But adding on the Enchanted Talisman, just making sure that he keeps on spamming his skills, giving all the slows. I don't know, either way, this Brody, I don't think he did that much damage in this game. I feel like Moon is probably the one that did the most damage.
I'll agree with you, and we're about to see the actual numbers in just a bit. Something else to point out is the fact that Yumes had to pick up the Franco alongside the Savior in the first pick, right? On the red side. And the reason why is because it's a huge sigh of relief already that Falcon did not first pick the Franco. They wanted to give Silent his signature hero, the Beatrix. Slowly, he's ramping up to becoming the Burmese sniper here at MSC 2022. But what I did notice is Yumes, as much as I love him as a player, his Franco was just not doing what a Franco was supposed to do. He lacked that one thing that made Naomi's Franco in game number 1 lethal, is initiative. Rapid touchdown was much, much faster on the pickup.
But, okay, looking at the damage over here from the side of Falcon, looking at that, Justin, 39,000 damage on the Johnson. That's a lot. And here, like I said, Moon did the most amount of damage, 68,000. And Momo, unfortunately, just 30,000. And Chiku, 27,000. And looking at how the game really transpired, I feel like we can talk a little bit more during the highlights, is because the way that Toda wanted to play, they played a front to back composition, which I think favors Falcon a little bit more. Maybe if they flanked with the Hellcat, it could have gone a little bit better. And one other thing that we do have to touch on is that Toda was being very aggressive. Maybe a little too aggressive, because there are moments where they overextended when they really shouldn't have to.
Yep, but in this kind of game wherein the aggression was answered back by punishes, who are we going to be naming the MVP? We're about to answer that question right here, right now. Falcon Esports' very own Silent. So game 1, it was Naomi. This time it was Silent because, again, in the front-to-back approach that Todak brought into this game, who was in the back? Who was there to just dish out the damage, catch people with, again, surprisingly enough, Nibiru. Nibiru showed up here. It's usually Wesker and Renner that we see, but now he's showing up with this specific build here that it's okay. It's okay sometimes you can bring back Nibiru in 2022.
Yeah, but the thing is, 12,000 damage taken. He barely took any damage in the game. He did not die at all, and this is why I felt like in that kind of situation, perhaps it would be a little bit better if Toda realign the way that they want to engage the team fight and Chiku go from the side, making sure that they take out Silent first, because I feel like Chiku could have situations where he could silence the Kadita, making sure the damage doesn't pop off, but Silent, you got to take care of him first.
Chiku tried. I think there was like 1 or 2 flanks up in the orange side buff for Todak, but yeah, it was too little too late. Not a single death on this Beatrix by Silent, the MVP for game number 2. Lafel, before we go into the highlights, I gotta ask you, Todak, if they could change one hero, right? They could look at the draft, they could change one hero, what might it be? I'm thinking maybe you're looking at the Brody. Was it maybe Momo's Brody here? Because I'm thinking the Brody, he needs to put stacks, right? Maybe it's too late. Once the rapid touchdown comes in, it's too late to put the stacks on, and torn apart memory doesn't really do much.
Yeah, I agree on the Brody, but either way, we gotta look at the highlights to really see what happened in the game. And I do have to say, a few times, they had pretty good engages. Moon and Momo could dish out the damage earlier stages of the game. And look at this is so crazy. the fact that in the first 2 minutes, a lot more is going on, and Moon able to survive, looking like Toda has more lives in this game. But again, how like Justin just keeps finding these crazy engages. That's I don't know, man.
Not just engages. I'm pretty sure we already missed that moment.
Yep.
But
He
I think
saved.
you're talking about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're thinking it. Naomi just jumped in. It's like, all right, say no more, fam.
And over here we can see as well Naomi managing to actually get the flanks. And look at every time how Chico tries to engage. He does try to execute on that silent. But the thing is, even if we see Naomi not dishing out the damage, everyone else can dish out the damage because Justin did a lot of damage as well, even though he's a Johnson, but he still did a lot in this game. Now, for the side of Toda, the fact that they do not punish anything for the side of Falcon makes it super difficult because at the end of the game, Chico did not deal enough damage. The same thing can be said about Momo, so that's why we don't see a lot of comeback opportunities.
It seems like history repeats itself, and right now the biggest teacher for Todak would be experience. They've experienced loss here. It's just one game away from dropping from the tournament. I believe MyTech is just collecting all its energy, all the support for their hometown heroes. And LaFell,
my heart is in my stomach.
Right now.
It dropped.
I saw it. I felt it. I gotta ask you, man. Should Chico stay to the jungle? Because they did the switch right here, right now. They switched it up.
The biggest difference is definitely the way that they play because they play way more aggressively around the early to mid stages of the game. So I feel like Chico in the jungle, good, perfect.
All right, well, let's see if they're going to do exactly just that. Leon LaFell out for now. Let's throw it over to Mara Aquino at the stage.
I'm right here with the audience here at MyTech. How you feeling? Look at that crowd. The other ones went there to eat, but these people stayed. And I saw these two cute kids right here. Hi. What's your name? Oh, can we get a mic? Can we get a mic? What's your name? Junar. Okay, what's your name?
Same name.
What is it?
Same name, Junar also.
Junar. Are you twins? Are you best friends? Oh, they love each other so much. Oh, do your parents name each other? Do your parents know each other? Oh, your parents don't know each other. How do you know each other? Here.
My
Oh, your aunt's friend. Oh, that's why they get along because they have the same name. How old are you?
13.
13. How about for you? You're
15.
You're 15. And you like to play Mobile Legends, yes? What's your favorite hero? Your favorite hero?
Gushin.
Gushin. Oh, you like the assassins. How about, oh, did you hear that? The crowd loves it. Let's see if the crowd likes it if I say, Gushin! Oh, they like Gushin. How about for you? Who's your favorite hero?
Matilda.
Matilda, so you like to play support. Oh, they're cheering right over here too. So, do you think that Falcon Esports, because you're cheering for Falcon, do you think they will win today?
Yes, they will.
Yes? Let's see. What?
They will win.
They will win. What do you want to tell Falcon Esports? You can say it in your language. Yeah.
They deserve a big reward for their all hard work. And I believe in their Go Falcon.
Oh.
They will win.
They will win. What's your message to them? How about for you?
Good luck for our goal.
Good luck. Have fun. I like that one. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of the game. I will take. Thank you. You're so polite. Now, right here. Who? Okay. Oh wow. Okay. Wait. Hold on. These two, right over here. Okay. I just got word that you're Chico and Moon's fiancés. Yeah? Okay, here you go. I'll give this to you. Maybe I'll need a translator for this. Okay, so Chico's fiancé, Moon's fiancé. What's your name?
My name is Sophia.
Sophia. What's your name?
Whitney.
And how long have you been with Moon?
I've been with him for 4 years.
4 years. And you?
4 years.
4 years. Wait, I got news 2 days ago that when Todak wins, you guys are gonna get married. So that's gonna be this year.
Yes.
Congratulations. Give him a round of applause. Okay, I wanna know, give me an inside scoop. what's something that you can share us about Moon and Chiku that the world doesn't know about? Tell us something. I know you spend a lot of time with them. For Chiku.
Nothing much lah. Jadi macam
Yeah. What's something? How about for you, for Moon? What's something that you can share with us?
Okay, kalau Moon kan, dia kalau nampak je muka garang tau. Tapi kalau korang nak tahu, dia manja gila.
Okay, what does that mean? Okay, do you know what she said? What did she say?
She say, Moon, you look so, these people so like serious boy, right? But she say, Moon is very, very lovely.
Lovely. Okay, thank you for instant translator. Now I think the casters are ready to take over. Thank you so much. Now let's head over to our casters.
A little bit of an inside scoop on some of our pro players here on the MSC stage. Always nice to learn a little bit more about what's going on behind the pro scene, behind the Mobile Legends gameplay. Before we move on into the next game, we have to remind all of you that official media partner, EGG Network, which is of course Southeast Asia's 24/7 esports channel under the Astro Malaysia Group, is where you can catch MSC 2022 right from the comfort of your own home. They are of course on network channel 800, and if you guys are loving MSC, make sure to show them some support. Obviously our official media partner, they have lots of social media platforms you can find them on. You got Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, as well as Twitter.
Yeah, and while you're watching, don't forget to also tune into the game. The MLBB and Transformers skins are now available, so you can get your draws in until the 7th of July for chances to win awesome rewards like the Roger Grimlock skin and new battle emotes, new custom actions, previous Transformers skins as well. So definitely you want to catch that. Don't miss out on all these exclusive loots.
Still after the Optimum Pride skin.
As expected.
At one point, we might get it. But yeah, join those events. And also, again, shout out to EGG. It's awesome that you can actually watch this on TV, right? Because, you know, there's so many places to watch the action for MSC. And now, I mean, again, we're at match point, right? This is a best of 5. Falcon Esports is up 2-0 against the home team Todak. So, we've seen 2 games, which honestly, game 2 was better, I would say. But still, it ended up being one-sided towards the end. I gotta ask you, Sadafa, as this is your home turf, your home territory.
Yes, it is.
Right? What does Todak need to do going into this Game 3 to extend this series and hopefully continue on?
Well, firstly, in Game 2, we already saw Chiku make his return into the jungler position. Yes, originally he was a gold laner. He's been playing gold lane for most of MSC, but I do like seeing it. You already mentioned it looked a little bit better. I want to see more of it. I want to see the Comfort Heroes. It is time for the Malaysian Kings of Comeback to show us what the title is all about as we now enter the drafting phase for game number 3.
Here we go with the picks and bans off the bat. Todak going to remove the Julian again from the previous game, but there it is. The Johnson ban away from that strategy.
That might be step 1. So take out that Johnson. They're not going to be forced to, you know, they don't have that option available to them. Another thing is, do you take the Franco? We keep talking about Franco because he is kind of that setter, that hero that really sets the pace here. Do they ban it out like they did previously, or do they go for the priority pick here? Because at this point, Game 3, this could very well be your last game, and you have to make sure that you are 100% sure on your priority pick with whatever is left open after we see these last couple bans.
Honestly, the Franco pick really, I think, did work out for Todak. In the early game, they were able to get some of these hooks off, especially before Justin and Naomi managed to start picking up on their combo. Todak going to go ahead to ban out that Natalia as well. So these are crucial bans. Todak, they're starting to look at protecting their backline and also this time they are on the first pick.
They are on the first pick. They want Valentina. Falcon Esports, they recognize that that is the threat. They are going to ban that out since Todak have the first pick. If they got this hero, they wouldn't have minded if Falcon got Akai or Franco at all because they can just steal the ultimates away. So Franco, very smart of them to know that that is not an option they should give over. Todak finally recognizing a little bit of adaptation has to be done, taking away the Beatrix from Silent.
I think that's a good choice, right? That's a good choice to take the Beatrix here, but does Falcon Esports want to go ahead and now take the Franco? Because the analysts talked about it previously, right? And they said the Brody was a little bit of a tough pick to really utilize well in the last match. So I feel like Beatrix just, there's a reason she's priority, right? She's one of the, I feel like, I don't want to say easiest, because you have to have some type of skill, right? Be able to switch the guns here. But so far, out of a lot of the marksmen here, Beatrix, the damage potential, the safety that you can have is a solid choice. So this could be the start, step one here. Falcon Esports not going to take the Franco. They actually go with a Kai, also the Thamus early on.
I'm a little bit surprised here by the Thamus as the first pick. Falcon could have gone for a lot more other picks. For example, Esmeralda is still up, but they chose the lane bully instead. And I guess that plays to Falcon not wanting to reveal too much of their strategy as well in this early phase. They want to see what Todak is up to, so just snagging that Akai pick that can also be flexed, either as a jungler or in the roamer, sometimes even in the EXP lane. So both teams, they really don't know what's going on right now.
I think this is a pretty classic Falcon Esports opener, as though I think they've adapted to what Todak wants to play. Picking up the Thamus here actually counteracts a lot of Formace's comfort heroes, and the Akai drafted to counteract a potential Franco pickup. Does work out very well here, especially since we know Falcon very comfortable with the hero. And now we can see it looks like Todak are falling back to their classic draft as well. They know this could be their last game. Best to go back to what's safe and what works.
Yeah, go back to the basics, right? Go back to that comfort. This could be the moment, like I said, to bring you into another game. And right now, this Baksha, I'm assuming, right? Going in the jungle, possibly. And, okay, they lock in the Franco. But going back to the Baksha, I think this is a better choice here if they do decide to play it in the jungle, because you pretty much have the mobility. You also have a great passive built in with you. But at the same time, you have to be very careful not to be slowed down so much in the jungle. Now, with Falcon Esports locking in this Franco, that's going to be tough.
We've seen Naomi obviously hitting those hooks as well. I guess if the Baksha goes into the jungle, it could give him a little bit more of that beefier front line, also to be able to withstand some of the heat coming from Falcon Esports. A lot of the bans here as we go into the second phase are still up though, the heroes, in terms of, for example, Ling, Julian, they're all completely left open.
Yeah, this is quite a notable pivot from both teams from the styles that they have been drafting in the past 2 games, and it goes to show that both sides are ready and capable of adapting on the fly. But there's going to be a lot more pressure on the side of Todak, considering they are 2 games down. They're going to ban out the Clint now, so definitely a lot more respect over to Silent. They realize they cannot allow him to just farm for free in the gold lane.
I'm really curious if this Baksha is going in the jungle, because we've seen it in the side lane as well. It could potentially be the matchup for Thamus, right? You kind of have that built-in passive to help you out there in that matchup, but at the same time, we see those bans coming out, right? Falcon Esports going to take out the Roams here. They're going to take out the Matilda, also the Rafaela. Todak, more focus here on the gold lane because we don't have the pick for Silent just yet. They take out one of his very comfortable heroes, being that Clint. What's their last ban going to be?
What would they ban out as their final pick? Under normal circumstances, Popol and Koopa would make a lot of sense, but I don't think we've actually seen Silent playing on that hero very much. But if Todak just want to remove it from the pool now to make the laning phase a bit safer, actually even the Irritel might be something they have to consider, right?
Yeah, I mean, the Irrital is open as well as Popol, so that's probably what they're struggling with, but it looks like it's going to be the Claude, so preventing that late game ability, which makes sense given that Falcon's draft now is very, very early game oriented. So going into this, Falcon also has 2 picks left, which means that they do have, if they, Akai jungle. Thamus EXP, so they do still need a mid lane as well as a gold lane.
I think right now we're actually going to see them pick up Justin's hero in advance, and it does look like, yes, that is the case. The Eve going to be locked in by Falcon, and instantly we can see the sheer amount of crowd control on Falcon Esports.
Yeah, there's literally just too much crowd control here on the side of Falcon Esports. So that gold lane, they're going to need pretty much quite a bursty pick here. Option-wise for Silent, I wonder if he's going to be forced into into a Brody pick here for this game number 3, but at the same time, you're talking about the durability alone for Falcon Esports is a concern here. So Todak is going to take this Selena pick. Interesting pickup here.
With them locking in the Selena, I actually was kind of wondering, is this a game where you pick up a Diggy roam considering the amount of CC on the opposite side? But that is not the case. It is the Selena, and I think we've really not seen this hero very much. The Yu Zong finally going to be appearing on the MSC stage yet again.
Well, it is a direct counter to Eve here, so that's, I guess, a good pickup to disengage the fight. Silent, he does have the option to go into a carry as well if he wanted to, you know, have a bit of that penetration in the later game to be able to deal with that. I think he has played that one time or twice so far in this MSC. So what do you think it's gonna be?
Carry's a good option, right? We saw the performance on that yesterday too. So it's actually going to be the Irithyll though. So they lock in the Irithyll here. Two great options, right? Either that carry or the Irithyll. They have the speed, the mobility paired with that. Surely we're going to see the sprint and electro flash combination. Solid draft both sides. But I gotta say, Falcon Esports has a lot of CC to worry about for Todak.
Yeah, definitely. But I do like that Irithyll. It makes a lot more sense to me than carry here, especially with that sprint electro flash combo you mentioned, able to easily juke out the Yu Zong, easily juke out the Selena. So right now, I feel like Todak is going to have quite a challenge here. This is an uphill battle in what could potentially be their final game here at MSC 2022. It is back to basics. Todak playing on all comfort picks, and Falcon Esports geared up to take one of the hometown heroes out of the competition. The land of Dawn shall beckon once more. Make some noise here, my tech Kuala Lumpur, as we now enter the land of Dawn.
Oh man, just take it in here because this very well could be match point for Falcon Esports. And we're going to see them starting up in the jungle, pretty standard. You got to make sure too, Ken doesn't have that free reign. They need to start with that. Also, take care of Naomi. Don't let him get all those picks off because it's nice. You have Yums on the Selena, able to get some Abyssal Arrows, hopefully to respond there. So it's going to come down to those two roams really setting up the team early on.
They're fighting head-to-head now, right? The arrows up against the Iron Hook coming from Naomi. So both of them looking for some early aggression here, as well as in the later part, Todak has Chico and Moon to be able to scale. And right now, both teams, you can see Todak starting to gain back a little bit of momentum, putting some aggression in the mid-river.
I think one of the things that helps with having a Selena here as well is those Abyssal Traps actually scout out the map for Naomi, but up here in the top lane, Formay is having quite a duel with Yellow Flash and actually coming out on top thanks to that Sha residue, even against the Vengeance.
Yeah, great matchup here in the top lane. Formay, I feel like a lot of this is going to rely on him to really just do well in the lane, but then transition to be able to find Justin later on, right? That's really what they're relying here on, is using that Black Dragon form, disrupting the setups from the real world manipulation, and then being able to follow up. Again, you have Chiku on this Beatrix pick, should be able to scale really well, but now focus here on the bottom lane. Silent also. They don't want to let Silent just be Silent farm up, right? They've got to put focus on that gold lane also.
Love this. I mean, Todak, this is really adapting and recognizing what Falcon has been banking on the past two games. Play the early, wait for Silent to scale up, but right now they are looking to shut him down. The first objective, though, is going to be the turtle, so we can see both of these teams start to contest it. Falcon taking the more aggressive spot.
Yep, Ken gonna be dropping down real low. Abyssal Arrow going to miss as the heavy spin zones them out. Perfect use of the ability to make sure he secures the objective. Momo gonna get pulled back, but that doesn't matter too much. Formay is even jumping aggressively with the Petrify to stop the real world manipulation. No casualties on either side.
That was pretty good, right? I mean, yes, they gave up the turtle, but Todak doing exactly what they have to do. Formay knows the assignment, found Justin, and that kept anything from really scaling in favor for Falcon Esports. So again, just keep things slow. Don't let Falcon control the pace here. Again, wow, look at the damage already coming out from Chiku.
Wow.
I guess his Beatrix pick is really paying off right now. On to Chiku, actually making a lot of plays. Here comes Naomi with the hook, trying for an opportunity, but not just yet. And for Maze, he's been playing great in this early part of the game as well. Not just holding his lane, pushing Yellow Flash out a little, but also the rotations coming in. Because, like you said, he has that one job to shut Justin down on this Yi.
Yep, really well played so far by Todak, as now Yellow Flash going to engage yet again, but Forme is going to be able to get out of that no problem. We can see that Falcon's having actually a lot more difficulty playing their early game because Yumes is matching Naomi with those Abyssal traps and giving vision to his team.
Yeah, it's a great choice. Again, Abyssal Arrow versus the Iron Hook, right? Obviously, the Iron Hook's a little bit faster, but now focus on the bottom.
Yep, they're gonna try and engage on this. 3 members of Todak surrounding Naomi on Silent, but that is a Franco they're up against. They can't afford to dive the tower this early on.
Yeah, I don't know. Looking at these two teams right now, they are, look at the goal, 10k exactly, like spot on. They are just dead even, and you can see like they're just both tentative around the objectives, being really careful, cautious about taking fights because a lot is on the line here.
It's tough to decide, like, who do you want to hit with the Abyssal Arrow, right? Because if you hit either Naomi, Ken, even Yellow Flash, you're not going to want to commit to that one. So, and at the same time, you're talking about Silent, again, on this Irithyll, able to, drive by and shoot, has this sprint. So that is a challenge in itself for Yumes. Now the turtle.
Yep, they're just jumping straight in. A heavy spin again to secure the turtle for Ken. Very well played. Black Dragon Form not going to be able to split up the backside. He's got to protect his backline instead. Yellow Flash now in danger, but the Dawning Light finds the kill. First blood going over to Todak. The hook onto Formaze, gonna result in him getting taken out, and now Silent is coming in. Doesn't quite have the heavy crossbow, but just barely misses out, taking out Momo. That does put Falcon in their jungle, though. They're probably gonna want to steal some things.
Yeah, looking at that right now, you can see Ken is trying to do that, but actually taking some damage from Yumes. He does still get it though, so advantage over to him. But Falcon adapting really well to how Todak is playing this. You saw earlier on that they know now that, Justin's real manipulation is going to get cancelled out, but on the top side...
Ooh, that was close! I don't know how Chiku got out of that, but Formaze might not be able to escape. He's now getting pushed back with a heavy spin. Does get the shot residue, but not enough lifesteal to keep him alive against the 3 members of Falcon. Now they want some revenge. Gonna pick off Ken. Momo on top of Silent. He wants this Irithyll. Dawning Light gonna hit Naomi, forcing out the flicker from the Franco. Yumes, unfortunately, not able to stop their retreat.
Great plays there. Now, minor gold advantage still for Falcon Esports as they do have those 2 turtles as well. They grab another turret in favor. So they're starting to open up the map here. Todak does have what it takes to match against them in those little skirmishes, in those team fights. But again, they need to be able to scale here now at the bottom lane.
Bobo in a lot of danger. Will he be able to escape from this? 1 hit away. And Yumes will be able to stop Justin from his pursuit, keeping their jungler alive. That's important. The turtle is up in another 15 seconds.
Yeah, great play so far by Falcon as well as Todak. This is looking like a different Todak this time. Whew, Formaze just narrowly dodges that, but Chiku gets a solo kill on the Silent here on the bottom side. And this is going to be a huge advantage for Todak coming into this next objective and team fight.
Yeah, and instantly the crowd goes wild, but now Formaze in danger, gets pinned against the wall, pops a Black Dragon Form. Hey, he's actually surviving a lot longer than I thought he would, but eventually gets taken out. Momo gonna finally secure the first turtle of the game as the Iron Hook from Naomi going to miss again. They lose out Formaze, but they gain the neutral objective.
Good pickup there, right? Formaze doing what he had to so that Todak could get a turtle, right? Because they've already given up enough to Falcon Esports. They have to find those moments here as we see them doing. At the same time, if Chiku can have a game like where, for example, Silent was able to just farm up in the previous game, Chiku will be that moment for Todak to get back into the games. Mid-game, late game, the spike is huge. He's already pumping out the damage. They just have to allow Chiku to continue to farm up and not get focused on.
And you can see that not only is Chiku starting to farm up at the top of the player's goal now. This time, it looks like the tables have turned. Yellow Flash looking for something on to Yums.
Yums, he's completely caught out. He's 1v5. There's no way he's getting out of that situation. That's the cost of information, but whoa. Chiku just barely escaping yet again. This is going to be a highlight of Chiku's escapades at this point.
I was going to say, that's the second time Chiku has just recalled just in the nick of time. And so at this point, right, they're going to even out the turrets just a bit. They have that one. Okay, the top one's still going to be up here. So they're playing for space at this point. Todak, continue to buy time. You still have your tier 1 turrets up. Allow yourself to buy the items that you need because you really have to go head-to-head here with Falcon.
Momo trying to engage. Black Dragon form coming in from the left as well. Silent instantly taken out. That is a huge pickoff. Heavy spin pushing Formaze underneath the tower, and he is now stuck pinned against the wall. Unfortunately, going to be the target as now Moon gets found with the hook in the backline, but he's able to walk out thanks to Momo buying a lot of time for Todak. They are instantly making the choice to back out of this fight.
Wow, Todak, the great plays there. They spot out Silent and instantly pull the trigger. And can I just say that Formaze has been doing so much work on this Ryujong as well. Yes, he has died 4 times, but that's only because each time he recognizes there's a fight coming up, he goes in, soaks up all the damage that Falcon is putting out.
This is just classic Formaze. This is exactly how Todak likes to play with this player, play with this hero. He's gone for that first item, dominant item, because he knows that he's going to be more of a utility position here in this game. As the Abyssal Arrow going to find Yellow Flash in the top lane. Shotgun right into the face, takes him out.
Great pick off there. So that's going to keep Falcon Esports from actually continuing to lord. Formaze now the Black Dragon form. Going to push them back as well.
Yep, he's going in. Can pop the heavy spin, pins him in against the wall, right into the hook from Naomi. A nice combo resulting in the Yuzong getting taken out again. But look at the top lane. Chiku, he's getting his split push. This is Todak's goal right now. I'm interested to see how much money he has. Naomi not going to be able to get the hook as Yums knows he is in there. Chiku actually trying to go for it. Naomi realizing the danger has to flicker away to not get that Yellow Flash treatment from earlier.
Manages to get out 4 now in this team fight, but you can see Todak is really making the plays here. Not just getting, yes, they are just 1 behind in kills, but they're slowly chunking away at these objectives. And oh my, like, what does Falcon, this time it's on Falcon to respawn, and it doesn't seem like they're doing that too well.
Well, now Todak is the one engaging onto Ken, forcing out the heavy spin. You don't see that from Falcon very often, and that goes to show that Todak are in the driver's seat now, rotating over to take this Lord. Falcon, they still have 4 healthy members. They want to try and contest this, but Naomi actually not getting any hooks. Yellow Flash gonna get stopped. Real manipulation comes out. Dawning Light going to be not enough, but Momo still secures the Lord, but they've already lost Chiku. That's a lot of their damage gone. Todak instantly with a massive retreat.
Great placement there. So they grab this Lord. That's huge for them. They're going to lose a couple turrets, but they have to be able to contain Falcon Esports. Chiku is down. Can they actually defend here? Tier 2 goes down. They're going to lose their buffs as well.
Honestly, that was a great spot by Todak as well, recognizing that Ken was forced to back out and pulling the trigger on the Lord. But now Naomi getting caught out here. The Dawning Light finishes him off, and Todak gets a revenge here. They're trying to put on Ken with a heavy spin. Does not do anything at all in the backline.
That's just excellent right there by Todak. Despite Ken's attempts to just funnel them all into the rest of his team, I don't think they were expecting that much damage to come out of Todak. And now they have the Lord up top. Chiku is back. Naomi is down. They're going to take the tier 2 mid tower for themselves. And right now, they are looking for more.
Todak doing a great job playing around this Lord play right now. They grab some objectives, they get the space, and they actually get buffs as well after they were taken from Falcon Esports. So they have to continue on the momentum, and you can see the damage already being pumped out by Moon. This is going to be scary for Falcon Esports.
Right now, Ken going to be caught out. Black Dragon form comes in to keep him in place. Dawning Light not able to find it as the heavy spin allows Akai to run to safety. They do find Chiku in the backline, and he's able to flicker away. Not in time though. Yellow Flash follows up on the kill, and now that they've lost their gold laner, they need to get out of here. Formaze going to be the first target, dropping real low. Mystic Field stopping them in their tracks. Formaze going to be the unfortunate sacrifice. The rest of Todak has to do damage control now. Dawning Light, not enough damage to finish off Yellow Flash. Momo and Yums will escape, but at what cost?
Falcon flipping the tables here. Todak just slightly too aggressive there in terms of positioning. And this is the thing, Chiku cannot get caught out in this fight. The moment he does, Falcon knows exactly when to come back from it. And looking at the damage, there is Moon at the top of the charts, but right now Momo in some trouble, getting the heavy spin pin right to the wall, and he has nowhere to go, but the damage comes through from Yums, and it's going to be still Momo falling in that fight, but forcing backoffs from Falcon Esports.
So you saw that. You saw the damage chart there, right? Moon is already online. Chiku just has to be careful the positioning, and now Ken gonna be focused down here. So a kill here for Chiku. That's a nice pickup.
The shotgun right in the butt this time from Chiku, not going to allow Ken to walk away for free. Todak, they are losing out some of these skirmishes, but we have to remember this entire time, Falcon has actually been slightly ahead in terms of net worth. So all things considered, I don't think the positions have shifted too much, and this is going to be the closest opportunity Todak has had of taking a game away and keeping themselves in this competition.
Yeah, looking at this later game, as you pointed out, Stafa, which one of these teams looks like they maybe stand a better chance? I mean, Chiku with the damage, you also have Moon as well. There are some single target CCs on the side of Todak, but Falcon has a big play in terms of their team fights.
Right now, we're about to find out, because this next Lord is going to be the focus here. Both teams don't want to give that away. They are taking the resources from Falcon Esports, so it's showing. Tonak's pretty confident. Again, they just have to be careful of positioning, especially taking care of Chiku.
But the whole Formaze gets hooked. They've been doing such a good job of dodging Naomi on this Ranko for so long, finally letting their guard down. Losing Formaze, not too big of an issue because he has been sacrificing himself, but usually it's in exchange for something, and that was just a free kill over the Falcon. Now, Momo and Yums trying to zone them out. As we can see, Moon and Chiku going on the mid lane. They take the mid inhibitor somehow. And now, on top of Ken, do they want to look for this fight? The hook going to miss on Naomi. Yellow Flash coming in from the side. But Todak, I don't think this is a fight you want to take right now. You have to wait for Formaze. Falcon recognize this. They want to be the aggressors. Naomi going to miss the hook yet again.
Great macro plays there coming out from Todak. Feels super fantastic. They recognized that Falcon was going to be at the Lord, and taking out the huge mid inhibitor is a boon for them. But right now, Falcon Esports.
Free will manipulation comes out. Arrow gonna find the Franco in the backline. Lord dropping real low, but it's Ken that secures it. Yellow Flash now distracting 4 members by himself. They finally take out the Tamas. Formaze still alive despite doing the same thing. And now Todak want to aggress onto them. They've lost the Lord, but they took out 1 trade, and they should be able to clear that objective without too much problem.
Big pickups here for the side of Todak, right? They grab the Lord, and at the same time, they find a pick. The base is already open, so now, again, Formaze is doing a great job. He's died quite a bit. Okay, Falcon Esports grabbing that Lord, and at the same time, they still have the tools they need to defend. They have quite a bit of CC and potential, but now Naomi.
Yep, they're jumping in, Dawning Light, not doing a lot of damage, but it is enough as now Ken is now stunned. Momo going to be taking a lot of damage. The backline as well going to be taken out by Yums in the backline. Formaze with the Black Dragon form, gonna find Franco. Now on top of Silent, but the Irritel is doing a lot of damage. They get the double kill on Justin over on Yums. Todak has to back it up, but they have successfully defended against the Lord.
Wow, Falcon. Yeah, this is just head-to-head at this point. Gold completely split open. Kills, yeah, about the same as well. Honestly, this could go any way. There's so much on the line here, though. Todak, remember that they are hanging in the balance, so they need to be careful. But Chiku manages to get damage on the Justin. He uses the Winter Truncheon, and now Falcon, they get the oppression onto Chiku, manages to take him out. This is the gold later gone on a 40-second timer.
I get what he was trying to do, but unfortunately, not the best decision. He gets spotted out, and plus the play of the Winter Truncheon, man, it feels bad.
That was just a mechanical error there. He could have actually gotten that kill and gotten out, but I think he thought the auto attack came out a lot earlier than he expected, and that resulted in him walking away before the animation actually completed. Now Falcon, they want to try and push in here, but they don't have a Lord, they don't have a minion wave. Todak should be fine for now until Chiku respawns.
Well, looking at the items, so 3 Dom Ices on the side of Falcon as well, just to deal with all the attack speed coming out from, and the healing coming out from the side of Todak. So they have so much defenses in terms of their front line. They're really relying on Silent and Justin to put out the damage here. Todak, they need to be able to find Silent again. And if they do that, then they can run through the draft of Falcon Esports.
There's been so much focus on Silent that at the same time, you know, you have to deal with that Eve, the real-world manipulation. He hasn't died yet. I mean, it's been canceled, but at the same time, you have to be able to take care of that because he's just kind of freely pumping out the damage. We saw it on the damage charts there. So at this point, Todak, you have to start checking off the boxes for Falcon Esports because next Lord up in about 10 seconds. Not sure who's going to be able to fight that one out, but there is already quite a bit of damage coming out from Moon. Very low cooldown as well. Lord is now up.
Both teams now are gonna be dancing on a knife's edge. We have reached a point in the game where literally one big team fight will result in victory for either side. And we know what's at stake here for Todak. Falcon, they can definitely afford to let go of a game, but that doesn't mean they're going to be losing out on discipline right now. Both teams dancing around this luminous Lord pit. Momo will be the first one to scout out the bush. Wants to look for Silent, but will have to settle for Naomi instead. DeFranco is tanking a lot of damage. Yellow Flash buying a lot of time against Chiku as well. Bloody Hunt gonna come out on top of Momo as Formaze comes in with the Black Dragon form into the backline. He is looking for Silent, gets the Petrify, but not enough damage to finish off the Irritel. Yumes doing a lot of damage to Ken, but forces out the real world manipulation from Justin to zone out Todak. But they have done what they're looking for. The Lord is now in their control.
So they're going to take the Lord. They have to send Formaze back to clear the lane. Not sure if Yellow Flash wants to let this one go easily, but he doesn't have the... He's not going to be able to fight it. They grab the Lord, and they get the kill.
That's not all, though. Yellow Flash, the immortality, not going to save him for long. Todak pet the Lord. They get a kill. Falcon not too certain if they should contest that. And now Todak are the ones in the driver's seat.
This is what they need to be doing. Momo going exactly for the backline onto Silent. I mean, props to Falcon. They recognized what Todak was doing as well, called the retreat and tried to re-engage as much as possible. But still, Todak coming on top, and they really look so different in this game.
Again, you have pretty much at this point, right? 20 minutes in, you have that Lord marching down the middle lane. They have to be careful with this. Chiku also needs to be crucial about his positioning. If Yumes can find an Abyssal Arrow on the right target, that's great, because he's got to work around that beefy lineup of Falcon Esports, and now they crash into the base at the top lane.
Luminous Lord pushing in the mid side, one inhibitor standing between them and the top side. They already take it down. The Crystal is taking damage. Real world manipulation going to be used to take out the Lord as they find Yumes in the backline. The Selena is taken out. Chiku pinned against the wall, has to use the flicker to get out. And Falcon, they're not letting up so far, but Todak, a very disciplined approach here. They know that they got the tower. They have lost Yumes. They're going to try and retreat from this, but not too far. They still know they have a chance to try and re-engage. We have to watch out for Ken, though. He's looking for that heavy spin.
Yeah, I mean, Falcon, right now, that was a great defense being put up by them, using that real-world manipulation to force Todak back. And this is where it gets tough also for Todak, because Falcon has so much of this AoE damage to be able to fend them off. But it looks like Falcon, off of that team fight, trying to look for the aggression here in the mid lane. Naomi just spotting out whatever opportunity he might be able to get.
Again, this is why it's so difficult, right? Falcon Esports just putting the 3 tanky boys in the front. You have Justin setting up the perimeter, and then you have Silent just running around. He has sprint available to him. So that's why it's so difficult for Todak to actually get a favor, get something in their favor in terms of team fight. They really have to rely on that Chiku placement, the positioning. I mean, Moon has to help them disengage, and now they're going to be breaking it out here in the river.
Momo might have bitten off a bit more than he can chew here, but the Baxia is super tanky, not going to get taken out by Falcon so far, and they're not willing to engage too much. Dawning Light doing a solid amount of damage into the back line. Falcon, they're going to stay disciplined here, making the decision they don't want to engage on this. That is not the initiation they are looking for.
Yeah, both teams are just being careful, right? Because looking at their compositions and their ultimates, it's a very all-in thing. You go in with Momo and Formaze, you have to fully commit to that. And on the side of Falcon, you also have that heavy spin as well as huge ultimates like real-world manipulation. So as we go into a reset here in terms of, you know, battle spells as well as ultimates, both teams are looking to contest for this Lord.
Naomi and Ken coming in. They can scout out that Todak is on top of this. Momo wants to zone them away. Hook going to miss, but Abyssal Arrow does not. They find the Franco Mystic Field doing a lot of damage with the Dawning Light. Here comes Formaze. He wants Justin. He is low. Forces out the way to Trunky, and will it keep him alive long enough? Heavy spin not going to be enough. Immortality has been popped on the Eve. They shut him down. Justin's first death of the game. The fight is in absolute shambles though, as here comes Silent with the massive damage. Chiku gonna be able to respawn with Immortality. Yellow Flash is looking real low, but so is Momo as well as Formaze. Chiku hiding in the bush. He is waiting for an opportunity to reveal himself. But Todak knows that this is risky as well. They know that they are at risk of being eliminated. They're going for the Lord instead.
Honestly, I was at the edge of my seat here. Seeing Chiku in that bush, I thought he was going to pull out something out of his pocket with the flicker and make that play. But right now, Formaze!
Formaze.
Oh, he's gonna get caught out here, but he is surviving a surprisingly long time. Lord gonna go over the Momo, but he gets hooked backwards into Silent. The double kill going to the Aerotel Abyssal Arrow. Not able to find Naomi, but the snipe on Silent takes out half his HP. Falcon not able to steal the Lord away though.
Great job. I mean, so they secure that Lord. This is going to be the beefed up, powered up Lord. It will help them push, again, hopefully that last turn base of Falcon Esports. So you still have Chiku alive, you still have Yumes. The rest of the team should be up shortly as they march into the base. So they have a very good chance here to take this game. It's going to rely on Falcon Esports really to be able to defend. They have the immortalities, they have the tankiness, and they're actually going to try to stop the Lord at the mid lane.
Yeah, that's what they're doing now, putting out all the damage. Todak not quite in place to be able to defend this because the death timers are still on Momo and Formaze, and they rely on these two players to be able to make the engagement, and this Lord completely just wasted here. Well, in the mid lane, Yuke's trying to make a play, but he gets caught out, having to flicker away from Falcon.
But that was a nice flicker though, flickering behind Ken instead of in the usual other directions. Under those circumstances, you can see that Todak, they are still calm, their minds are still in position to be able to try and claim this victory. They know that they cannot afford to panic at this point. The game can still go either way, and we might be in for a long one here, folks. Neither of these teams willing to make a mistake.
That's a big item pickup from Chiku, right? We just saw him pick up that Wind of Nature. The next team fight, if he's able to use that in maybe an aggressive way or a defensive way, that might turn the tide of a fight here. Because right now, we saw the damage coming out from both Justin and Silent. It's really a concern for Todak. They need to keep Chiku alive, and they do have great CC, right? Moon also picking up the Ice Queen wand here, so that could really help them to set up for an advantage in the next big fight.
Man, we are 24, almost 25 minutes into the game right now. And guys, this is intense. You know, there is so much on the line here. Todak, they have all the supporters here live at MyTech, at home, viewers as well. And they know they need to perform because they are fighting for tournament lives. On the other hand, Falcon, they actually, yes, this means a lot to them, but they have 2 games already in the bag. So it's okay, you know, if they kind of take a back seat. In terms of the mindset, I feel like there's so much pressure on Todak.
But if you're able to claim a clean sweep, why wouldn't you? Falcon obviously have a lot of games that they can't afford to drop, but you have to think about momentum. Todak, they're known as the Malaysian Kings of Comeback for a reason. If you give this game over to them, who can say what will happen in the next one? They want to close this out themselves. This next Lord coming up in 10 seconds, will it be the objective one team needs to finally finish things off?
Tough, because now Lord going to be coming up here. Again, this is going to come down to who finds a pickoff or forces what resources out. You can see Formaze and Yellow Flash already going at it. They're looking to set up here around that Lord pit. Yellow Flash, gotta be careful here.
Momo looking for it. He's gonna engage onto Yellow Flash. Abyssal Arrow gonna find the Tamas as well. Forces the Vengeance out and the real world manipulation. And Todak, they're gonna back this off. They forced him to use that cooldown, but the hook onto Momo, he actually doesn't mind. He's gonna engage for himself. He's saying thank you for shortening the distance. Here comes Formaze as well, forcing out the heavy spin. That's a lot of big cooldowns already expended on the side of Falcon, but they are still not afraid. They wanna look for it. The hook just narrowly missing Momo. Chiku doing a lot of damage, and now it's going to be the dance around the Lord pit.
I feel like this has been pretty difficult for Falcon because even though they want to disengage, they don't quite have the mobility to do so. on the other hand, Todak, they can go in, they can use Black Dragon forms or the Shield Unity to do things like engage or disengage, but Falcon looks like they are the ones starting to leash the Lord here. Just two teams baiting it out. Oh, huge damage onto Yellow Flash though!
Engaging onto Yellow Flash, he still has immortality, but they're not able to finish him off. Here comes the wheel one manipulation again. Momo as well as Ken drop at the same time, but it's Ken that gets the immortality pop. Formaze zoning out the four members in the backline. Momo is real low, but he needs to be here. They need his retribution. Naomi silent. Justin gonna be able to find the back line as now the Dawning Light doing a lot of damage. Forme is gonna get his immortality pop, but the Lord goes over to Todak, and the Mystic Field makes sure they have a clean getaway.
Big pickup once again. Oh, Falcon might not be done. They pop the conceal, but they can't find anything. So great job here by Todak. Now they need to make sure that they can actually utilize this Lord this time. I mean, we're almost at the 30-minute mark at this point. They still have that bottom turret to work on, but this is their chance. This is their chance to get to another game.
I mean, honestly, that bottom turret is at half HP, right? Todak, it's gonna be really quick. Chiku just needs to get just maybe 1 or 2 Renner shots and it should do the trick. So Todak really needs to start syncing this up as they are doing right now to push together. But Falcon, they are the ones now. The pressure is on them to make this defense, and Momo goes in trying to look for something here. Are they going to get it?
Ken is going to be up in another 5 seconds or so. Todak, unfortunately, not able to make the engage. 5v4 as the Akai will be able to join them. Dawning Light doing a lot of damage. They want to keep this Lord alive. Yellow Flash taking quite a bit, but the Bloody Hunt finds Chiku somehow to shut down. But the fight is already in full swing. Formaze into the backline. They pick off Yellow Flash. Silent dropping real low. Formaze gets it with the Dragon Tail. It's a 4v3. Naomi going to get dropped real low. Justin in danger. Dawning Light forces the Winter Trunkian. Todak, the crystal is exposed. They are on top of it. The Kings of Comeback have made the impossible happen. And the series shall continue to score 1-2.
Oh my goodness, Todak, they are the Comeback Kings indeed. 2 games in the back, Falcon Esports, they had it, but Todak clutches this one back into their hands. You can see the sigh of relief on their faces that they are still in the game.
Hey, they deserve it, and they should be happy about that performance, especially what they learned from Game 1, Game 2, and it looks so much cleaner here, and hopefully they can continue this on as they move forward to a game number 4.
Todak are always the classic team at making our hearts beat out of our chests. Literally only when the pressure of the world is upon them do they find the strength to push on. And well, it's better late than never. I'm looking forward to seeing whether or not they will be able to bring this series to a tie, but that was a well-deserved victory, and these players definitely have earned their rest for now.
Yeah, they're gonna, take a break now, heading back into their player rooms, reset. This is definitely a boost to their morale. Maybe they have found the key to it. Banning out, taking away that Beatrix from Silent looks like it's worked out really, really well. Now the question is, can they continue this? Because there's so much pressure still. Don't forget, this is a best of 5. 1 more point to Falcon is going to seal the deal, so they still need to be on their toes.
Yeah, I was kind of worried there because Chiku got picked off at the end, right? But luckily, even Moon was there. The rest of the squad, they able to punch that one in. So now they have some time, right? To just kind of regroup, recalculate, and hopefully continue on with the momentum that they have. But at this point, they should be proud. Let's get it for Todak.
Yep, let's see what the analysts have to hear. Passing it over, take it away.
Thank you so much from the casters at your service. My name is Leo. Joined here by LaFell. We're breaking down game number 3 between Todak and Falcon Esports. And the Malaysian squad still here in its okay jersey. Did I say that right?
Yeah, it's okay jersey. Now the thing is, I love longer games, longer series. And in this game, we can definitely see that both Falcon as well as Todak really pulled it down a little bit, right? It's like they want to make sure that they play calculated. They don't want to take unnecessary risk. I just love long games, man.
Yeah, actually, in the draft alone, in the back, we were calculating and struggling to understand why is Todak allowing such power picks to come through? Early Akai, first phase Franco, honestly, it felt like the writing was on the wall. It's going to be a sweep. But Todak, again, in true Todak fashion, shows us not to write them off just yet. In the draft, we saw that Yums had to adjust. He picked up the roaming Selena.
Yeah, I feel like that is one of the bigger conversations that we have to talk about, how the way that they adjusted the draft, the biggest difference is vision control. With more vision control for the side of Todak, it made sure that they can actually handle the engagements coming in from the side of Falcon.
Yep, they were able to see exactly where Falcon was, those angles that Falcon was taking in Game 1 and Game 2, not so easy anymore. Plus, given the easy access that Formaze has into the back line, 485 does not give justice to what the XP laner from Todak has given us.
Personally, I would give Formaze the MVP.
Already.
I don't care about the
Immediately.
KDA. And the thing is, I like the way that they played the game. They want to play off of the lanes. That's why Formaze, his first item is actually not damage-based. He fixed his Dominance Eyes first to make sure that he can handle against Yellow Flash on the EXP lane. And with the first Dominance Eyes there, he basically controlled that lane and everywhere else on the map.
Those deaths on Formaze almost always resulted into something, right? There was always a trade, there was always a find, always a catch. And yes, there was very few deaths on the side of Falcon, and they did scatter it all around. Specifically Justin. They put in so much work to take down Justin, but that one moment that he died up top after several Winter Truncheon juggles, it was worth it.
I gotta say as well, Silent, even though we're not seeing the itemization right now specifically, Silent changed up his item so many times in the game, where first he had boost, then he swapped it out for a Wind Talker, and then went full greed with a lot of critical damage, and then actually subbing out one of the critical items for a Demon Understory just to make sure he has a little bit of lifesteal.
Yep, and that little bit of lifesteal may have been the difference. We're used to seeing Haas Claws, and that may have added a little bit more of the healing to Falcon. And this massive 1.8 M damage heal is mostly because they were in their base. Honestly, it's very rare we see Falcon get trapped in their own base, but Todak did an amazing job here Game 3.
Yeah, in terms of total heal, it's a full switcheroo, and we gotta look at the damage taken from the side of Todak. We can definitely see for both Momo and Formaze did absolutely amazing, over 200,000 damage that they received. And for the side of Falcon, Ken as well as Yellow Flash equally taking a lot of damage. So in this game, I can definitely say that the frontliners did so much, and I feel like that's the reason why the game was stalled so long.
Yep, and because of the hard work of the frontliners from both Falcon and Todak, it's those mages that made the most. We already mentioned Justin, but let's give a highlight over here to my personal favorite player from Todak, Moon. He was so confident. I think there was a moment that we will catch here in the highlights in just a bit where he was baiting. He was the one who was like, I'm over here. I'm over here. Come on over here.
It's almost like he's accepted it. You know, it's like, you know what, in MSC, everyone wants to chase after me, so might as well.
Wants a piece of Moon. They want a piece of Moon, right? But here's our MVP taking it. The award, the honor in game number 3. It's Formaze.
Respect.
Okay, you called it right.
Respect.
You called it right.
He deserved it, all right? He deserved it. This kind of KDA is a KDA that any XP laner can be proud of, because here's the thing. When you're an EXP laner, it doesn't matter about the numbers. It matters about the impact, how you play your lane, how you play the team fight, how you actually peel for your carries. And I feel like that's why he deserved the MVP.
It's a tough job, but someone's got to do it. When you're the XP laner, it's more than just the numbers, as you put it. It's more than just what you see. It's actually what you feel and how it looks like. And boy, oh boy, every single Black Dragon form. And not even, I think there were moments in the game wherein, I think we'll see this specifically again in the highlights, wherein I thought Formaze had popped the Black Dragon form, but no, it was just his dominant presence. He was just walking around like he owned the place, and it's like, no, Yellow Flash, you check it before you wreck it, because in game 1 and 2, Yellow Flash can go anywhere. Now in game 3, this was Formaze's house.
But we do gotta say, it was very difficult for Formaze to actually do what he wants to do, because on the side of Falcon, the way that they drafted, there's very small room for errors, right? Because their draft is very straightforward. They're gonna brute force their way right in front of you, and then Silent will dish out the damage, and Silent dished out a lot of damage in this game.
Yeah, I think it's taken a while for Todak to learn it and to figure out, but here in game 3, they definitely did. Look at the MVP, look at Formaze, the masterpiece that he has done here. Game number 3, 20 minutes plus. Every single time, look at him, he's catching him. First death on Justin, this is the one.
I gotta say, I haven't seen Formaze play Yuzong in a long time, and I'm so happy watching him play it again. But the thing is, this this game, this series, Todak got their first win, but it's a long journey to a full victory because, again, Falcon still just needs one more win. And based on this game, I kind of feel like they will have a read on Todak as well because the two games that Todak does well is Moon having a lot of free space, having a lot of free time. So perhaps the next draft, they're going to target Moon again.
Again. All right. Well, I think Todak has had enough of Moon getting targeted, and I'm glad that they upped the ante here. They let the enforcer, Formaze, show up, and he definitely did our MVP here. Rafael, correct me if I'm wrong. Mytech, you guys can laugh at me if I say this wrong, but Formaze, he went Gia here.
Yes, he main gila.
He main gila.
Very gila over here. Very crazy for those of you who don't understand. That was very good. I'm proud of you. I'm very proud of you.
Terima kasih.
I'm very proud of you even more. Now the thing is, looking at this game, Falcon and Todak, their series has gotten a little bit more intense. So far, we've seen all the best of fives going 3-0. This is the first best of five that's not a 3-0, and I can't wait for the next match.
Neither could I. Let's throw it back to the desk. Leo and Lafel out for now.
It's not often you get the opportunity to put physical proof of being able to perform well under pressure on your resume, but Todak has certainly proven that here at MyTech Kuala Lumpur here at MSC 2022. Welcome back to the English caster desk, ladies and gentlemen. This is of course, going to me once again, getting a little bit tongue-tied there after how intense that last game was. My name is Dafa, alongside with Scrubby Cheeks once again, and Naisu, bringing you all of this action live here in KL.
Yeah, I mean, definitely tongue-tied, lost for words, because Todak, they lived up to their names here as the comeback kings. You know, it was really looking like yes, they had the early game lead, but it looked like maybe lost a bit of momentum in the middle, and then they just got it back at the end as well. So really props to them for taking this, and we can see the MSC 2022 comments as well, supporting both Falcon as well as Todak.
Yeah, our audience out there definitely has a lot to say about both these teams. I mean, us as well, right? And also, just real quickly, if you guys haven't yet, do scan that QR code. It's on the screen right now. Let us know how everything's going on, how we're doing here. And with that being said, I mean, going into game number 4, we're going to be in the draft in just a few seconds here, but I got to say, do Falcon Esports have the read on Todak, or is there something else that's going to pop up here?
Now that we've seen that previous game, who can really say for sure? I think pretty much most people watching this were expecting a clean sweep after the performance we saw in games 1 and 2, but somehow clutching it away at the very last minute. Todak really knows how to play with our hearts here. Malaysian fans, I think we all can definitely feel exactly what we are experiencing right now, but we want to see more. This is surprisingly, after so many days of playoffs, the first time we have actually seen a anti-clean sweep, like literally something that is not a clean sweep here in a best of 5 series. And now that the players are getting ready, walking back up on stage, I am excited to see what happens next.
For sure, and if I'm not wrong, you know, this is the first time in a while that Falcon has dropped a game. I think they took clean games previously, and now losing one would mean that they have to come back and reset completely, as they now also come back and make their way to this stage here.
I think, again, Falcon Esports, you know, they have to think about this next draft, right? Because momentum obviously in the favor of Todak, and at the same time, again, we're talking about the home court advantage here, the home court buff, if you will. And Chiku, right? Let's talk about it a little bit. Does he go for that Beatrix once again? It was a pretty good game for him. I mean, he made a lot of great decisions, and at the same time, his positioning was a little bit questionable, but I think if he can grab that Beatrix pick early on, that could be a good start for them. And at the same time, how do you revolve again around your whole Moon choice, right? The analysts talked about it a little bit. Moon could be the target now, especially with that Xavier, if it's open.
Yeah, that Xavier was a big role in how Todak were able to secure that late game victory earlier, but I do think that a lot of respect has to be given to the other players once again. Will they target Moon once more as we go into the next game? I do think that there's heroes that have to be respected, but we already see what Chiku is able to do on the Beatrix. Formates pulling the Yuzong out of nowhere. Is this a hero that needs to be respected? Falcon Esports have a choice to make about how they want to respond to this new momentum coming out of Todak. And will Todak be able to maintain this? Because they still have to win 2 games if they somehow want to steal this series away.
Yeah, just looking at support is here, you know, live at MyTech, and the players themselves getting a bit, I don't know, nervous, but prepped up for the event. It is a lot on the line here again, potentially match points still that might go in the way of Falcon Esports, so Todak does have to step up their game. Starfire, you talked about the Yuzong pick as well. I don't know, I think it was a reaction, especially because the Yves came out first, so it was a great response to what Falcon Esports have. So we're gonna see if Todak can pull the same sort of great responses to Falcon's draft, because this time they are on the second pick.
Yeah, absolutely. The Yuzong being pulled out, all things considered though, is actually not an uncommon hero pick if you were to watch the local MPL. Formace does actually enjoy playing on this hero, and as you mentioned, it's a very solid counter to Eve. I'm kind of surprised I haven't seen Todak go for the hero pick earlier, but sometimes when watching this team, you really do get the feeling that they only bring out these really strong comfort picks when they feel like they have no other choice.
Yeah, and I mean, at this point, they still don't have much of a choice, right? Because it still is going to be match point, I mean, for Falcon Esports. So as much as possible, Todak wants to take this to another game here. They want to take game number 4. They're not going to let the priority pick go over to Falcon Esports. They're going to take out the Beatrix.
Yeah, that worked for them in the previous round, taking out the Beatrix from Silent, and I think Falcon Esports this time, they definitely have to have seen this coming. They are going to revert to the exact same bans that they've been running though for, I think, the last 3 games now. Exactly the same, 1-1 Valentina and the Barats. So Todak is the one, the onus is on them to be able to change things up. Will they still go for the Natalia ban or the Julian ban?
I feel like Natalia should be the priority here, but it looks like Todak will decide to get rid of the Julian instead. I am kind of surprised looking at the bans from Falcon, because 1-1 and Valentina are 2 heroes that you usually leave for the red side to ban instead. So I wonder what this indicates in terms of Falcon's comfort hero pool. With Julian taken away though, that means that the Akai will go over to them for free.
Another high priority hero, right? Akai. Most likely going to go in the hands of Ken here, but Todak has a lot of options, right? They can play around with this, and really this could be, again, starting in the draft like it usually does, this could be the first steps to taking this to another game. So they have to think, do we want to grab priority junglers? Do we want to grab priority mid lanes? Because at the same time, Xavier still on the table, right? If Moon wants to go ahead and have that comfort, he could go ahead and grab that. So Todak has to start with that, and then what do you complement it with?
Well, the Franco is still up for grabs as well, so if Yumes does want to play this again, he could, but they're just going to roll with the Baxia as well as the Xavier, which worked for them in the previous game.
I'm kind of surprised here with the Baxia pickup. Yes, it worked really well for them in the previous game, but I don't really feel like Falcon are going to contest it very hard. I do think that still going for picks like the Franco would be safer, or even the Selena, just in case they want to make sure that Falcon doesn't gain access to that themselves. And now that we've gotten to this point as well, the Natalia is still open for Naomi, and that's exactly what we're going to be seeing.
There you go, Natalia locked in here for Naomi, and we know that he has been a beast on this hero for all the past games. Naomi has been using this to dive into the backline. I think in the game with up against Todak, he also secured a triple kill just by himself. So this is insane.
So this is going to be tough, right? Like I said, focus. Maybe you want to focus on Moon. Moon gets his comfort hero, he gets the Xavier, but now you have to constantly worry about either getting set up from the heavy spin or Naomi popping out and just doing what, you know, Natalia does best or Naomi does best, right? So now you have to be a little more conscious. How do we protect Moon? How do we protect what Chiku's going to have in the gold lane? We'll see how they decide to round out the first phase, and it's going to go ahead and be Rafaela, which actually is a good choice.
Yeah, I was expecting this to come out from Todak once I saw the Natalia and the Akai being picked up, but I am still a little bit concerned about it because while Raf is a solid counter to these two heroes, it is still a very squishy roamer and doesn't quite allow Yumes to open up the map like he did on the Selena. And as was mentioned by the analyst, that vision control was a big factor in allowing Todak to control the momentum of that previous game.
Yeah, I'm not sure what they might go into here in coming into the next phase of the ban. Falcon Esports, they actually look to ban out the Thamma, so choosing to focus on Yellow Flash's lane here. Are they going to focus, continue this narrowing down of heroes for Formays?
It's a choice for them. I mean, going back to what they have already, so they take out the Eve here, but going back to what Todak has, I mean, they have great tools to just disengage, right? Because that's what Falcon Esports is going to be doing here from the get-go. They're going to be looking for the setups, whether that's the heavy spin or even just falling star. I mean, pretty much everything in this first phase, they can choose to give the go. Now, having the Holy Baptism as an option, either defensively or aggressively, could work in their favor. Again, you have Xavier too. The CC and the damage is there, but right now, how do they round that out, right? Your gold laner, you have to be thinking, what is Chiku going to get here? On the table, right? They actually banned out the Clint. There's no Wanwan here. Both sides have yet to choose the gold lane, so we'll see how they go out.
I think Todak are gonna leave Chiku's pick until the very end because they want to see what he's going to be laning against. I think most likely for 4 mains, we're going to see something like a Masha being picked up at this point. The Yuzong is still open, but since Todak have banned out the Eve themselves...
They prio the Brody.
Huh.
Picking up Chiku's hero first, even though they don't know what Silent is going into. I'm not sure if that's a bit, well, risky, but Falcon's gonna go ahead and pick up the Kagura for themselves. So we know that Justin, you know, also plays really well on this Kagura. It's a pretty comfort pick and it adds a lot of burst damage as well to what Falcon currently has.
Again, what you're trying to do here with Todak is just range, right? Trying to not just get dove on all game. So Falcon Esports going to go ahead and lock in this carry, which we've seen perform actually somewhat decent. And now they respond there. Okay.
Oh,
Benedetta.
Wow, that's interesting coming out of Todak. And again, I have to highlight, this is a hero that is within 4Maze's comfort pool. And while typically we see 4Maze playing as more of a utility role, sacrificing his life to allow his teams to have a better engage, he is also a very highly mechanical player. A couple seasons ago, his Benedetta was the absolute best in the local MPL. The kind of plays he can make, absolutely astounding. Hopefully he hasn't gotten too rusty after we haven't seen this hero being played by him in a long time. But MyTech Kuala Lumpur, make some noise! Will Todak be able to continue their comeback, or will Falcon Esports close out the series and send them packing? We will find out as the Land of Dawn welcomes us once more.
Welcome to game number 4 here. Todak on the momentum swing, and this could be a very good game for both teams. They have to find the pace they want to set here, because again, you're going against engages, and then on the other side, disengages. So let's see how both junglers go ahead, start up, and the game goes on.
Starting up on the red side here for both of these junglers, and how are we looking at the compositions? I mean, in terms of Falcon, they have that fighting potential, Yellow Flash, great as Esme, also to help out in the team fights, but they have to wait a really long time for Silent to scale up.
A lot of this game's momentum is going to be determined in these early minutes by how well Yumes matches Naomi's tempo. And just as we mentioned that, they're already making a play onto Momo with 3 members of Falcon. Momo actually even coming back to try and set up for his team, but no casualties here.
I like this, you know, Yumes trying to do something here, but again, this is a Rafaela early on. Not going to be able to do much, honestly, but keep your team alive. Now, top side, you know, this matchup alone, Esmeralda versus Benedetta, I gotta say, I like the Benedetta because it allows you to have a win condition yourself, to push the lane, split push the best you can. But when it comes to team fights, you try to bait things out.
I think that's exactly what he's trying to do here for me. He's just baiting. I think there was 3 members on him for that moment, but manages to get out safely. And exactly what you said, Naisu. I think 4 mates on this Benedetta does give them a plan B if the game drags out like it did the last game. They have a huge split push potential here.
Ken gonna be challenging the jungle camps away from Todak, but right now we're definitely seeing Naomi not being able to play quite as aggressively as we are used to in these early minutes, which indicates that Yums is doing his job well. I think Momo as well going to be accompanying the Rafaela around just to make sure that free kills aren't given over to this Natalia on Falcon Esports.
Yeah, that might just be a free turtle for them because no one's going to contest this. Naomi is just scouting around. He could be looking for something in the mid lane too.
The turtle will go over to Falcon, but I don't think Todak mind that too much. They are playing this game a bit more defensively because they know that if they overextend themselves, it is going to be giving way too much advantage over to Falcon. Chiku though in a bit of danger. The first blood going to be scored by Falcon. They want some revenge. Dawning Light going to miss the Natalia. Here comes Momo. Smokescreen. Will it be enough to keep him alive? Nope, they get the revenge kill, but Yums gets picked off by Justin in the mid lane. Moon not quite able to finish the job.
I mean, I'll take that trade any day. Naomi for Chiku, and they get a extra kill there onto Yubes in the mid lane as well. So Falcon really looking good here with this early game.
Falcon Esports looking to set the pace here, and at the same time, right, Justin, we know what he does with leads. He's already got that early kill, so at this point, Moon's got to be a little bit careful, you know, not to continue to actually just stay stable in that lane and get to the point where he's now comfortable because the focus will be around there once again.
Oh, the heavy spin onto Moon. I don't know if he'll be able to escape. Formaze coming in to provide a hand, but it's not going to be enough. He stuns Ken, but not Yellow Flash. He wants some revenge, but Justin is able to teleport away. Double kill going over the Yellow Flashes. Now Ken is in the backline delaying them. Akayev dropping real low. Momo has enough damage. Yums gets the kill. Yellow Flash not enough mana to follow up, and Momo, he wants to look for a Dawning Light. Able to set it up, but we're going to be losing Momo, and now Yums, the double kill being fed over to Naomi.
Naomi, this is why you don't put Natalia in the hands of this player. Showing extremely strong, just fighting back against Todak. And they look good for a moment, Todak there. They had 2 kills exactly. Oh, well, Justin, I think, manages to get away in that fight, but they had an answer. Falcon, though, wow.
Falcon, once again, taking this minor lead here. Formaze again should be able to focus on those split pushes because, as we saw in the previous team fight, it's tough, but now the focus on Momo.
He's getting targeted by 3 members of Falcon, but Ken choosing not to invest the heavy spin. He wants to use the ultimate to secure the Lord instead of getting this kill, and now he's gonna use it, but Momo gets the retry, steals it away. Chiku beating the target with the Natalia in the back line. Momo gonna be picked off by Silent as Formaze gets a kill in the front line, but Moon has already dropped to the Natalia as well. Chiku going to be picked off. Yums follows shortly after a 2-for-3 trade, but Todak do get the turtle.
Well, this is not looking good for Todak. Falcon, they are back again on their A game, and Todak this time they're falling behind in terms of the early game. And to top that off, Chiku this time, he opts for the Killing Spree emblem, but it looks like he's really not getting the momentum that he needs.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to go ahead and switch lanes too, right? Because at this point, Silent, he's already got 2 kills, and this carry will scale very well here. So now, focus once again on the bottom lane. They're looking to push in Formaze. They don't want to freely just, you know, farm up, push the lane as he wants to. Now the action comes out.
Forced to use the Electro final blow, but I don't think he minds that too much. He is hoarding Dev right now. He wants the kill on Naomi, but biting off a bit more than he can chew. That kill gives the Natalia the blade of the Heptases, and here comes Justin making a play onto Moon, the magic worship. Will it be enough to finish him off? The flicker from Justin secures the killing spree, and now Chiku wants to kill Yellow Flash. Torn apart memory though, not enough damage.
Wow, I mean, this is looking really tough for Todak right now. And Justin, that aggressive flicker in just to secure the kill. Phenomenal plays here. Falcon is only looking more and more dangerous, and Naomi secures himself 1 more in the name of Yums here. They're rotating out, looking for something onto Chiku, potentially 4 of them. If not, then they will turn their sights to this next objective.
tough because all around the map, Todak is pretty much just kind of paranoid, right? Where is Naomi? Where is everybody else? Because they're making plays in every single lane. And now that the next turtle's going to come up, they're finding the space. They're finding that area to move around. Moon kind of just, he has to just pretty much just turret defense here in the mid lane. Can't really find much anything.
They're now challenging the turtle. Momo on top of it. Dawning Light actually sets up for the retribution. That's a nice communication there from Todak. Chiku gonna take the top tower. Momo makes sure Naomi can't engage on it. So Todak is able to take that top objective as now Formaze trying to play with fire a little bit. He wants that buff, but it's gonna be taken by Ken.
Oh, Todak, I feel like they're just a little bit slow here behind Falcon, right? They cleared the top tower only after they lost the objective, and Formaze, even though he cleared the bottom lane as well, didn't get to the fight just quick enough. And right now, Ken trying to pin Momo, but it's just not enough to start a fight.
They do get one tower in the bottom side, but now they're going to be losing Momo. The Holy Baptism finds two right into the Dawning Light. Chiku gets the kill in the backline as well. A shutdown going over to Yubes. Ken now going to be cut off by Formaze. He's tanking a lot of the tower damage and allows Moon to pick up the kill. They get the mid-tier 1.
Big pickups here for Todak. They're flipping the switch on now, and they're going to focus a little bit here on the tier 2 turret. Yellow Flash now coming up here. He might be looking to go in.
Oh, just as we said it, right? Todak on the back foot, but now they are trying to play on the front. Falcon, just one yellow flash, zoning them out. Justin again with the flicker in, and a Yang overturn manages to secure Chiku as a kill, but Todak, they fight back. Moon gets a double onto Falcon as well, and now they break even 2-2, traded across both teams.
Despite that, though, Moon is getting actually a lot of farm. 5 kills, 2 deaths on this Xavier, and that is going to be the primary DPS for Todak for basically the entire late game. They're not really expecting Chiku to scale quite as well as compared to Silent, considering the hero matchup, and all they want to do is use this Benedetta to delay the game long enough for Moon to become unstoppable.
Yeah, you guys said it, right? Allow Formaze to do what he needs to do later on in the game. Right now, Chiku, you can't expect him to just have a crazy kill game on this Brody pick, but at the same time, all he really has to do in those team fights is get the marks off and then pop that torn apart memory. Meanwhile, Moon is the one popping the damage on this comfort pick for him. Also, you have the safety of Yumes to help with the Holy Baptism, but Formaze, again, he can either bait things out from Falcon Esports or go and push a lane to cause pressure to force them to respond to him.
Oh, but Formaze not quite enough there. Having to juke around 4 members of Falcon is a little bit too much, even for him. And that means that Todak are 4v5 on this Lord. They still want to try and challenge it, though. If they're able to time the Dawning Light in time, like they did previously, they can still take it. But because of this, Naomi able to get a tower down bottom. Momo now putting himself out of position to set up for the Dawning Light. Gets pinned against the wall. Chiku jumping into the backline onto Silent. Gets the kill with the torn apart memory, getting a double too on the Akai. Yellow Flash is looking for this Brody, but Momo is zoning him out alongside Yumes. Naomi coming in as well. They're all so low on Todak. They need to survive this. They lose Yumes, but if the other 2 survive, that is going to be worth it for Todak.
That's so disciplined of Naomi. They were all so low, and ordinarily, I think people might have just jumped in on capitalizing on those low health bars, but not what he did, because he's just so comfortable on this hero. And now Todak, yes, they got low on their lives here, but they do have the advantage on the Lord here. Justin hanging up there, though, looking for an opportunity.
All right, now, I don't think anyone can commit to this just yet. They are going to just push and pull between the Lord, but no one wants to take that chance. They grab another turret here for Falcon, finding the space, and now Naomi.
They're not quite able to finish him off, though, able to walk away from the engage on Todak, but they know that the Natalia is low. They want to challenge this Lord. They're now on top of Yellow Flash. Mystic Field already popped down. Formaze in the back line, but gets spotted out by Silent, so he's not able to continue. They have to watch out, though. Justin is in the bush. Formaze finds him. Gonna have a friendly little recall right there, saying, hey, I see you, but here comes Justin. Yin Yang overturn, forces out the flicker to escape from Todak as the knockout from Lord. Gonna put Yellow Flash slightly in an awkward position, but he is still alive. Todak are going to be zoned out of this Lord for now.
I think It was a little cheeky there on the side of Justin. Oh, yellow flash falls really low. But yeah, you know, forced to use that flicker actually because of that play. And now it's going to be down for a pretty long time. So he does have to rely on that Seimei umbrella completely. But I feel like Todak, overall, they are adapting really, really well to this Natalia pick from Naomi as well. Because they play around this. They see that, okay, Naomi's on the bottom lane. We can pull the trigger here on the top side. Naomi is low. We can engage here for the team fight as well. So Todak, they're being really careful but recognizing exactly when they need to go in.
I think this is a great situation for Todak. Like, no one commits to the lore just yet. Just stall it out a little bit longer because you need time for Formaze to do what he wants to do around the map, but also for Chiku, right? To get those items, Moon's pretty much already there. So at 1.2, Naomi won't be able to pump out as much damage, especially if Momo can kind of get a little bit more tanky, or Yums can actually protect those carries that he's trying to. So player gold here, you can see it. Chiku is getting there, and still, no one wants to commit to the lore just yet.
Despite everything, somehow Chiku is sitting at the top of the net worth charts. Yes, his hero doesn't scale quite as well as Silent, but he still does a mean amount of damage once he's full up on items. And now that Formaze, he knows that Naomi and Justin are down here. That's go time for Todak. They might want to start on this, but now Chiku is out of position, gets taken out by Silent. Not quite enough on the torn apart memory to get the kill on Ken as well. As now in the backline, Yums is being zoned out by Yellow Flash. Moon coming in. Will the Raph be able to walk away? We'll find out, as Momo gonna be pinned against the wall by Ken as well. Here comes Formaze, but he's not quite able to pick it up. The Ken going to be able to take that Lord. Formaze a bit too late to the fight. They've already lost 3 members on Todak, and he is completely by himself. 1v4. That's gonna be 4 members of Todak taken out by Falcon Esports.
Falcon Esports, what a strong showing there at the team fight. Unfortunately, Chiku got caught early on in that fight, and you can see now Silent is slowly starting to pop off. Those light wheels are starting to hurt a lot. Can the healing from Yums be able to sustain the team for long enough is the question, but they also have to be mindful of that burst damage coming from Justin, so this is starting to look tough for Todak.
Yeah, definitely tough because at this point, like you said, Chiku was out of position, right? And this kind of happened last game too. There was a couple moments where he was just, the positioning was questionable, and now they're punishing them for it. So Todak, they still have the tools they need to defend, but it might be Falcon Esports that looks to crack open the base here.
Luminous Lord gonna crash into the bottom inhibitor. Dawning Light not doing enough. Heavy spin to zone out Todak, as now Yellow Flash jumps in on top of Moon, but not able to do enough damage. The Lord has already been taken out, but while that was happening, Naomi was taking the top inhibitor as well, unbeknownst to Todak. They lose 2 inhibitors at once.
This is, wow, Naomi just recognizing that, I mean, usually maybe you see Natalia starting to fall off in the mid lane, but Naomi knows exactly how to flex his hero, do the split pushing, and that's what Formaze was supposed to do here, but Falcon is just abusing this advantage and starting to look at objectives.
I think they're actually doing a great job handling Formaze, right? He's trying to split push. He's trying to be that plan B for Todak, but they're just responding so well. And at this point, already 7K gold lead, right? We're almost to the 15-minute mark. So this is the discipline coming out from Falcon Esports. They grab the 2 inhibitor turrets, they lead that mid one up, and now they continue to look for moments here for Todak.
Momo gonna get pinned against the wall right under Silent. He's tanky, but not against a carry. And now Yellow Flash finds a 3-man Falling Star Moon in the back, forcing the flicker from Chiku. Formaze wants the kill on Justin, but he's getting zoned out. And Naomi in the base, picking off the Brody. Mega kill going over to Silent, as Formaze will fall as well. Moon getting charged down in his own base by Yellow Flash, and the crystal is exposed. Dawning Light to clear up the minion wave.
They're going for it.
Going to be able to take out Justin. They're just breaking down the crystal. Falcon Esports steals the victory away from Todak. The dreams and hopes of the Kings of Comeback will end here in MSC 2022.
Falcon Esports, the true dark horses here, taking down the giants, the champions of MPL Malaysia in Todak. My goodness, the crowd erupts for Falcon Esports, and look at how happy they are to take this. Aim high, fly high indeed.
You guys said it, man. Falcon Esports just showing how disciplined they are too in their games, in their play style, and we saw it there unfold here, and just, again, big performance from Falcon Esports.
Truly proving their status as the dark horse of this MSC tournament, taking a bow up on stage, appreciating the fans for their support. This is just an incredible performance for the Seoul representatives from Myanmar, proving that the nation has what it takes to stand on the international Mobile Legends stage. And unfortunately, that will mean that our local champions will be eliminated from the competition. GG, well played to them.
Definitely. Look at them just waving to the camera. Falcon Esports, a very, very well-deserved victory here. And now everyone's going to start to know Falcon. You know, at the beginning of this tournament, people were like, wait, who is this team again? And now everyone is even voting for them. All the votes swung so much in their favor. Now just a little friendly fist bump here. You know, I like that, thanking each other for the good match played.
Just really well played and good show of sportsmanship as well. This is the peak of MLBB. Let's see what Mara is going to have to say with the players here.
Here with me is Justin from Falcon Esports, one of the most versatile mid laners in MSC so far. And to help me translate, Zal, congratulations on your win. Coming into MSC, Falcon Esports was seen as the underdogs, as the dark horses. Do you think that still stands true now?
ဂုဏ်ယူပါတယ်အခုလိုနိုင်သွားတဲ့အတွက်ပေါ့နော်ဒီ MSC ကိုလာတဲ့အခါမှာ Falcon Esports ကိုတော်တော်များအနေနဲ့နိုင်ဖို့အခွင့်အလမ်းနေတဲ့အတင်းအနေနဲ့မြင်ကြတယ်ပေါ့နော်အခုတော့တော်တော်ပြောင်းလဲသွားတယ်တွေ့ရတယ်အခုဘလို့နေလဲ Justin နဲ့အဲ့ဒီပုံမှာဘလို့ပြောချင်လဲ
ကျွန်တော်တို့ underdog လို့ dark horse လို့ထင်တာကျွန်တော်တို့ကတတ်မှတ်တာမဟုတ်ပါဘူးကျွန်တော်တို့ရဲ့ fan တွေကတတ်မှတ်တာပါကျွန်တော်တို့ကတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့လုံနိုင်နေအောင်အကောင်းဆုံးလုပ်အောင်ပါ
The underdog or dark horse is determined by our fans but we do our best and we did our best today as well.
Now you're rising to the top, and I know that there's no MPL for you guys right now. Only a few of you have been together. It's a fairly new team, together for only 6 months. But it seems like you guys have been together for years. How did you manage to get the right balance of friendship and chemistry in such a short time? Because it's really showing in the game.
ဆိုတော့ဒီအဖွဲ့စီရလည်းတိတ်မကြသေးဘူးပေါ့နော်အတင်သားတွေနဲ့အတူတူလေ့ကျင့်တာလုပ်တာဆိုလို့ရှိရင်6လလောက်ပဲရှိအောင်ပဲဒါပေမဲ့အခုကြည့်ရတာအတင်သားတွေအချိန်နှစ်ပေါင်းများစွာအတူတူလေ့ကျင့်ထားတဲ့ပုံစံပေါက်နေတယ်ပေါ့နော်ဆိုတော့ဒီအချိန်တော်အတွင်းမှာအတင်သားတွေအခုလိုမျိုးစစ်စစ်လုံးလုံးနဲ့ဘယ်လိုမျိုးနေကြရလဲဘယ်လိုမျိုးဆိုကြတယ်
ကျွန်တော်လင်းနှစ်လောက်ရှိပြီပေါ့နော်ကျွန်တော်ဒီအတင်သားတွေကလည်းကျွန်တော်နောင်မီတို့ဟိုတို့ silent လို့ဆိုတော့ကျွန်တော်ဟိုးရင်နဲ့ဆော့လိုက်လို့ပေါ့နော်ကျွန်တော်အဲ့လိုမျိုးအတူတူရှိရ chemistry မိအောင်ကျွန်တော်အများအားအတူတူအရာတွေအတူတူလုပ်ပြီးတော့တရားဆိုအတူတူလုပ်ပြီးတော့ကျွန်တော်စိတ်တူကိုယ်တိုင်အားလုံးသွားကြလို့ပါ
So we have been playing this game for 4 years, especially with Naomi and Silent. We have been playing together for quite a long time. But when we were together, we always do things together, we decide things together. I think that's built up the chemistry between our team.
So the 4 years of the 3 players built the chemistry for the rest of the players. So you guys were the leaders. So who's responsible for the glue? Who's the glue of the team that makes sure everybody has one mind?
ဆိုတော့ဒီအတင်သားတွေကိုအခုလိုမျိုးစစ်စစ်လုံးလုံးနဲ့ပေါ့နော်တယောက်နဲ့တယောက်စစ်စစ်လုံးနေဖို့ဆိုလို့ရှိရင်ဘယ်သူကတာဝန်အရှိဆုံးလဲပေါ့ဒီအတင်ထဲမှာဆိုလို့ရှိရင်ဘယ်သူတာဝန်အယူဆုံးလဲ
ကျွန်တော်မှဆိုကျွန်တော်ရဲ့ head coach ဆရာကြီးကကျွန်တော်တို့တောင်းနေတယ်ကျွန်တော်တို့ကျန်တဲ့လူတွေကကြာအဲ့လိုသူဟောဖြစ်တဲ့အချိန်မှာအကုန်လုံးတိတ်သေးတယ်ဝိုင်းပြီးတော့လုပ်ကြအောင်ညာအဲ့လို
Our head coach is our glue of the team and then we follow his lead.
That's great to know when the head coach is the leader and a friend as well. Now, a lot of people are actually outside and I was interviewing them. Even though they don't watch Mobile Legends, they're here to support your team. So what do you have to say to everybody who really believes in you that you can go all the way up? Your message to them.
ခဏဒီမာရာနီနဲ့လည်းသူပြိတ္တတွေတော်တော်များများစကားတော့ပြောဖြစ်တယ်တချို့ဆိုလို့ရှိရင် Mobile Legends မကြည့်တဲ့သူတွေတောင်မှလာပြီးတော့မှ Falcon ကိုလာပြီးအားပေးကြတယ်ပေါ့နော်အဲ့ဒီပြိတ္တတွေကို Justin နေနဲ့စကားပါခြင်းလဲ
အခုလိုလာရောက်အားပေးပြိတ္တတွေအားလုံးကျေးဇူးအများကြီးတင်ပါတယ်ကျွန်တော်တို့ဟိုမြန်မာနိုင်ငံကိုစားပြုအနေနဲ့ Falcon အနေနဲ့အဲ့လိုလာအားပေးလူတွေတိုင်းကိုတဦးတစ်ယောက်ချင်းကိုကျေးဇူးအများကြီးတင်ပါတယ်ကျွန်တော်တို့ဟိုအကောင်းဆုံးကြိုးစားပါမှာပါ
Thank you so much each and everyone coming all the way to here and support us today as a Falcon team and as a representative of our country, Myanmar. We thank you a lot, and thank you so much for that.
Justin, you were spectacular. Thank you so much for this interview. Good luck in the next round. Thank you so much, Zal. The underdogs defeating the crowd favorites. Now let's head on over to our analysts.
Terima kasih, Mara Aquino, for that lovely interview with Justin of Falcon Esports. UUL played to Todak, but the 3-1 victory goes over to the Burmese. Leo and LaFell, at your service. Gonna break down game number 4 here in this best of 5. I'm about to say something here, LaFell, and the Burmese watching, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is Falcon Esports showing up and saying, Mingalamba, Kinba, we are here, and we are the Myanmar representatives, and we're gonna take it all the way.
Well, here's the thing, right? Aim high, fly high. Falcon looks so strong in this series, and the thing is, with that draft, they played it so well. And here's the thing, I gotta say it, we need a specialized role just for Naomi. He's not a roamer. He's not even an assassin. I don't know, like, Naomi is whatever Naomi wants to be.
Yep, he definitely put a majority of this game on his back going into game number 4 on that Natalia. He has 2 signature heroes going into MSC 2022, and you just have to pick your poison, right? It's the Franco or it's the Natalia. He has a Kadira in his back pocket. But looking at the stats here, it's a majority Falcon for the most part. There was some give by Todak, but the game ending at 15 minutes did not feel like 15 minutes. There was so much that happened in the mid and in the late game.
Yeah, in this kind of situation, we can see that for the side of Toda, they couldn't really take a lot of damage coming in for the side of Falcon. And their front liners, Formies, as well as Momo, they weren't really able to scale up. Because looking at Momo over here, he has a lot of small items over here, making sure that he has the Molten Essence to clear the farm a little bit faster. Anti-QS is great against skill-based heroes. However, Silent over here, focusing on basic attack damage with the Demon Under Sword, Endless Battle, as well as the Golden Staff. I kind of feel like a different itemization would have been preferred over here, perhaps like a Blade Armor.
Yep. Oh, yeah, that's definitely one of the things that I was just silently, no, actually I was very loud. I was next to you saying Blade Armor. Blade Armor, just pick up the Blade Armor. I think 2 Blade Armors on the side of Todak would have been great, but it was too late. There was too much pressure coming from Falcon Esports. And I just have to note here, the lineup and the composition of Todak was just, it was too fragile. That's the word I'm going to use here. It's very fragile because I think Yulafel said it best. Moon, you have to just accept that you're the damage here. You're the only one who can really tear through Falcon, and I think that was just too difficult to do here.
Yeah, because again, looking at this kind of situation for the side of Toda, they were really hoping that they could shut down Naomi a little bit earlier with Humes catching him off guard, and then perhaps Chiku dealing the damage in the early stage of the game. However, looking at this game, Chiku was hard focused on his own lane, so he lost heavily to both Silent as well as Naomi. And again, looking at the damage numbers over here, Moon indeed took, he did the most damage, but unfortunately, he's not that far off from the rest of his team.
A lot of damage put onto Formaze, a lot of damage put onto Moon. I love the pickup of the Rafaela against the Natalia here in the draft, but it seemed like it was too specific an answer. That and the Brody. The Rafaela and the Brody, so easy to displace, especially with Ken's spectacular Akai. Numbers are not going to show it, but I think that's the magic of the jungler from Falcon Esports. It's difficult to understand, but he did a good job here on that Akai. Our MVP, let's give it over. It's got to be Naomi. There it is! Oh!
This guy, he doesn't deserve a role. He controls all the roles. Like you said, this is why going up against Falcon is so dangerous, because there are a lot of targets in the ban, but the thing is, if you ban all of them, then you're gonna let go a lot of heroes. As I said, the Natalia, the Franco, Justin on the Johnson, there's just too much.
Naomi is a definitive Natalia player. I believe even in the group stages, it was Naomi who was able to pick up the Natalia even in the first phase. And before MSC 2022, that would have been blasphemy. That would have, why are you picking up the Natalia so early? That's dangerous. You're gonna get punished. But no, it's Naomi who punishes you.
Naomi is the playmaker. I feel like everyone can agree to that. No matter what hero he uses, he's gonna make the highlights, and I feel like he's one of those players that will get a lot of fans after MSC.
Oh yeah, Naomi Natix, rejoice. We're gonna put up a Malaysian branch today. Maybe not so soon, but let's check out the highlights. There were moments in this game wherein Naomi was so in control of the team fight that he would hold on to the execute. He would just say, there's enough damage there, it's over.
And the thing is, looking at this game, we can see how for the side of Toda, the way that they want to play the team fight is disrupted because of Ken. Like you said, you don't display it in numbers, but you see in how he displaces everyone else. Over here, an amazing play from Humes, managing to get the Holy Baptism onto 2 people. And then from this play, Toda basically just made all of the wins that for the side of Falcon basically mute. No more in terms of objectives again. Naomi carried everything back.
There it is. See how it's on cooldown? He knew that he did not have to use it. So it's also just not the macro, but the micro plays that Naomi's able to provide. That was a mid-game clip. Now we're going into the late game. And it's still the Naomi show. Every single time, it's the Naomi show. He's just there.
The thing is, it wasn't just kills. He pushed as well. So it's like he has 3 different options to win this game, and he did all 3. The first option, silence someone dangerous. Second option, straight up kill him. Third option, if you can't do anything, just push. He did all 3.
Okay, you know what? I was going to argue with you, Lafel. And even backstage while we were sitting, it's like, yeah, no, the only thing he can't do is push. He has bad wave clear. But looking at the damage he dealt onto the base towards the end, that may have been it. We were counting on the window after that last minion was taken down that you can still hit the base and it'll still go down. It won't regenerate the way it usually does without minions. And I think, yeah, you're right. It was Naomi who put the nail in the coffin here. And at some point, it was just too little too late.
Dude, hunt, base attack, that's just a lot. I'm just gonna say this, good luck to whoever has the unfortunate circumstances of going up against Falcon, because this team is scary.
More than just scary, this team is out for blood. They are without an MPL, as Mara put it in their interview alongside Justin from Falcon. And as well, they've been together for a long time, 4 years.
And honestly, they're very good sports. Like me and Mirko talked to them behind stage, and they're honestly very nice, very humble. I wanted Toda to win, but in ways, I'm happy if Toda loses to anyone, it's against Falcon.
If anything, Falcon is here to turn the status quo upside down. We're about to throw back to late 2020, wherein the Burmese Ghouls, Myanmar's very own Burmese Ghouls, shocked us all. This might be history repeating itself. You were there, we were there.
Yeah, we were there, and every single time they won, we were like, how? Until eventually we're like, you know what? This is expected. This is the power from those from the Burmese.
Yep. So with that being said, again, GG, well played, and thank you so much to Todak. As for now, we are gonna go on to a break. Up next, there's gonna be another match coming up, and it's another elimination. A best of 5 between the Kings of Sea, Smart Omega, going up against the Homeland Heroes, Orange Esports.
Saya lahir di Palembang dan besar di Manado. Tidak seramai seperti Jakarta, tetapi saya cinta kota Manado. Serasa di rumah itu yang membuatnya istimewa.
Ang probinsya ko ay Naik, Cavite. Maliit lang na baryo na bandang dagat. Sobrang ganda. Natutunan ko ang halaga ng buhay. Atin to.
Untuk saya berasa tenang apabila saya berdoa dan tetap fokus pada kepercayaan saya.
Hindi naging madali ang buhay ko. Sobrang daming paghihirap at sagabal. Kaya gusto kong nasa taas, sa ibabaw, at natutunan ko na laging tumungo pataas.
Itu adalah bagian dari budaya bangsa kita. Tidak pernah berhenti untuk bekerja keras tanpa melewati batas. Tetap selalu berpijak dan melangkah.
Kahit maging sino ako.
Tak kira bila.
Akan selalu kuingat.
At tatandaan ko ang pinanggalingan ko.
Budaya bangsa kita.
Our values.
Kepercayaan kita.
Our hope.
Gagawin ko ang lahat para ipagtanggol.
Apapun untuk membuat negaraku bangga.
Galing sa pinanggalingan ko ang lakas ko.
Motivasiku.
Dan selamat datang.
It is time for us to talk about the MSC, the origin, and what it has become. Let's roll back to the very beginning. The Mobile Legends Bang Bang Southeast Asia Cup, or MSC, was established in 2017, regarded as one of the first official MLBB major tournaments hosted by Montage. The first MSC was held in Jakarta, Indonesia, featuring a total of 8 teams. IDNS of Thailand took home the first ever MSC trophy. The MSC 2018 was refreshed with a brand new format and the participation of 2 more countries, Myanmar and Vietnam. Now featuring 10 teams, the crown was once again snatched away from the home country, Indonesia. Aether Main ended up sweeping the countrymen Digital Devils Pro 3-0. In the following year, MSC 2019 has shifted its host country to the Philippines. There are a total of 12 teams from 9 countries in Southeast Asia. And it was Onyx Esports that defeated fellow Indonesian representatives Lure Esports to claim the championship. Nonetheless, MSC continued on in the following year. Though it was fully online, the tournament achieved a record high concurrent viewer count for MSC. MSC 2021 saw another all-Filipino grand final between Blacklist International and Execration. And it was Execration that ascended to be the new king of the sea. With MSC 2022 returning to a live tournament setting in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, there are a lot of wonderful stories waiting to be written. For instance, can Smart Omega, who inherited the MSC 2021 champion roster, defend their title this year? While Onyx Esports and IDNS could increase their MSC trophy tally to 2. Will the home country curse continue in MSC 2022? Can the Philippines representatives claim the MSC title for the 3rd time? Or will there be a new victor? The next king of the sea? Let the new legends unfold. See you at MSC 2022 for the supremacy!
Slay the enemies, bury the monsters. Rise from the ashes. wishes keep getting stronger. Races run, hit it hard, giving the best shot. Going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright across the eyes. Our spirit never dies. We are supremacy. Make no apologies. Fight on to the last drop of blood. Fight on to the last beat of heart. Life is a battle win every game with the magic flowing in our veins. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright across the eyes. Our spirit never dies. We are supremacy. Make no
Payback time. Feel my pain. I am driven by revenge. Nothing will stop my justice. Let us spread our wings. Nothing will stop my world in the sky. My world monster kill.
Saya lahir di Palembang dan besar di Manado. Tidak seramai seperti Jakarta, tetapi saya cinta kota Manado. Serasa di rumah itu yang membuatnya istimewa.
Ang probinsya ko ay Naik, Cavite. Maliit lang na baryo na bandang dagat. Sobrang ganda. Natutunan ko ang halaga ng buhay. Atin to.
Untuk saya berasa tenang apabila saya berdoa dan tetap fokus pada kepercayaan saya.
Hindi naging madali ang buhay ko. Sobrang daming paghihirap at sagabal. Kaya gusto kong nasa taas, sa ibabaw, at natutunan ko na laging tumungo pataas.
Itu adalah bagian dari budaya bangsa kita. Tidak pernah berhenti untuk bekerja keras tanpa melewati batas. Tetap selalu berpijak dan melangkah.
Kahit maging sino ako.
Tak kira bila.
Akan selalu kuingat.
At tatandaan ko ang pinanggalingan ko.
Budaya bangsa kita.
Our values.
Kepercayaan kita.
Our hope.
Gagawin ko ang lahat para ipagtanggol.
Apapun untuk membuat negaraku bangga.
Galing sa pinanggalingan ko ang lakas ko.
Motivasiku.
Dan selamat datang.
It is time for us to talk about the MSC, the origin, and what it has become. Let's roll back to the very beginning. The Mobile Legends Bang Bang Southeast Asia Cup, or MSC, was established in 2017, regarded as one of the first official MLBB major tournaments hosted by Montage. The first MSC was held in Jakarta, Indonesia, featuring a total of 8 teams. IDNS of Thailand took home the first ever MSC trophy. The MSC 2018 was refreshed with a brand new format and the participation of 2 more countries, Myanmar and Vietnam. Now featuring 10 teams, the crown was once again snatched away from the home country, Indonesia. Aether Main ended up sweeping the countrymen Digital Devils Pro 3-0. In the following year, MSC 2019 has shifted its host country to the Philippines. There are a total of 12 teams from 9 countries in Southeast Asia. And it was Onyx Esports that defeated fellow Indonesian representatives Lure Esports to claim the championship. Nonetheless, MSC continued on in the following year. Though it was fully online, the tournament achieved a record-high concurrent viewer count for MSC. MSC 2021 saw another all-Filipino grand final between Blacklist International and Execration. And it was Execration that ascended to be the new king of the sea. With MSC 2022 returning to a live tournament setting in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, there are a lot of wonderful stories waiting to be written. For instance, can Smart Omega, who inherited the MSC 2021 champion roster, defend their title this year? While Onyx Esports and IDNS could increase their MSC trophy tally to 2. Will the home country curse continue in MSC 2022? Can the Philippines representatives claim the MSC title for the 3rd time? Or will there be a new victor? The next king of the sea? Let the new legends unfold. See you at MSC 2022 for the supremacy!
monsters rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Races run, hit it hard, giving the best shot, going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright in crimson eyes, our spirit never dies. We are supremacy, make no apologies. Fight on to the last drop of blood, fight on to the last beat of heart. Life is a battle, win every game with the magic flowing in our veins. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright in the eyes, our spirit never dies. We are supremacy, make no apologies. Let it
Payback time. Feel my pain. I am driven by revenge. Nothing will stop my justice. Let us spread our wings. Nothing will stop my world. The sky.
Saya lahir di Palembang dan besar di Manado. Tidak seramai seperti Jakarta, tetapi saya cinta kota Manado. Serasa di rumah itu yang membuatnya istimewa.
Ang probinsya ko ay Naik, Cavite. Maliit lang na baryo na bandang dagat. Sobrang ganda. Natutunan ko ang halaga ng buhay. Atin to.
Untuk saya berasa tenang apabila saya berdoa dan tetap fokus pada kepercayaan saya.
Hindi naging madali ang buhay ko. Sobrang daming paghihirap at sagabal. Kaya gusto kong nasa taas, sa ibabaw, at natutunan ko na laging tumungo pataas.
Itu adalah bagian dari budaya bangsa kita. Tidak pernah berhenti untuk bekerja keras tanpa melewati batas. Tetap selalu berpijak dan melangkah.
Kahit maging sino ako.
Tak kira bila.
Akan selalu kuingat.
At tatandaan ko ang pinanggalingan ko.
Budaya bangsa kita.
Our values.
Kepercayaan kita.
Our hope.
Gagawin ko ang lahat para ipagtanggol.
Apapun untuk membuat negaraku bangga.
Galing sa pinanggalingan ko ang lakas ko.
Motivasiku.
Dan selamat datang.
It is time for us to talk about the MSC, the origin, and what it has become. Let's roll back to the very beginning. The Mobile Legends Bang Bang Southeast Asia Cup, or MSC, was established in 2017, regarded as one of the first official MLBB major tournaments hosted by Montage. The first MSC was held in Jakarta, Indonesia, featuring a total of 8 teams. IDNS of Thailand took home the first ever MSC trophy. The MSC 2018 was refreshed with a brand new format and the participation of 2 more countries, Myanmar and Vietnam. Now featuring 10 teams, the crown was once again snatched away from the home country, Indonesia. Aether Main ended up sweeping the countrymen Digital Devils Pro 3-0. In the following year, MSC 2019 has shifted its host country to the Philippines. There are a total of 12 teams from 9 countries in Southeast Asia. And it was Onyx Esports that defeated fellow Indonesian representatives Lure Esports to claim the championship. Nonetheless, MSC continued on in the following year. Though it was fully online, the tournament achieved a record-high concurrent viewer count for MSC. MSC 2021 saw another all-Filipino grand final between Blacklist International and Execration. And it was Execration that ascended to be the new king of the sea. With MSC 2022 returning to a live tournament setting in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, there are a lot of wonderful stories waiting to be written. For instance, can Smart Omega, who inherited the MSC 2021 champion roster, defend their title this year? While Onyx Esports and IDNS could increase their MSC trophy tally to 2. Will the home country curse continue in MSC 2022? Can the Philippines representatives claim the MSC title for the 3rd time? Or will there be a new victor? The next king of the sea? Let the new legends unfold. See you at MSC 2022 for the supremacy!
rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Raise it strong, hit it hard, giving the best shot. Going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright it puts the eyes. Our spirit never dies. We are supremacy. Make no apologies. Fight on to the last drop of blood. Fight on to the last beat of heart. Life is a battle win every game with the magic flowing in our veins. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright it fills the eyes. Our spirit never dies. We are supremacy. Make no
Payback time. Feel my pain. I am driven by revenge. Nothing will stop my justice. Let us spread our wings. Nothing will stop my world is the sky. The heart, my world moves to the end.
In the
Saya lahir di Palembang dan besar di Manado. Tidak seramai seperti Jakarta, tetapi saya cinta kota Manado. Serasa di rumah itu yang membuatnya istimewa.
Ang probinsya ko ay Naik, Cavite. Maliit lang na baryo na bandang dagat. Sobrang ganda. Natutunan ko ang halaga ng buhay. Atin to.
Untuk saya berasa tenang apabila saya berdoa. dan tetap fokus pada kepercayaan saya.
Hindi naging madali ang buhay ko. Sobrang daming paghihirap at sagabal. Kaya gusto kong nasa taas, sa ibabaw, at natutunan ko na laging tumungo pataas.
Itu adalah bagian dari budaya bangsa kita. Tidak pernah berhenti untuk bekerja keras tanpa melewati batas. Tetap selalu berpijak dan melangkah.
Kahit maging sino ako.
Tak kira bila.
Akan selalu kuingat.
At tatandaan ko ang pinanggalingan ko.
Budaya bangsa kita.
Our value.
Kepercayaan kita.
Our hope.
Gagawin ko ang lahat para ipagtanggol.
Apapun untuk membuat negaraku bangga.
Galing sa pinanggalingan ko ang lakas ko.
Motivasiku.
Dan selamat datang.
Slay the enemies, bury the monsters, rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Race is run, hit it hard, giving the best shot, going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright it puts the eyes. Our spirit never dies. We are supremacy. Make no apologies. Fight on to the last drop of blood. Fight on to the last beat of heart. Life is a battle, win every game with the magic flowing in our veins. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright it puts the eyes. Our spirit never dies. We rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Race is run, hit it hard, giving the best shot, going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright across the eyes, our spirit never dies. We are supremacy, make no apologies. Fight on to the last drop of blood. Fight on to the last beat of heart. Life is a battle, win every game with the magic flowing in our veins. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright across the eyes, our spirit never dies. We are supremacy, make no Slay the enemies, bury the monsters, rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Race is run, hit it hard, giving the best shot, going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MSC 2022, day number 4. We have the hope of Malaysia relying on the hands of Orange Esports as we see them arriving at the venue.
This is going to be crazy. Again, the last hope of the Malaysian team, the representatives here, as we are also going to take a look at Omega getting off the bus, really confident as well. What I do want to mention is, though, Orange, we've seen them so far in this tournament really playing an interesting playstyle.
Yeah.
For now, right? We haven't seen this even in MPL Malaysia when we're talking about Orange Esports. Very different playstyle, but this time around, I think they're going to let loose against Omega.
That's true. And before we dig in, we just want to say thank you to our sponsors. Of course, MSC 2022 is powered by Montage, supported by our lovely partners, of course, TikTok Live, Secret Lab, our official gaming partner, and also EGG Network and MeWatch. Now, what is up, guys? I'm Nice, joined here with the boys, of course, Mirko and Sadafa. Guys, we saw a crazy matchup last one. How are we feeling?
Definitely feeling a little bit under the weather now. Obviously, Malaysian on the English caster desk here. There's gonna be a little bit of bias. I can't help it, you know. I want to support the team, but of course, I'm looking forward to another exciting match here because Omega are definitely not a team to be underestimated here.
They get a buff whenever they're in the lower brackets, and we've seen that buff so far, right? The Malaysian hometown buff hasn't really helped out the Malaysian teams, but I'm pretty sure that Orange, they've done their homework after yesterday's loss. They're coming here with a vengeance to take down Omega.
Yeah, and this is the time to do it, right? Like we said with the last matchup, that was a do or die situation. We got to pretty close. I mean, it was 4 games. Hopefully, for this one, we can see a match go the distance. That's what I'd love to see, honestly. But also, we just want to remind the viewers out there, we have a QR code on your screen. It's at the top. Make sure you go ahead and scan that and let us know how everything's going with the tournament. Also, with that being said, we have an event for you guys like we have this whole tournament, MSC Events Preview. You can go ahead and do the pass here to earn special prizes. What do we have for them, Mirko?
Well, we got the MSC Farsa skin. Unfortunately, we haven't seen it in MSC, but yeah, there you go. You guys can check it out. I hope Omega and Orange can pick it up here. But other than that, you guys have a lot of emotes. You can also get the MSC 2021 skin, the Jawhead one that I really, really like. There's just so much to get from it with the MSC points. Go ahead, check it out.
Yeah, you know, I'm actually surprised we haven't seen a Farsa yet.
I know, right?
There's probably so many other better mages that we've seen. Hopefully, though, if anyone's listening out there, Farsa, we'd love to see it. Now, on your screens, we're also going to see the talent predictions. I think it's kind of a given here. I went ahead with Smart Omega. No.
Yeah.
Smart Omega.
Close
Smart
enough,
Omega.
right? Close enough, but all right. You went for Smart Omega. I'm pretty sure you went with Orange, right? So am I going to be the tiebreaker here? I guess I will. I guess I will be the tiebreaker. I'm not going to reveal it just yet, though, just to get that anticipation going. But maybe you guys can start to bring the some discussions here. Why do you think Omega? Why do you think Orange?
Yeah, obviously I'm gonna think Orange here, but we've already seen other teams definitely cannot be counted out. Looking at the talent predictions up here, as we mentioned, I'm gonna be Orange. We got Naisu for Omega. LaFell's gonna be on Orange as well. Leo on Omega. Mirko, you mentioned you would be the tiebreaker. Turns out that is the case here.
So, you know, I mean, we're not surprised, right, by those predictions. But also, I just want to say, Orange Esports definitely still has a chance here. Now, they are going against Smart Omega, who's known for dominant. Honestly, just they love the lower bracket, lower brackets. I don't know why that is. I don't know why the switch turns on for them in the lower bracket, but so far from what we've seen by the Malaysian teams, honestly, there is still a chance here, and it should start in game number 1.
Again, when we're talking about Omega, it's just so weird right now, right? As we are, again, going to get that recap once again. This is the last hope of Malaysia. Orange Esports taking on the defending Southeast Asian champions, Omega. We're going to have to see right now as they walk on stage.
Man, and I'll say, you know, yes, yesterday was an 0-3, but they showed promise against RSG Philippines, and I got to highlight that. But let's go ahead and welcome them to the stage. From Malaysia,
Orange Esports.
This team right here, Orange Esport, you mentioned it a little bit. Glimpses of brilliance that they haven't been able to close off the game. That's the only mistake that they've been making.
Yeah, of course, they're an inexperienced team. Again, we have to recall, this is their first time on the international stage. So they've got something to prove, bringing up the flag, representing the nation. We already mentioned it before, with Toda getting taken out earlier. This is the last hope of Malaysia, and there's going to be a lot of supporters here in the venue, but I'm looking forward to seeing their opponents walk up on stage very soon as well.
Yeah, and we are going to see Omega marching up here on the stage shortly, and I gotta say, man, Orange Esports has also experienced a lower bracket, right? They did that in their own MPL region, and now, welcome to the stage here, Smart Omega.
From the Philippines, Omega Esports.
And I guess this is the right time to give my explanation on why I actually went towards the side of Omega instead of Orange Esports. Now, back in MSC 2021, I actually predicted against them, right? And we all know how that turned out in MSC 2021. So this time, with this new roster, I actually feel like they're stronger here now with Ryzen coming into the fray. And I want to see what they have to bring out in that lower bracket.
Yeah, man, I mean, again, watching them just kind of develop through the season, because they struggled in their own MPL region regular season, and they went to, you know, pretty much lower brackets. They rose up. The same thing is happening here. We'll see how they perform against the homegrown team, Orange Esports.
I think it's kind of funny when you make that comparison because, yes, Omega, they had a little bit of difficulty in the beginning of their MPL, but then came online towards the end. The same thing happened to Orange Esports, and I think a lot of that comes down to the coaches here, both walking up on stage right now. Their influence is what is going to determine which of these two teams comes out on top today.
Yeah, and speaking of coaches, right, everything we can always just say starts in the draft. It starts with those big brain plays coming out from the coaches themselves, right? And they have to just draft out of their minds. They have a lot of information, though, up to this point. Again, this is day number 4. They have a lot of historical data to go through. So we're going to see here the lineup, of course, for Orange Esports. First, we've got Valens, Min, Man, Gary, and Born.
Yeah, with this lineup, again, you mentioned big brains, so it's the perfect time to bring this up. Valens, yesterday, he made such a good play initially in game number 2, but again, that one little mistake turned it around. This time, Omega, with their full team lineup as well, they're going to try to punish those little mistakes with Kelra, Chaknu, Etumax, Ryzen, and Orenzio.
A team that can perform very well under pressure. The gold lane is something we're going to have to pay attention to this game because Kelra is the player to watch out for on the side of Omega Esports. Let's have a look at the team head-to-head.
Team head-to-head, we can see here, right? You have some good stats for Smart Omega, but also on the other side of Orange Esports, right? I feel like this is a good kind of picture of their play styles, and I feel like still, we're going to see these two kind of just crash head-on. Now, they both can have that title. Hey, we're kind of comeback kings in ourselves for that lower bracket. Who gets the buff here? Because right now, I'll say this, Orange Esports has the crowd favor.
Yeah, I mean, at this point as well, you can see that the data is pretty equal here in terms of that team head-to-head. So I'm really interested to see, again, Orange Esports with their keys to victory. Respect Chalk Mamba's playmaking. This is what every team should do against Omega. Shut them down. Be patient in the late game. That's what we saw from Orange yesterday. Control that mid lane at all costs and prepare a plan B for Gary. We've seen this multiple times, again, in the group stage, and it's even clearer in the playoff stage. Those little mistakes that just make them unable to end it off.
But on the opposite side as well, we have to consider what Smart Omega needs to bring to the table to go up against Orange Esports. They have to protect Kelra at all costs. That gold lane matchup is going to be very important to keep an eye on. Avoid meaningless trades against Orange Esports, who just love to scrap with their opponents. Ban out Gary's assassins to reduce his ability to playmake for the team, and actively contest early objectives to ensure that Min and Man don't gain control of that early game flow.
Honestly, I feel like it's kind of becoming the theme here, right? Let your gold laners have a little bit of an easier time if they can. We've seen a lot of teams just put pressure around the gold lane because if any gold, we can say any gold laner from any team, if they're able to just kind of play that silent game where they farm up, eventually they pop off, and then it turns the tides here. So that's going to be a big focus. Look at the audience predictions here. Very interesting, Mirko.
I think the Philippine one is swapped, right? 98% to orange, yeah. I feel like that one's over to Omega, but again, from Omega, from Orange, they kind of have similar styles in those team fights. They like these flippy fights. They like going for that one fight, one push, end the game. That's what I want to see here. Based on the drafts as well, like we mentioned a few times, Coach Pakbet and Coach Pobs, what are they going to bring to this game? Orange Esports in MSC has liked to control that early stage, whereas Omega, they can just adapt to any circumstance. They like going for that early game, but they can also just wait for the Omega timing to get those team fights.
Glad that you know about the Omega timers, because it is a real thing. For some reason, that just kind of works out for them. Now, Sadafa, Orange Esports, right? You've watched them play time after time. Do you expect them to bring something comfortable for them, or are they going to bring something spicy to the table game number 1?
I think the thing about teams around here is that if we have the opportunity to bring something spicy to the table, we are going to do it. We love those flashy plays, we love those TikTok moments, but when the going gets rough, when the pressure is on our backs, then it is safest to go back and rely on those comfort picks. I'm expecting Orange Esports, if they get the chance to draft out heroes like Gary's Fanny, for example, they are going to snatch it up, but otherwise, they're going to rely on those pocket picks.
With that being said, we're jumping right into the draft for game number 1. Orange Esports going to go ahead and ban out this Masha early on. Smart Omega taking that pretty much duty to go ahead and ban out that Valentina.
With the Valentina ban, now we're going to have to see what Orange actually chooses here, because in yesterday's series as well, we can actually see some holes from Orange is that they do not respect some of the picks coming in from their opposition up until it's too late, right? We saw that Franco was left open multiple times up from Orange Esports, now against Chak Mamba. Chak knew himself. We all know what he can do on the Franco, on his signature picks. Does Orange Esports want to take that out, or perhaps do they want to counterpick it with Min?
That's a good question there. Obviously, a lot of these heroes are going to be contested by Min as well. That early game momentum is something that we have to pay attention to on both sides, because as you highlighted earlier, Orange Esports likes to get that early game momentum, but Chaknu on the side of Omega is just so good at creating space for his team, Kelra especially. So Orange Esports, they didn't really respect Franco too much previously. They have to do it now.
It's crazy because even if you target your bans at the Mamba himself, right? You've seen him do the same thing on like a Rafaela pick, right? He plays it the same way. He styles on people very aggressively with those types of heroes as well, although it does make him kind of adjust that playstyle a little bit. So far, Orange Esports, the last ban for the first phase, they're actually going to take out the Ling there. They don't want Ryzen kind of having that pick because, man, Ryzen, he's pretty much been in every fight, man. 72% kill participation in most of the, I think it's highest of all the junglers, actually.
I agree, and what's interesting is how they play this Ling, right? When Ryzen gets it, we usually see a very utility split push based Ling, not those hyper carry ones, because it's all just to enable Kelra in that gold lane. Now though, first pick, Orange Esports, Franco is up for grabs. I don't think you want to let this open for Omega to take, but if they don't take the Franco, I feel like Beatrix would be a really good pick. Another one of the Kelra's signature heroes that I don't think anyone wants to face.
It's a tough choice because, yeah, like you said, Franco is such a high priority pick, but so is Beatrix. Like, this is what we saw with the previous series as well, and you don't want to give it in the hands of Kelra, right? The Filipino Savage with that Beatrix. So they're at a crucial decision here, but that's really what Smart Omega did. That's how they formed this draft. Sadafa.
What I'm worried about is if they skip all of that and go for the Fanny instead. I was going to point this out earlier, but I was thinking, surely you contest the meta heroes over this, but you have to understand as well that Ryzen does play the Fanny. So since it was let through the ban phase, you either pick it up or you let it go.
I understand that this is Gary's signature pick, but again, Franco is open. That's one of the heroes that can just shut this Fanny down from the get-go. That lockdown is going to be crazy, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be the Franco and the Beatrix. If not, probably an Esmeralda in there.
I mean, Kufra's also open, right? Great pick against the Fanny, but let's see, they have a couple of seconds here, and I just want to say, Gary has He's got quite a bit of hero pool here. I know the Fanny, he loves it.
Oh,
okay,
he got
Smart Omega actually going to take, wow, Eve and the Joe.
All right, did not expect that, yeah.
This is just a counter flex from Omega here. You let the Franco and Beatrix through. We don't need it. They're gonna pick up the Eve, the real one manipulation to control the flow, which is very good here at countering the style that Orange Esports wants to play. And the Joe on Chak Nu has been making waves here at MSC. Not to mention Way of the Dragon, a really good way to lock down Gary.
I like that. Way of the Dragon, a really good way, right? And that's what we're going to see here. But also, again, going back to the coaches, like, this is where it starts. We're surprised here at the desk. I'm sure some of the audience as well. Orange Esports going to go ahead and lock in their next two picks. Going to be the Esmeralda and the Kadita.
Okay, I really like that Kadita actually. Now knowing that Omega has actually revealed Etumax's Yve in the first phase, it's going to be really good for Orange to try to capitalize on that, right? Fanny already very aggressive in that early stage. Getting someone with more kill pressure in that mid lane will ensure one of their keys to victories, mid control. Get it at all costs. That's what you do not want to give over to Omega's side. But again, Beatrix still left open. Cho can still be flexed technically. I feel like one of it has to be picked up here, right? I'm leaning more towards the Beatrix.
Yeah, it's a little weird, right? To not see Beatrix pick this often, or this early. Okay, it's still not going to happen. So it's actually, they're going to round out this draft with the Dairoth, which is, again, the typical matchup versus the Esmeralda. This is a good choice, right? But I still got to say, Orange Esports, I like the draft they're going with, especially to handle that Eve pick. Now, Smart Omega are going to respond. They don't want to, hey, they don't want the shenanigans, right? They don't want the Johnson to go through.
Yeah, we've already seen many teams pull out the Johnson Kadita. Considering half of the composition is here, you don't want to give over the other half for free. This is not really a combo I've seen Orange Esports play in the past, but so far, teams have really been pulling strange things out of their pockets, so I can definitely understand banning out the Johnson here. It's very strange at this point to see the Beatrix and Franco go by for so long, but specifically for the Beatrix, I think it's understandable that Omega don't go for it. They don't know what hero value is going to be playing yet, and the hero is quite vulnerable to picks like the Kadita and the Fanny. They don't want to force their hand too quickly.
I think everyone in the world can agree when I say Omega is just a weird team, right?
Yeah.
They're a weird team. They like it in the lower brackets as opposed to the upper brackets. They start performing when they're under pressure, and here as well. Beatrix not banned, not picked up. Orange Esports, they're just going with it, right? Whatever, you want to leave it open? We can just try to contest that as well, and I like this from both teams. Omega, though, they're a very momentum-based team, right? They're a very momentum-based team, and they like actually using that first game to read out their opponents. So I think that's what they're doing here. They're letting these picks go by as a strategy, right? If they win with these picks, it's a huge momentum boost for them.
Yeah, not only that, but at the same time, correct me if I'm wrong, Sadafa, again, this is comfort for Orange Esports. So if Smart Omega lets Orange Esports kind of have that comfortability, and let's say they're able to just read that, does that make it harder for Orange Esports to get the momentum as they lead on? They're going to finish that ban too, the ban phase with the Lancelot.
I think I will have to say affirmative on you there. This is a very classic Orange Esports draft. If Omega are able to adapt to this on the fly, and I have definitely been seeing the Filipino teams do that very well, it will definitely be a damper to that momentum. But the Beatrix, after ages, finally going to get locked in.
Speaking of weird, right? I do not like that Lancelot last ban. Sure, you want to try to just limit the heroes of Ryzen right now currently because they haven't picked it up for the jungle. But again, that Beatrix was left open for so long, and you can really see that Omega they're setting up for it, right? They're starting to ban those gold laners that can do well against the Beatrix. And I feel like Orange Esports fell right into that trap by banning the Irithel. Now it puts Valens in a tough spot. He's forced to go with another Moskov.
I was going to say, Moskov? Question mark? I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure if he wants to go with Moskov, but in a couple of seconds, we'll see if he locks in. Okay, it's going to be the Moskov. He's like, you know what? I want to give this one another go. So they lock in the Moskov, the Ruby here, and Smart Omega, what are they going to lock in?
Well, right now we can see that they are mainly going to be looking for their jungle pick here, unless they do decide to flex the deer off into the jungle, but I don't think that's very Omega to do. Looking at the composition so far, Orange Esports has a fair amount of crowd control with this Ruby, so Omega are actually going to be drafting up
The Tamas here, is that going in the jungle?
Looks like it. You know what I want to see? I just want to see that Cho go to the jungle. We've seen the videos, right?
You don't want to see it, trust me. I mean, you'd be surprised, right? So let's see how that plays out. Yeah, you're a little surprised there. But I got to ask you, Mirko, which one are you feeling more? Which draft?
Well, I like crazy, and both of the drafts are equally crazy in my opinion, right? But I have to go for the flashier one here. I saw the Moskov yesterday. It didn't work in the end, but started off really well. I think they learned from the mistakes that they made yesterday.
All they really need is for Valens to not jump in 1v5 in that late game. Let's see if the lessons of yesterday will be the improvements of today, as Smart Omega want to make use of their signature adaptability to be able to take this first game momentum away from Orange Esports and secure themselves a solid start to the series.
Well, we're going to have to wait a little bit longer, right? Because we can talk about the drafts here. Now that we have pretty much two, like you said, weird drafts, right? It's going to be interesting, especially I feel like this is a second chance for Valens because, man, he was playing the Moskov out of his mind, and then at the same time, he just made those mistakes. So again, this could be the redemption arc that he's looking for.
It was really weird, right? Because again, 200 IQ went to average IQ real quick yesterday when they got the initial good play on Iman, another Filipino team. And again, yeah, you're right. This is his redemption arc, right? This is literally his redemption arc. If he's able to do it again, this time against Kelra, what many believe is the best gold lane player, perhaps the best player in Southeast Asia, especially with the accolades. Still Kings of the Sea.
Kings of the Sea indeed. And, you know, Sadafa, I'm going to ask you a question about Smart Omega this time, and not always Orange Esports. So, how are you feeling about their draft? It's a little bit weird, but how's it going to match up against what is, especially the Kadita and Moskov, right? We're not used to seeing that. So, Smart Omega, on the other hand, how do you feel about the draft? How do they work around that early aggression that's going to be thrown at them?
Well, what I think about Smart Omega's draft is that actually it is very scary. Yes, in comparison to Orange Esports, they're going to be lacking a little bit of that early game aggression, but their heroes are all capable of winning out the lane solo 1v1s, which means that it's going to come down very heavily to how Min and Gary play that early game. Chaknu, we already know that he's able to rotate around and match enemy roamers in their momentum. As long as he controls that, doesn't allow Gary to get that easy start he's looking for, then this is actually going to scale up very well towards that mid game where these big ultimates from Smart Omega are really going to start taking over.
Yeah, I feel like one of the, again, for the team for Orange Esports, they really have to check the boxes here of Smart Omega. You can't just focus on one area, and you have to be conscious of every single player at this point, especially the later the game goes. So, with this hyper-aggressive kind of draft that they went with for Orange Esports, they could just be looking to end this before Smart Omega even gets to those timers.
Well, there's another fan, Smart Omega, right?
There you
go. You know what? While we're on that point, I want to test something out. We've given our opinions on the draft, right? What about the crowd here, all right? So I want you guys to cheer when I say the name of the team, all right? Who do you think has the better draft? Orange?
There it is.
All right, and then we'll start with Omega now. We'll go with Omega too.
Yeah.
Omega! All right, more
Okay.
for Orange here. Not surprised, right?
Not surprised. I mean, we are in the home turf, the home court area for Orange Esports. I mean, again, this is coming down to these two distinct play styles, right? And I feel like Orange Esports is really highlighting around there. So again, I want to see them be able to end this game before the Omega timers. For those that aren't familiar, Omega timers is around the 18-minute mark.
Pretty late.
Yeah, it's pretty late, right? And again, they love the late game. So we are going to see a head-to-head here between these two. We have Man and Etu Max. Sadafa, how's that matchup looking?
Well, if we look at the statistics here, it is actually pretty even. Although Etu Max will have the advantage in average KDA and GPM, Mon actually has a higher kill participation. And in this way, you can immediately see the way that these two players will play. Mon, typically, similar to Valens in fact, will be a little more aggressive despite playing on squishier mage heroes. He wants to go up, he wants to dish out the damage, he wants to get kills, even if that means he might be putting himself a bit out of position. In comparison, Etu Max is going to be a little more stable, wants to stand back. He will jump in front to set up those kills, especially when he's playing on heroes like the Julian, but otherwise his positioning will be a lot safer in comparison.
You know, the other thing, when we're talking about matchups here, right, with especially Gary and Ryzen, I feel like they both like to take a certain amount of risk in their playstyles. Now, the thing about Gary, right, he really likes to bring different heroes to each matches. We've seen him, again, play, I think, 8 or 9 different heroes. And at the same time, I'm wondering how this matchup is. This is a pure comfort pick for him, the Fanny. So far from what we've seen from the performance of Fannies throughout the tournament is actually pretty stellar, right? So now you have to worry about that, right? If you're in Ryzen's shoes, how, and maybe this is exactly why he picked, right, what he did for the jungle, that Thamus pick. So maybe this is, again, let's get to the late game, right? Because we already know Orange Esports, especially Gary, who is a main focus here, will be starting things off in the jungle. How, Mirko, does Smart Omega have to handle that jungle pressure?
Oh, it's going to be tough. It's going to be rough as well, because considering that Omega have actually drafted that, well, they picked the Yi first pick, right? So basically, it was out there for Orange to counter, and they did exactly that. They want that mid control, especially with that Fanny first pick. They're trying to get that early game aggression. Now, how does Omega do? How does Omega try to stabilize in that early game? You really just can't unless you trade, right? If you go straight at it, it's going to be the same thing that happened yesterday. RSGPH in that early game up against Gary with the Fanny, it's just really rough for them because they just keep on going for the same objectives. Gary wanted to go for the enemy orange buff. They wanted to go for their own orange buff. They clashed there, and obviously, level 1, level 2, you know who's going to win that matchup. What Omega needs to do is look for those trades, and they're really good at this, right? The Omega timer, how do they do this? They just stall the game for so long. They let turrets be taken. They let those neutral objectives go as well. Sometimes Ryzen just tries to steal it, but again, they never commit to any fights until Kelra gets that power spike. Once he does, that's the switch that they need to pull.
Speaking of the power spikes, right, Beatrix, when is that power spike really for Beatrix?
For me, for me in ranked, it's when I get the first kill. No, I'm joking, but for here, on stage, I feel like the safest power spike for Beatrix has to be when he gets the BOD. Heptases as well. That's when you actually have the power to shock people, right? With the Blade of Heptases, Wesker, Flicker combo, that's gonna be crazy. With the Snipe as well, that's the first power spike.
So is the second power spike 2 BODs? we've seen that pop up once.
I want to see 5 BODs and boots, you know?
Why
not 6 boots?
Why not 6 boots? And there you go, Ryzen popping on the screen. Like we were just talking about the jungles here, right? We can see he is the highest kill participation jungler right now in the tournament, 72%. As you mentioned, loves to just kind of focus. This is the thing, the dynamic has changed for a lot of these junglers where they were so flashy, and even when they play assassins, right? They're so flashy, they love to find those kills, but now also pushing the map, finding space, and still getting in those team fights. How's that looking, Staffa?
I think nowadays with this meta, like you mentioned, it does seem like the jungle position is being used more as support, as utility to set up time for the mage or the marksman to really get scaled up. And out of all the junglers here at MSC, I do feel like Ryzen is perhaps the player that adapts to this sort of gameplay style the most effectively, because he has always played that sort of utility jungler role. He creates space, he opens up the map, he finds information. If he can get a kill, yes, he will go for it, but otherwise, if they can feed farm into Kelra, that is what they're going to try to do.
Yeah, I think every team, as much as possible would love to feed farm into their gold laners as much as possible. And again, that's why so much focus has to be on shutting down those gold laners, and it really just starts within the jungle. That's, again, why we highlighted Gary versus Ryzen, because that tempo will be set there, and honestly, the favor goes in the hands of Orange Esports just again because Gary's going to be flying around, zipping around on that Fanny, and we'll have to see, Smart Omega, if they can actually contest that, deal with that kind of pressure. But here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, now welcome to the Land of Dawn, game number 1, Orange Esports versus Omega.
Ooh, all right, let's get straight into it here. Orange Esports, again, with this aggression, they just want to really play with it. Min already just playing it really aggressive, trying to open up the maps, trying to see where they start. But Chaknu doing the same thing in the enemy jungle.
Yep, that's going to be quite rough for Gary, but this is a Cho. While he does have a strong level 1, once he uses up Jeet Kune Do, there's not much more he can do. And ideally in this situation, you want to force the enemy jungler to use their retribution. With this pickup, Chaknu is not going to be able to do that.
Yeah, we've seen Chaknu too play these Cho picks, and either it works out really well for him or he kind of gets set back here, but at the same time, you kind of always have the combination of Eilbu, the flicker, the way of the dragon. It's pretty deadly, especially at any point in the game. I wouldn't say it's as better than the Franco combinations, especially with the flicker, but you know, it's still there. Also, I want to take a look at Man, right? He is playing this Kadita, which so far we've seen pretty much paired with the Johnson. Does that fall off as the game goes on without the Johnson being there? Or do the items, the magic resist, really kind of counter that play?
We saw a whole lot of this Kadita in Indonesia, right? So it really depends on how he plays the Kadita, because usually in Indonesia we see it as a roamer for most part, right? But this time it's being played actually as the mage in the middle with the setup from Ruby. Maybe I think it's going to scale up really well. I feel like, but it is very dependent on how he performs in that early stage. If he gets a lot of kills, it's going to be all right in the mid game, but she does fall off on this Kadita.
Yeah, burst damage.
That is kind of the problem there with Kadita, though. Yes, the mage will scale very well into the late game, but why don't you see it picked up in that mid position as much as heroes like the Xavier, as much as Eve, as much as Lilia? It is simply because Kadita is a burst mage. No matter how much you scale up, once you use her cooldowns, once you use her ultimate, there's nothing left. You're just looking at a mage auto-attacking. That is not ideal. Yes, you can kill one core member in the late game, but you're also squishy. You can't necessarily guarantee that as compared to a mage that can just stand back and pelt enemies with magic damage from afar.
Again, I think that's pretty much the game plan here, right? When you have the Kadita at mid, it's go find the Eve, stop that perimeter being set up with the real-world manipulation, and just try to burst someone down. But a lot of it, again, is reliant on that burst. You have a little bit of CC as well, but Smart Omega, just if they can play around that, if they can avoid that kind of burst and they can hold on to that Eve setup, that's the hard part to work around for Orange Esports. But again, early game, I mean, we can't wait to see it here on the desk, right? We can't see it because we can conceptualize, we can contemplate as much as possible, but really, until we get to see the gameplay come out, Orange Esports come swinging, that's the best case scenario for them.
There's just one thing to note if you're Orange Esports, right? How do you tackle that early game? Because yes, you want to just go guns blazing, you don't want to be gun shy, but looking at how Omega has been playing just the past 2 minutes, it's interesting because they're going for the aggression as well. Chaknu especially, he's just trying to nullify all that early game advantage that Orange has by putting the pin down on Fanny, on Gary in his own jungle. Now, if he's able to do this consistently, I feel like that the power spike that Omega needs to reach might just be in the mid game. That might just be it. Or, again, this is the matchup that we need to highlight. Valens up against Kelra. Moskov, in my opinion, does have a slight advantage when it comes to that laning because of the kill pressure that he has and obviously the clearing, right? Or in the early stage, Beatrix does kind of suffer with that after the nerfs onto the Nibiru. So you really just rely on the Renner to clear out the waves. But again, because of that, Moskov will have kill pressure and wave pressure. Then they can just start looking for dives over there. Do they just swap Kelra onto the XP lane when that happens? Or does Kelra just play the weak side? Because we've seen Omega don't really do well when Kelra falls behind.
I think if they wanted to, they can absolutely swap that lane, and if they find themselves in a situation where Kelra is being punished by the gold lane, they definitely should, especially since their opponent in the EXP is an Esmeralda. But it does sound like we're going to be needing a bit of a potential redraft here. Seems like a technical error has occurred behind the scenes, so we hope that you will be patient with us, ladies and gentlemen, as we work to resolve this issue.
You're a gentleman.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So that, you know, we
talked, man.
We talked about those drafts there and now, you know, hey, that's okay. We might have a redraft. We're not sure exactly yet if we're going to have the same picks or not, right? So let's take a look at the matchup here, the head-to-head between these two players now. We have Born and Renzio. Mirko, how's that looking?
Man, when I asked Leo backstage in M3, right, why is it not Edward Pacquiao? And he's like, because it's Renzio's name. That's Renzio Pacquiao, bro. Right? That's what they call him when he uses the Paquito.
Yeah, the Paquito.
So I'm just kind of disappointed, man. I want that Paquito to come out, honestly. But no, obviously, he's just such a solid XP laner. Up against Born, same thing here, but I do feel like Renzio has had the better tournament so far, right? Born has played that weak side for the most part, and that's why these statistics, especially the average KDA, shows that he's far below Renzio.
I mean, if you think about XP lane matchups, most people are like, how do you, let's say, evaluate a good XP laner? What makes a good XP laner, Sadafa?
I think we can use that question as a way to kind of look at the XP lane as a whole in this meta, right? This is the tank meta. A lot of people want to play with durable heroes, and that's why you kind of see the EXP laner as something more of a secondary tank nowadays, jumping into the backline, split pushing, splitting up the fight. What determines how good an EXP laner is nowadays is how much attention they can draw away from the rest of their team.
So I'm happy to say, we don't have to go through a redraft after talking extensively about those lineups. So early aggression already going to be showing here from Orange Esports. Smart Omega might be looking for a counterplay right here. Look at the focus here in the lane of Renzio. 4 members of Orange Esports going to crash down, not letting him breathe. First blood going over Orange Esports.
And this is what we expected from Orange Esports. Just go guns blazing from the start, and just like that, they take the entirety almost of that turret shield gold, right? Already down to a quarter of HP. This is going to be huge, and it's interesting because they play their own weak side of the map. That is a losing matchup. Dairoth and Esmeralda is now, it's all a setup for the turtle.
It's quite unusual. You would think they'd go for Kelra's lane instead, but now the turtle is going to be contested by both these teams.
Oh man, that's actually going to be secured here by Omega, but they turn things around. They find Gary, so they get a pick off, plus the objective. Another make it 3 kills for Smart Omega. Born goes down as well. 4 members dropping this early on.
Oh, that's just a disaster there for Orange. Again, they wasted a lot of resources on getting the kill and a lot of that turret gold. Turret gold gives you more gold, right, in that early stage. But again, they tried to force the turtle with the setup, knowing that Ryzen was down. Did not work out, considering that Ryzen, very low death timers. I mean, Renzio.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a bit too aggressive of them, but now they're going to be catching out Chaknu here with a full Rough Waves combo. As Chaknu tries to flicker backwards for the combo, but gets caught out himself. Man managing to heal up completely with the passive escapes from the hands of Omega. As now down here, Renzio nearly takes out Born.
So nice little response there from Orange Esports. I mean, they have to find those picks, right? At the same time, you want to make sure Chaknu is just not having free roam himself to find the setups here. So good response, but still, Smart Omega with a minor gold lead right now.
Now it's very, very risky when you're talking about Orange because Gary wants to make these aggressive plays into Ryzen's jungle, but with Omega already getting that level 4 power spike on Chaknu, it's going to be really hard for him to do so. Look, he sees Chaknu missing in lane, and instantly what he does is back off. We can also take a look at the emblems here for both of the teams. Gary, we mentioned this yesterday, no high and dry still with that Demon Slayer emblem.
I think it's partly because Demon Slayer nowadays is just too important, but Renzio in a lot of danger here.
Oh, Gary's going to find this kill here. He's bobbing his weave, and he gets the kill. Renzio's taken out with the response now. Ryzen on top of man. Can't escape this one. Now it's going to be a one-on-one in the bottom lane, but he's going to reset. He should be fine, finding a kill for himself.
It gets even worse and worse currently, right? In that early stage, Orange, that's who needs to get that pressure because a lot of these heroes actually, they fall off in that late game. When compared to Omega, they're already having that strong side in both sides now because of Dairoth winning that matchup and obviously Beatrix with that early kill. Kelra, not even with any help in that first stage. It's just a solo kill.
Execution difficulty is something we have to talk about here because typically when you have a draft that's easier to play, you will have an easier time. And Orange Esports have a lot of pressure on this lineup to make something happen before we hit that mid game. And right now they are already behind against Omega. Ryzen is already a monster on this Thamus.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about, Thamus jungle. Having those 3 early kills here is going to be tough to deal with. Little pull there. Chaknu should be fine, though. Max there to back him up as well. So Orange Esports, what we thought was going to be that, hold on, the bottom lane once again. Gary looking for a pick here. Born going to be in trouble. Renzio can't grab the kill just yet. 2 versus 1. He's still alive. Finally goes in on Born, grabs that one before Gary shuts him down. Now Chaknu being the focus here. Valens falls, though. They grab a kill, and they're going to be another one. Chaknu finally going down. So there's just too much action across the map right now.
Again, this is what we mentioned. Orange, they play towards that weak side of the map that they know Born, he will lose in that matchup against a Dairoth. Renzio, holy, that was beautiful. Just spacing really, really perfect there in that fight to catch Born off guard and to take him down. That was a trade that was just not worth it for Orange.
I just think Born stayed a bit too long, a little bit of overconfidence there, thinking that they would be able to 2v1 him. If he had just walked out, allowed Gary to take control of that fight, I think he would have been able to make that trade a lot more favorable. But we're already seeing Omega out, just basically controlling the map as compared to Orange Esports, and that's not good because Orange are the ones that need to be controlling this early game momentum or they will fall off.
Yeah, like you guys said, right? They need to kind of control this early game, but right now it's kind of the opposite. Oh, but hold on, Kelra going to be focused on by 3 members. Gary flexing on him, finds the kill on Kelra.
See, this is what we expect from Orange. They need to play for the Moskov lane because, again, Moskov does really well when he starts to snowball. The fact that they've been playing in that bottom side and leaving Valens all alone has actually given the lead over to Omega in this early stage. Finally, they get the turret down up top, and now they can start pushing pressure.
Gary tries to go in for that turtle steal, but it's just a little bit too late here. So Omega gonna continue taking objectives away. And now we can see a movement from Omega. They realize Valens might be pushed up a little bit too far. Chaknu, he's looking for it, but gets shoved back.
Yep, Chaknu not gonna be able to find that one just yet. Knows that he has backup. Man was luckily there. Meanwhile, Min coming to join the party too. They're focusing on the mid turret, so they grab that one. So Gary should be safe here and fine unless Renzio decides to go in. There's going to be the I'm offended. Real world manipulation comes down. They have the CC potential. No damage going to come out just yet. They're happy with that. Let's see if they decide to play this one out. Both teams losing their tier 1 turrets.
It's very passive-aggressive, right? When we're talking about Omega here, they are playing really passive-aggressive. What does that mean? It means that they don't really pull the trigger that often, and they try to just use this to stall out the game. Even here, they don't pull the trigger on Gary, who's all alone. Chaknu's just buying time, and they're going for the purple buff.
Yeah, they're actually going to choke that out. The flicker comes in. There's the knock-up. They don't even need it. Born falls here. Smart Omega finding one in the jungle.
I feel like we do have to highlight a little bit about you saying that they're holding on pulling that trigger here, because something I've observed about just like Filipino teams, especially in general, they only take fights when they know they can take the fight. If the opponent is taking the fight, they're trying to engage, and they realize we're not ready for this, instantly back off. The decision making is so quick. They know exactly which engagements they should go for and which they should avoid.
Discipline.
Yeah, check out the player goal too, right? Valens, he's third there. So if he can buy a little more time and maybe get to the point where the Moskov is really hurting and it's going to be a concern, he could look for those setups, and that's what he's going to need to do. So this is a good chance for Valens to continue to farm up.
But it's going to be really tough, right, for Valens, because again, if he does want to go for farm, he has to do it with a cross-map play like this currently, and that leaves the objective to be fully opened up for the side of Omega. They just go at it right here with Ryzen using the Tamas in the jungle as well. That's just so much pressure. He's so tanky. He can be the one opening up the map, and he won't really be punished by it, because if Orange commit onto him, that's a free fight for Etumax, who is on the sieve. We can already see some movement from Orange, but Chaknu.
Oh, Chaknu looking for the wave. The Dragon's going to find it here on Min. Man, and there's the real world manipulation come down. They cancel it. They're focusing on him. Born does a great job. Here comes Gary looking for another kill. Killing spree over to Gary. Happy with that. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade right now. Another one, but Valens finds Kelra.
That was the snipe! That was the Moskov ult there, finding Kelra in the base. I didn't know we would get to see that today, but I am glad that we got to witness such an event. Orange Esports actually coming out on top there, despite the fact that Born actually got taken out a lot quicker than I would have expected by that Wesker shot, and now they're contesting this Lord.
Oh, Chaknu gonna look for a pick here. He's trying to stall them out, but it's secured here by Orange Esports. Now Renzio finding his target. Gary falls. Can they grab another kill? Renzio's still up. Orange Esports happy with that one.
Whoa, again, wait. It feels like they swapped places, right? Omega got the early game, and Orange, they flipped the switch. Orange, out of nowhere, off the back of Valens' play. Did you see that? Yeah, Valens, this guy, we mentioned that with that early game disadvantage, he might just be a non-factor, but it turns out with one fight, that positioning was just crisp. The fact that he went on to Etumax forced him to back up and forced him to use the real-world manipulation late. That caused Orange Esports to just take control of the fight.
Yeah, right now, let's take a look at the items, Sadafa, after that nice victory there for Orange Esports.
Yep, we can see so far Valens already completing 3 items on his side. Kelra only having 2, but I don't think their goal is too far apart since obviously that BOD is going to be a lot more expensive in comparison. Gary is still going for full damage with the Blade of the Heptases right into the Malefic Roar, not even going for defensive options so far. And Ryzen with the Corrosion Strikes and the Cursed Helmet, Ashina Shield as well. So the Mammoth is going to be very difficult for people to pick off.
Yeah, look at Valens doing work in the bottom lane. So he's going to grab that turret. You know, Smart Omega is going to have to handle the Lord. But right now, Orange Esports doing a great job opening up the map.
At this point, right, Omega, they might have to do the same thing. They need to revert to their initial win condition. They can't control the game anymore because look, map pressure just not for them anymore. Orange Esports will be the ones to push the pace, and they're currently doing a really good job, right? They've learned from yesterday. We see it here as they're using Min to zone people off the turret, and there you go.
He's going to find Chaknu here, but he should be fine. They're going to work on the turret. Yeah, like you said, use that utility you have. Use the conceal plays to find those moments for you to set up.
I'm just impressed at how quickly this game has turned around. It's kind of unexplainable that Orange Esports suddenly has so much map control when they were losing out in that early game, which is completely opposite to what we were expecting when we saw these drafts completed. With that early lead they had, Omega should be the ones in control. And if we look at the damage dealt, Renzio and Ryzen are right up there, but Valens not too far behind. I think this Moskov has really been a determining factor.
You could really feel right now that Chaknu, he's hungry for something. He wants to look for that crazy play that can really flip the game over back to their side, because he's been going for a lot of these flashy plays, but unfortunately it hasn't really worked out here because of that follow-up being delayed by Orange Esports. Chaknu, if he gets just one good kick onto Valens, which I think he's going for right now, he's aiming for, looking for, it might just be another turnaround. Valens, will he give that position up like yesterday is the question.
You notice he's playing a lot more careful today.
Yeah,
I would say.
Yeah, exactly.
This is the redemption arc of Valens, right? And he's actually, this game so far, he's doing a great job being mindful of his positioning. So again, he's just got to keep up with that. They have the 5K gold lead right now, and they could set up for this Lord pretty confidently. Chaknu, once again, trying to find some vision here.
Talking about the drafts at this point in time, Omega have heroes that requires them to kind of group around to protect. In comparison, Orange Esports, most of their heroes have a way in and out of fights individually, allowing them to spread their influence over the map a lot more comfortably. And that's why you're seeing Chaknu having difficulty finding these catches, because he doesn't really know who to go for. But now the Lord is going to be between both teams.
Chaknu literally looking for Valens here. Not going to be able to find him just yet. Gets knocked in. He should be fine. Real World coming down. Lord's still up, though. It's going to be worked on by Ryzen. He secures that one. Born's going to be in trouble here. Oh, Gary gets taken down. Man trying to find a setup. Not going to be able to get it here as he's focused again. Falling for Orange Esports. Smart Omega coming out on top of that one.
Chaknu was just really good on that. He initiated it, enabled that real world inflation to come through, and he instantly he stayed where Kelra was because he noticed something.
Balance popping off. He finds a kill on Chaknu. Can he turn it around? That's going to be a double kill. And 3 members of Smart Omega fall. Ryzen's going to be chased here by a Born. It's going to be a 1-on-1 here. Does he have the potential to get the kill here? Falling Star Moon should be up in just a little bit. Ryzen trying to escape. Falling Star Moon on top of Ryzen. It's a 1 versus a 1. Meanwhile, look at the mid lane being pushed down.
Wait, they could go for it here.
They could.
Valens, again, the redemption arc. There you go to fight in
mid lane.
Oh, they
get the kill.
Kelra nearly getting taken out. The Spear of Destruction just barely missing him, but Valens got taken very low as well. So Kelra alone is actually able to defend that base against the push from Orange. And although Ryzen got taken out, he bought a lot of time against Born. We can have a look once again in the replay.
Yeah, okay. There's a lot of dissect here. This replay obviously presented to you by TikTok, but again, I was just mentioning how good Chaknu played earlier before this, but Valens, you mentioned this safer, efficient Moskov playing in front to back, not really split pushing anymore, and you can see the difference. It's just massive for Orange, even with a man disadvantage, with the Lord there. The damage just comes through from Moskov.
Yeah, they have to, like, Smart Omega needs to be very conscious of Valens now, because even with that Inspire, the damage is insane, especially if you can find the space. Check out the items, Sadafa.
Yeah, we can see that Haas Claw's final pick up by Valens. We're definitely seeing a lot more marksmen go for those lifesteal items as the final pickup over Immortality, just because if you pop Immortality, that usually means you're gonna die a second time anyway, so having a little more survivability works out in their favor. And right now, this Moskov is truly a threat for Smart Omega.
I don't know about that full offensive build though, right? Like even the boots, it's, oh man, it's just attack speed. We have no defensive items. Technically, you can say that the Haas Claws is some lifesteal, but I don't know about that. Again, you can see the difference. Tough boots already, but Omega looking for something. Valens!
Oh, Valens gonna get spotted out here. Oh, Jack gets shut down. That's gonna be a mega kill. Renzio finding Valens though. Look at Born trying to find one. Gets the falling star moon off. Finds a kill for Man, and they're falling apart here. It's gonna be a 1-for-2 trade right now. Ryzen now finding another target, and now Smart Omega turning this one around. Kelra still in the back lane. Man, Min, you're in trouble. You gotta get out.
Oh, that was beautiful again by Omega. This is the initiation that we wanted, and guess what? The clock is ticking. 16 minutes in, that Omega timer, that 18-minute power spike might just come to bite Orange Esports now. With Born and Valens down, it's Omega actually trying to force the Lord here, and I'm pretty sure they can do it. It really just comes down to the Retribution battle. Doesn't need it.
Doesn't need it. Oh, man, unfortunate there. That's going to be a killing spree now for Kelra. This is going to be now for Orange Esports to defend. The gold favor going back to Smart Omega. They grab that Lord. Orange Esports is still in this.
Yeah, right before that Lord pickup, we saw Kelra also finish his Haas Claws as well. So the similar sort of durability is going to apply for Kelra now on top of Valens. And we saw in that last fight, being able to pick off the Moskov first really crippled Orange Esports' fighting potential, because having this Kadita as their mid laner means they only have one source of consistent damage.
All right, now Valen's going to be focused on. He grabs a kill here on Ryzen, but at the cost of his own life here. So it's a 1-for-1 trade. Valens, you got to be very careful of those moments. Right now, also Gary in the top lane, trying to push that out a little bit. Meanwhile, mid lane, Lord's still going to be up. They should be fine to actually defend this, but Smart Omega might look for a play here too.
The only consistent damage that they have that can really take down this Lord is Valens, but real world inflation now just often used. Orange Esports forced to be zoned back to his own turret, but they still can defend here, so technically Valens dying was all right. They still are able to defend that base turret in the mid lane.
I don't know if it was really worth it for Orange Esports, though. I saw what they were doing with Gary split pushing up the top lane. They thought that with Born and Min, they would be able to hold the Lord in place long enough, but they definitely needed a little bit more damage, because all Omega needed to do was send Chaknu to deal with it.
Chaknu going to be the focus here. He's going to get all the CC in the world. Should still be fine, though. Has the Immortality, too, and the teammates. So Orange Esports trying to find a moment here. Valens really has to be careful. Going to go ahead and just stay at the bottom lane.
This is it here. Look at Kelra, right? He's just waiting for a moment. He goes onto the orange buff. Okay, he just backs up, knowing that Orange Esports can capitalize on that overextension. But I feel like he was also looking for Valens, right? He was waiting there for quite a long time, trying to bait Valens to take that orange buff, because he had that shotgun out as well. But now, the tides have shifted again. Back to Omega, who now have that map pressure. With the Lord coming up once again, even without map pressure, they've been able to secure more neutral objectives. With map pressure, how does that go? Did they get a nerf with map pressure?
I don't really think so here. They're definitely in control of the game right now and very comfortable alongside it. In terms of gold right now, Valens is obviously going to be sitting at the top, but that's also a lot of pressure on him because, as we mentioned before, he is the only source of consistent late game DPS on Orange Esports, which means that this young shot caller here is going to have a very tricky time maintaining that trigger discipline so that he does not put himself out of position. Something difficult to do because Moskov's attack range is going to be a little bit shorter than other marksmen.
Oh, look at that though. Look at Man.
Yeah, he's looking for the setup here, right? This is literally the mage version of having a Beatrix, right? You're just waiting for that moment. But meanwhile, Kelra is actually in the middle. They're going to look for a target here. Born taking quite a bit of damage, should be fine. Gary's still on the top side though. Man also waiting patiently in that bush. Smart Omega is going to go ahead and work on this Lord. Not sure if they want to commit. There's the conceal play. Min zoning them back. Man, gotta be careful here too. He's still waiting patiently. Etumax, there you go! They find Etumax, taking him down. Mega kill going over to Kelra though. Now they're trying to turn this one around. Gary is here. Can he get the damage out? They're just way too tanky. Min gonna get knocked up. Way of the Dragon finds him. Immortality's gonna be popped. Kelra looking for the cleanup. There's the Immortality now. Man has to run for his life. Monster kill for Kelra.
Oh, Valence again, right? You just have to look at it. The positioning here just wasn't on point. He was just way too front there. He knows that Man got a very good initial fight onto Itomax, very good pickoff, but I don't think that was supposed to happen, right? He was just supposed to wait in the back lines, help with the front to back, because now it feels like Omega are going to get the Lord for free. Once again, 21 minutes in will mean that this is an evolved Lord, but at least Orange, they find compensation here by taking down the base turret up top.
That's a nice trade from Gary, but that's the trigger discipline we were talking about here. Valence jumping the gun just a little bit, got excited when they saw that E2Max got picked off in the back line, put himself out of position. I don't really know why he's trying to be that offensive. He needs to take some time. There is no reason for the Moskov to ever be behind the Ruby.
Yeah, I mean, again, it comes down to positioning, right? So they have to deal with this Lord. It should be okay. They have Valence still left alive. He's going to want to be careful, though, because Ryzen and the rest of the boys in Smart Omega mode might be looking for a setup here. Man waiting patiently. Chaknu knows he's there, checks the bush. Lord should go down here in just a second. Meanwhile, the rest of the team coming up to the mid lane, holding on to this mid turret with just a sliver of HP. Neither team wants to give this a go yet. Gary's going to take quite a bit of damage, has to respect Kelra as well. Turret finally going down, a base for Orange Esports cracked open.
This was so good when you have the Beatrix in the late game, right? The flexibility that she offers with 2 guns here, technically 4 guns. She can just keep on swapping. They have Poke, they have the Siege, and if Orange Esports look for a fight, force that dive, that Wesker is always gonna come in handy. And at this point, it's just gonna be really hard for them to find Kelra on these engages. He has the Immortality, he still hasn't used his Flicker for the past like 6 minutes in this game. He's untouchable at this point.
Yeah, he doesn't need to. I mean, look at the damage coming out from Kelra. Man's going to feel that one. They're going to work on the bottom here. Gary trying to keep them at bay. Min, you got to be careful here. Falling Star Moon's going to be committed. Ryzen zoning them out as much as possible. No one wants to commit just yet. Turret's still going to be up at the bottom.
Right now, Orange Esports has to play very safe. We saw in that siege that Valence is standing very far behind, waiting for his team to engage, which is why Min tried to flicker forward. Right now, they're trying to catch out the members of Omega, but the positioning is so on point. Like you guys mentioned, Kelra really not needing to use that flicker too much. He only just had to use it right before this, and that is because Omega, their front to back right now is so solid.
Now it's a good resource, though, that they have been able to burn out, right? Sure, Min was forced to use his own flicker to pop Kelra's flicker, but still, it's way more worth it. It's Kelra, a gold laner's flicker, for the price of a roamer. Now, we take a look at the items once again. We can already see that a lot of blade armors have been built here by both of the teams to respect the marksman. But what I do want to point out is still, look at Valence's items. He's still going for that all-in or nothing build. Full offense here. He actually sold his shoes for a Malefic Roar to deal more damage instead of maybe an Immortality or a Wind of Nature. So again, when he just gets the better positioning, he goes in when everyone is low just to clean up. It's going to be massive.
Yeah, in the Philippines, we call that barefoot Moskov. There you
Barefoot Moskov.
That's
I thought you call it baloots.
Balloon
plane.
Not that.
No?
But
Okay.
yeah, so he gets rid of his boots, right? He's pretty much full damage here, glass cannon, but again, he has to be super careful with the positioning because every Lord that comes up, Chaknu's going to be looking for him, right? They're going to look for that setup, look for that moment. Valen's still chilling in the bottom lane, right? He just wants to kind of put pressure there, forcing Smart Omega to respond to him.
I think I can agree with this build from Valence, though. Moskov is a hero that is very 100-4-0, but Man now, out of position. He has to use that rough waves to get away. Chaknu looking for him. Min, I don't think he's going to be able to protect him.
That's
so good.
Yeah. Unfortunate positioning there that they punish him for it. Look at Valence. Valence still in the top lane. Not sure what he's trying to do. Etumax dropped the real manipulation. They're going to focus on him. God like Kelra. They're making mistake after mistake, although they do find Etumax. Smart Omega might give this go signal for the Lord, but they're going to push back Orange Esports a little more. Right now, big mistakes coming out from Orange Esports.
Huge mistakes, right? Again, this flips the game back to Omega's favor. They already had map control, and now with them losing Valens and Mon, that back line for Omega, they're just going to be safe here. They're not going to be at risk of dying. Gary, again, he's hit that level where he can't really just dive into that back line without the help of Mon, without the help of Valens anymore. The damage has a peak for him. Omega, they're just going to go straight at it. Ryzen, not even caring. If Orange put all their resources on him, it's fine. Kelra's here to pick up the scraps.
I feel like Valens is just trying too hard to take things into his own hands in this game. He thought his team could delay them long enough for him to go in and get some damage done. But if he gets caught out, it's just 2 shots from Kelra and he's instantly taken out of the competition. Orange has been doing a good job so far of delaying things, but the Lord dropping real low.
Gary's going to come here. He's going to try to get the Lord. Lord's still going to be less than half health. Gary goes deep in, forcing Kelra back. Can he grab the... Okay, Lord's going to go ahead and reset right now. Oh, that's going to be a legendary Kelra. And they go one after another. Chaknu with the Way of the Dragon, forcing the flicker out. Smart Omega looks like they're just baiting Orange Esports to make mistakes.
But this is good from Orange, honestly, right? They were actually able to stop Omega from taking that Lord. And this minute, 26 minutes in, that Lord is massive. It's the evolved Lord that has just been scaling up. Chaknu gets stunned.
Oh, Chaknu, you gotta be careful. He gets, I'm offended. Immortality's gonna be popped. This could be a moment. Grabs the kill here. Can they continue on? Renzio now finding the kill on Valens. He falls. Min, you have to run. And man, not gonna be enough. They follow it up. Immortality gonna be popped here. That's gonna be a kill. Gary trying to help out, but it's not gonna be enough. Unfortunately, too many cables. Goes down from the Filipino Savage Kelra.
4-1. It's all done at this point. Mon can't really defend anymore. As Kelra, he just goes straight for the base, and they take game number 1.
The similar mistakes from previously, Orange Esports not quite able to overcome the power of the defending champions. A clean victory from Smart Omega as they are able to take game 1 of the series in a decisive manner.
Man, I thought that was going to be a redemption arc for Valens. Same.
The Abyss Walker, that's the ability that he needs to save. He used it offensively again to get Chaknu, and that's what's fatal here, right? The positioning. We've been saying this for the entire game. Redemption arc has just been canceled out by Omega.
It was almost there again.
Almost.
And again,
Such a good start.
It comes down to positioning, man. Like, as you said, that's your only defensive way to get around because you use the Inspire, right?
You don't have any defensive items.
Yes, exactly. You're completely glass cannon here. So tough game again. Just kind of slipping out of the hands of Orange Esports.
Yeah, absolutely. Changes need to happen if they want to tie this up against Omega. But right now, the lower bracket meta is looking to be strong. We already mentioned this is where they're comfortable, and as strange as it is, that is the case. I'm gonna be very interested to find out what kind of in-depth information we can get once we pass it over to the analysts here. So, boys, take it away.
As the so-called CEO of Omega said in yesterday's interview, the lower bracket is destiny, and boy, oh boy, did they perform here game number 1. At your service, my name is Leo, joined by LaFell, and we'll be bringing you the breakdown for game number 1 in this lower bracket bout.
Yes, thank you to Starfire as well, calling us boys. In fact, here we are boys. Now, looking at the game, there's a few things that I want to touch on.
Let us.
Number 1, I do want to touch on the positioning of all the teams, as well as Moskov doing that full damage item. However, there are instances in the game, it kind of looks like the damage was not enough.
Yep, there were moments wherein they took shades of how Orange Esports took RSGPH to the wire, but also it was very evident that Omega did their homework. Let's start with the draft, all right? Starting from the beginning, you're going to see that Orange Esports, as I said yesterday, somebody's got to watch out for Gary's Fanny, and indeed it came out first pick. And boy, oh boy, did Omega answer back. They pick up the Eve and the Cho. 2 heroes that have been very hot and cold in MSC 2022. And even the closer for this draft, as you mentioned, that Moskov on Valens. And then guess what Omega answers back with? The Thams. So already from the draft alone, we're seeing this is not the normal game from the normal metagame we can expect.
Yeah, and the thing is, looking at the Cho, right? it's funny to me how the Moskov, even with full damage items and then using the Inspire, it took quite a while to actually take down the Cho. And the thing is, I want to touch on the positioning of the map, which we will be touch on when we're looking at the highlights. But right now, let's look at the itemization for both these teams, because a very interesting development in the meta where, even though we cannot see here right now because 22, 23 minutes of the game, we're definitely going to see that all of the players have full itemization. However, in the early stage of the game, they actually build the Fury Hammer to ensure a lot of lane pressure that will be applied.
Yep, the Fury Hammer is what you needed to build up into the Blade of the Heptaseas and the Hunter's Strike. So, Lafel, we observed that Kelra held on to it for a while. I'm pretty sure Gary and Valens also had one at some point, and then Valens eventually sold it and then turned it into these more important items. And look, he's barefoot. He doesn't need any shoes. He doesn't need any boots. It's all damage. And despite that, we felt that he lacked it towards the late game.
Yeah, because look at Chaknu over here, having the blade armor, the dominance eye, so there's a lot of armor going on.
3 blade armors!
3 blade armors. So it's very difficult for Valens to actually deal out the damage, because again, when you have blade armor, it's very good to go up against very, very high damage basic attacks. And the thing is, with the basic attack coming in from Valens, if he can't take out all of these people, it's going to be very difficult for the side of Team Orange Esport. And look at the damage numbers here. I'm pretty sure he does a lot of damage. 100,000 damage, in fact. But again, for the side of Omega, they have so many tanky players in front, it really doesn't matter.
Yep. Looking at the damage taken, it's from those dudes who catch those spears from the Moskov. 137k taken for Renzio. Ryzen eaten so much more. And then Chaknu just 3k ahead of Ryzen, all right? So the way I describe it, the relationship between Ryzen and the rest of Omega is, since he's the new guy, take note, you can watch this, you will notice this in the gameplay. Since he's the new guy, they give him the hardest time. They give him the most dirtiest jobs, like, okay, face check this, you kite him, you peel for us. And that's what he did here.
Dude, I mean, like, based on the way that he plays, it's annoying enough on the side of Orange. So, in a way, I gotta say, looking at the itemization, the thing that we have to observe is Fury Hammer in the lane stage is very good. But Blade Armor, I feel like it's being slept on quite a bit.
Yeah, no, not just slept on, but I think it has to be a priority, just as the breakout player of this game, as expected, is Kelra. You can see here that he also built some defense himself, right? He has that Hasclaws for sustainability, has an Athena Shield and Immortality, and then he goes from there. I think the lack of boots here is okay, because there's a Hunter Strike.
Yeah, he has a Hunter Strike, and the thing is, when we look at the highlights, this is something I want to point out from the side of Omega, is that the way that they zone is actually very good, especially when they're taking neutral objectives like the Lord. They make sure that for the side of Orange Esports, they can't really engage, and this is why Kelra, I feel like having this kind of lineup around him gives him a very, very big boost, because he can deal a lot of damage without really fearing anyone interrupting him, even though Gary's on that Fanny.
Yeah. So now going full circle into that argument, into the discussion of how important blade armor is. If I'm not mistaken, I saw Chaknu building that blade armor in the mid game. It's one of his first 2 core items. So after leveling up them boots, after getting the Roam Blessing, he goes ahead and picks up the blade armor. And right now, in this current state of the metagame, you have to get that blade armor if you're a roamer or an XP laner, as our desk mentioned. Let's go to the highlights.
Yeah, right now we can see how Orange Esport, they try to put 4 man on the XP lane because they want to control the turtle situation. However, in this kind of situation, we can definitely see, look at every single team fight, look at the position from Omega as well as Orange Esport. If Orange Esport, they clump up together, they will lose the team fight. Whenever they're spread along, it's going to do well, because, again, Omega, the way that they zone everyone out on the side of Orange is super good.
Yep, I think this is a matter of, it's not what you got, it's how you use it. Orange Esports, they came packed and they have damage, they have CC, they got mobility, but Omega, they took so long. Again, this game lasted way past the 20-minute mark, and they did so well to read and to bait Orange rather, into going into these tighter corners, and then it led to the finish.
Omega timing, right? You can't let them get to this part of the game. And when we look at the 1v1s, Valens versus anyone, really doesn't matter whether he manages to get the Cho, whether he managed to get Ryzen on the thumbs. Either way, we can see that he does not deal enough damage. So even though it is super flashy, however, it does seem like just because the nature of how the tank update happened in the previous patches, getting that Moskov is actually kind of risky going into the later stages of the game.
Yep, it's true that his spears do have some pushback. Yes, there is this current relationship between heroes like Irithel and Akai when it comes to movement, damage, and displacement. But here, the Moskov, it's very 50-50.
Yeah.
But in the hands of a very capable player like Valens, we could see some lines of improvement, and then maybe it could grab them here a game or two in this best of 5. Something to note, the Filipino Savage has yet to pick up a Moskov, I believe, here in MSC 2022. But he did debut with an MPL Philippines Season 9, so maybe, just maybe, we could see it. Right now, let's go ahead and throw it over to Mara Aquino. Leo and Lafel out for now. Let's go.
Leo LaFell, I'm here with Sith, and we're going to be talking to Valens of Orange Esports. His parents are here. They flew 3 hours just to be able to watch him play live. Hi, Mom and Dad. Hello. What's your name, Dad?
I'm Luke.
Luke?
What's your name, Mother?
Oh, Annie. All right.
How is it like, this feel? You get to watch your son play on the big stage. Usually you see him playing online. How does it feel like watching him play live? Are you proud?
I'm very proud and I'm very excited.
Yeah. Now, usually parents don't get so excited about their kids pursuing a profession in esports. What was it about Valens that made you believe in him in this sport?
For Valens, he's very persuasive in asking us to let him play Mobile Legends. And he's persistent in requesting us and asking for our support. Eventually, we try to accommodate.
So you, guys, kids, you have to be persistent. That's what you do. You tell your parents, Mom, Dad, can I play? And you have to prove that also you're pretty good.
Yes, right. Mr. Lok, now Valens is trying to do something. He representing Malaysia. So, is there any special message to him?
Yeah, I'm very happy that he can represent Malaysia and he is doing very well to reach the semi-final. I know that the rest of the Filipinos and Indonesian team, they are very good. And it's a challenge for him to overcome.
Oh, you know the history. I love it. Mom, Dad, do you play?
Yeah, that's good.
Do you play Mobile Legends? Do you play?
No, I don't play because my reaction time to accommodate this very fast game is too much for me.
Oh, so the reaction time, it's too fast, it's too fast. But do you understand what's happening?
Slowly, I try to understand the game and also I learn to know which are the hero. And I know my son, he like the 1-1.
1-1. I love the support. They don't fully understand, but they're here to support him. So what do you have to say to all the parents watching? There's a generation gap. My parents' generation, your generation, it's not quite the same. Before, you want your kids to be doctors, lawyers, 9-to-5 job. Now it's different. What do you have to say, advice to all the parents with the kids pursuing their passion like Mobile Legends and esports?
First, we must understand the world has changed. And they have the thing like esport whereby everybody kids are very interested in. Secondly, we must narrow the gap between us and the kids. We must try to understand what their needs, and they must understand our concern. Slowly, we will work out in this area.
That is such, you know what? That's like a Miss Universe answer. Wow, thank you so much. The world has changed, and you must narrow the gap between your kids and the generation. Thank you so much, Mom and Dad, and we're really happy that you're supporting Valens in his journey. Now let's see what the casters have to say. Casters, come on in.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the English caster desk. That's amazing. I love that, we can hear from the parents of the players, and at the same time, the message, man, the message was on point.
W parents, dude. W parents. Honestly, like, with that support, right, usually it's just different. It's
honestly so different when you have the full support of your parents. I mean, talking about it, it's almost like a carnival, right? You get all this different excitement, and guess what? You guys can be a part of the TikTok Live Carnival that's currently underway. You guys can earn MLBB MSC points and win some MLBB rare skins. Participate via the in-game event to win massive rewards. You guys can see it right here down on screen. It's so simple. You want rare skins, bro?
Yeah, I want some rare skins. And of course, if you guys want it as well, it's so easy. It is in-game. You guys play ML all the time. I'm sure we all play ML all the time. Yeah, it's in-game. The carnival is available. Massive rewards are waiting for all of you. So what are you guys waiting for?
Waiting for you.
For me?
Yeah.
Hey.
Everyone is
He's
waiting
locked
for
and
me
loaded,
right
man.
now.
Well, you know, with that being said, we hope you guys enjoy the events that we have for you planned here. Also, again, MSC survey is on your screen. Feel free to scan that QR code. Let us know how everything's going. We're going to be in the draft here in a few seconds as both teams get ready. After game number 1, I got to say, it was a surprise. And at the same time, it's a little kind of expected from Smart Omega because they are going to punish those mistakes, whether that's positioning and just kind of dropping the ball when it's in your hands. And that's kind of what happened here for Orange Esports. But the main thing is they proved that they can go toe-to-toe with Smart Omega. I hope that they bring that kind of confidence, those lessons that they learned from game number 1 heading into game number 2. Mirko, what do you think about that?
And I hope they don't get too safe, right? Because after a very risky game number 1, after they tried so many things, you kind of tend to, when you get quote-unquote tilted, you kind of tend to get safe for every single time. And they need to understand that a lot of those plays happen, a lot of the good things that in game number 1 happen because of their risk-taking style. If they didn't take these risks, man, wouldn't have gone into max. We could have seen Valens actually just become a non-factor because he just wasn't going for these crazy fights in that top side. He already lost in the solo 1v1s, but now coming into game number 2, reset completely, try that same mentality, those aggressive style, and guess what? A little bit, just refine it just a bit, refine it. That's the key.
Yeah, that is the key. A little bit of refinement does go a long way, but when you mention mentality, I feel like this is something that people don't really think about because it's not really something tangible. You don't see it. You can't witness someone's mentality unless you really pay attention. And especially for a team that's as new to this stage, like Orange Esports, there's definitely going to be a little bit of worry about whether or not, will they play too safe now that they're against the lower bracket meta team themselves? Will they try to go overly aggressive to compensate? That balance needs to be found, and if they can do that, they will be putting themselves in a much more comfortable position.
I think they had the right idea, right, for game number 1. And I don't want to see them change it too much. Like you said, Mirko, just refine it, right? Refine that strategy, and just, when it comes to the game, make a little bit better positioning choices because that's really what it comes down to, right? So in a way, the picks were great. They were a little bit risky in themselves. Like you said, you don't want to see them get too comfortable, where they fall back on kind of this safe strategy. Because honestly, I gotta say, Sadafa, the Malaysian teams know how to play with risk, and it makes it very interesting.
It's always very entertaining to watch our teams here, and that is why we have all these fans here in the house supporting their team and rooting for them to make it further. But it is going to be quite an uphill battle. We talked about mentality earlier, how we're worried about Orange Esports with their mentality because of how new they are. On the opposite side, I think we are looking at the very picture of healthy mentality. The lower bracket meta, Smart Omega, they always know how to keep their heads cool and adapt to these situations.
Cool, composed, the composure from Omega, and honestly from Orange, right? Even Valens. Going for those crazy plays, you know, if it doesn't work, you're gonna get bashed by the comment section, by the viewers, for sure. But he still stayed composed, he chilled out, and I have a newfound respect for him because guess what? His favorite hero was Wan.
Well, yeah, and you know,
what
again,
a W human being.
I know why you're biased towards Wan, but you know, it's cool again that his parents even know that because if I ask my parents like, hey, do you know
What's
my
a
favorite
Wan?
hero? Yeah, if I was like, yo, Dad, do you know my favorite hero? He probably wouldn't know, and that's literally what
I know.
Yeah, I know you know.
I know.
Who is it?
It's Gorge, son.
There you go. Oh, wow.
Nice.
Okay, roles reversed here, but we should be jumping into the draft a little bit, but we're actually going to take a look at some stats here for the jungler of Orange Esports, Gary. There it is. Look at that. The KDA at 3.13 here. He does quite a bit of damage on average here. average kill participation though, 62% Stafa.
What I am a little concerned about in terms of Gary here is that he is more of that traditional assassin type jungler. And now that the meta has shifted to tankier junglers, utility junglers, you can definitely see that Gary is having a little bit of a struggle trying to catch up. Yes, he's still able to play those assassin heroes very well, but nowadays, when they're able to fall off so quickly and they're so squishy to get caught off in that late game, you can see exactly why his statistics aren't looking to be the most stellar among the junglers at MSC.
You know, I feel like teams that kind of went head-on with Smart Omega, especially in the own MPL Philippine region, if they went head-on and they went with that game plan, let's end this game before we give them a chance to get to that point where they want to, that works best. But again, it starts, they were actually doing it. They did that in game number 1. Unfortunately, the decision to fight that early turtle fight, which we saw in the highlights, that was a, as you like to say, a bad situation.
That was a bad situation. I agree. but yeah, going back to that point, right? I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is from Orange, because it's always like they show these glimpses of brilliance. So good in that early game, so good in that mid stage of the game where they were able to again flip the goal lead back towards their side. But whenever they get that lead, it's always like very flippy back again. Omega can punish a lot of these mistakes, and they tend to make more mistakes when they're ahead than when they're behind. So this is the thing that they just need to work out. They need to fix those bad situations.
Yeah, if you find a common characteristics of the Philippine teams, it's usually the fact that they will stall things out to the point where you are the ones making those initiations, those mistakes, and they know how to punish that. It's not often, honestly, that Smart Omega actually starts with a lead, right? So, on the other hand, on the flip side, actually, Orange Esports, if they have those leads, they have to learn how to take that to home court, end the games, and just finish them strong, because we've seen, I don't know what the average game time is so far for MSC tournaments, this MSC tournament, but usually if you can get to that point where you end the game 15 to 17 minutes, that is the time frame where Smart Omega will not be able to come back or do their thing.
Well, either way though, it does seem like the draft is about to begin. For those of you who may be just joining us, this is game 2 of our second series of the day. Best of 5, lower bracket match between Orange Esports and Omega from the Philippines. Currently, the first heroes have been banned out from both sides.
Okay, Orange Esports back on the blue side, right? They're sticking with that. Smart Omega is going to go ahead and take the red side here. Still, they're going to go ahead and ban out the Valentina. Orange Esports takes out the Akai. Still, I think it's pretty much going to come down to who wants to take that gold lane priority, who wants to take those other priority picks.
We also have to talk about the first game draft, right? It was a very weird drafting situation for both the teams. First pick wasn't the Franco nor the Petrix. Very weird coming in from Orange, but also from Omega. They let that go for so long. They actually picked up the Eve. And will we see something similar to that? Or does Omega now have the momentum, have the comfort of just going for the Franco, getting that? Because it's always weird when you talk about Omega, honestly. It's just really weird. I have to say it again, because it's weird. I don't know what to say about this team. Every single time, right? With the lead. It's also similar, because with the lead, they sometimes make mistakes, but when they're behind, 100% just point, pressure.
Yeah.
We love that. We eat that.
They perform under pressure. Both teams can be said there, right? And I think Smart Omega even heard the interview as they ban out that Wan here. So unfortunately, that's not going to be played. Orange Esports having one more ban for this phase. They go ahead and take out the Ling. Once again, kind of pretty much targeted at Ryzen, right? So I feel like Gary would do well. I feel like he did generally well on the Fanny pick, but Smart Omega actually going to ban out the Moskov. They're not going to let Valens get that Moskov again. They don't want him to have that redemption arc.
I can't believe I am seeing a Moskov ban here on the playoff stage, but that's exactly how it has turned out. Instead of banning out heroes like the Fanny, instead of banning out comfort heroes on Min or Mon, they're targeting Valence's hero pool. Because when you see a player have to rely on the Moskov so many times, it definitely starts to create the question, how deep are his pockets? Does he really not have anything else to draft? And that is what Omega is testing right now. Orange Esports, they have the first pick. Do they want to lock in the Beatrix? Do they want to go for the Franco? I think getting that Beatrix is very important because of the ban, but nope, still going to be the Fanny.
The confidence, honestly, from Orange, right? It didn't work the first time, and they're still trying to make it work here in game number 2. Well, technically, it didn't work yesterday as well. That's what I like to see, though. Orange Esports, they're not scared, even when they fail in the first time, but it's just gonna be the exact same response. Well, there's something...
This is weird.
Yeah, there's gonna be... This is weird! Wow, that's something that we've been saying a lot here in this series, but the exact same picks. The only thing different will be no Moscow, right?
Yeah.
I think it's time to pick the Beatrix for Orange Esports. They can also go for a Franco.
Yeah, I actually hope to see Orange Esports lock in Beatrix because that is probably the next priority that they want to go with. Actually, it's just a very big priority for a lot of teams. They also don't want that to go in the hands of Kelra because, hey, he was MVP last game.
Was he? I didn't know.
He was, bro.
Wow.
Yeah, it was
Yeah,
insane.
what a surprise.
What a weird thing.
Yeah, Kelra MVP. Never seen that before. MSC 2021.
Definitely unexpected from a lot of people here, but hey, it happens sometimes. Orange Esports, they're gonna be the ones to make this choice. They actually go for the Atlas. This is a hero that secured them a comeback victory before. And again, the Beatrix gonna slip through the cracks.
Does Valens not like Beatrix?
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Right? I was like, at this point, does he just hate Beatrix? Why? Yeah, Beatrix, so solid. We've seen it in most of the series this year in the playoffs. When you leave that Beatrix open, it's always the first pick. Fanny, I can understand, but leaving it here, throwing it over, and now leaving the Masha open as well that I didn't realize up till this point. This is Renzio's Masha. This is his signature pick in MPL Season 9.
Yeah, it's a great option. Masha in general has a lot of health bars, can put a lot of pressure around certain parts of the map depending how you want to see that played out. But, you know, with Orange Esports having this Atlas too, I mean, has it really worked out for teams? I mean, I know there's been big plays, right? The Fatal Links is a big playmaker ability, but at the same time, do you have enough to follow up against there? So if at this point they're not picking up that gold lane, because yes, you have Fanny, but it's at one point the damage is going to fall off a little bit. It's pretty strong in the early game, but to complement the Atlas here, to complement the Fatal Links, you want to lock in good, solid choice for the gold lane. And at this point, I'm still surprised that Beatrix is not going to be picked here because it could possibly end up once again in the hands of Kelra, and that's kind of hard to play against another time.
I get the feeling now that Valens really cannot play the Beatrix. Now, locally in our MPL, we have seen Valens play the Beatrix before, but I think he plays an older style of Beatrix. I think he's not comfortable with the more Wesker-oriented gameplay these days, which is surprising considering how aggressive he plays on those marksman heroes. It feels like it would be a good fit, but that's the only explanation I have. With the bans now continuing, Orange gonna continue focusing on Kelra's heroes, getting rid of the Iritel, Omega gonna ban out the Claude, as well as the Sicilian, because they know they want to be the ones dragging the game out to late game, so they're not going to give these late game options to Orange.
You know what else is weird?
What?
Xavier.
Yeah.
It's not being picked.
Well, not as weird, right? Because technically, if we take a look at the win rates, hasn't been too successful, but I do agree. Xavier has been left open a lot of times here. Well, technically 2 games in a row, as I'm pretty sure Orange will just take that Beatrix. No, never mind. Cam is banned this time. So, again, leaving out the Beatrix over for the Filipino Savage to take. I don't know if this is a good idea. Again, Omega, I feel like at this point, they're just going to take it, right? It's been handed to them. Orange Esports, they have done something really unique yesterday. 2 mages, one in the mid lane, one in the gold lane. That Xavier, as you mentioned, could be the choice here for Orange Esports if they do really want to look for those crazy fights and give Valens a hero that's playmaking, but also very... whoa. Okay, what's going on here, guys? It's getting weirder and weirder. Another ban that actually came through from Orange in the first phase, in the second phase, game number 1.
Yep.
Is now being picked up by Ryzen.
I don't know how I feel about Lancelot, honestly. Like, I feel like it's not...
iffy.
Yeah, it's in the current stage of the meta and the way things work, I feel like it's really hard to get to the point where you need to be on that kind of assassin jungler. But the one great thing is, again, this is... Hey, I gotta say, Filipino teams still love their Lancelot picks in the jungle. We'll see how that matches up.
Yeah, it's gonna be a very highly mechanical-based hero, which I feel like is a lot more difficult to play in this game when you have to deal with a Fanny as well. Neither of these assassins are really going to be catching each other out of position, as now Orange Esports, they're gonna be locking in the Kadita yet again, so there is a combo there. The Fatal Links into the rough waves. It's gonna be difficult to execute on, but if it is enough, then that could be the space that Balance needs to scale up now that they've locked in the carry.
Oh, such a smart one. Such a smart one by Coach Pakbet here. You know, they lock in the Lancelot because, again, they just want to give Kelra the last pick here. Picking that Beatrix, leaving it open for Valence, and now knowing that Valence 100% isn't comfortable on that Beatrix, right? That showed it. He picked the carry over the Beatrix. Now he knows, and that's going to be valuable information for the next games.
Yeah, because you don't have to prioritize it at all in your picks and bans. So this is a solid choice here. Sadafa, how you feeling about the draft? Which one you feeling more?
Now, obviously, Orange Esports, they got a really flashy composition with the Fatal Links and the Rough Waves, but I kind of feel like nowadays the Atlas, he is basically the TikTok highlights hero. He gets that one big play, you see it in the highlights, the rest of the game, not really doing anything much, getting caught out all the time. On the side of Omega, a much more solid pickup, very similar to their previous lineup, but with a few changes. Will they be able to match up to the mechanical prowess of Gary on the Fanny as we once again enter the land of dawn?
With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 2 here. Orange Esports, the last hope of Malaysia versus Smart Omega. Early aggression going on. Mirko, how are you finding these drafts?
I'm going to be honest with you. I don't like the draft coming in from the side of Orange Esports. I just really like Omega's draft here. So solid, very unique, and also distinct. Multi-dimensional draft with a lot of win conditions here, as opposed to Orange Esports with the same kind of idea. We go for that team fight and we look for it. Now, look at that. Gary getting the Little Wanderer over the Lancelot, and they will actually have the pressure this time.
Yeah, also, I mean, already Valence had to go back to base, right? Because that matchup in the top lane, Carry versus Beatrix. Sadafa, who's coming out on top of that one?
Absolutely, Beatrix should come out in every trade unless Kelra purposefully puts himself out of position, and I don't think that's going to be happening, which means that Orange does need to put a lot more pressure into that gold lane. But if they do that, then it allows Ryzen to hit his timing very early on, and the Lancelot is not a hero you want to allow to farm up easily.
I really like this because, you know, Renzio is on that Masha pick, that signature Masha pick like you mentioned, and with multiple health bars, you're pretty safe for the most part here. So now the focus can be up here on the gold lanes or even the mid. It depends really where Gary decides to go because, again, at some point, Fanny's damage is going to fall off a little bit. Shaq Newton, little sense there, knows that 3 members were waiting for him, make it 4. Turtle is going to be up shortly. Ryzen setting up there as well. Gary comes in. Let's see, which team decides to take the first Turtle the game?
And there's a big question when we're talking about the drafts coming in from Orange Esports again, but look at this. It's going to be Gary jumping in, looking for something here. Ryzen is there. They can back him up. Phantom Execution.
Yeah, they grab the turtle. Actually, Gary's able to grab that. Now the initiation comes out. Real world manipulation come down too. They find a kill on Min. Ryzen falls as well. Now the focus here. Born on Etu Max. Can he grab the kill? He should be able to. He's going to get slowed though. Unfortunately, and no mana.
That was still good for them.
Kind of strange there for Smart Omega. Ryzen actually missed out the retribution timing, allowing Gary to take it quite easily. It was so obvious you could actually see it on the stream. And once that happened, Orange Esports were able to take over the fight. A really nice Fatal Links by Min onto 2 people in the backline. And from that point on, it was a lost battle by Omega, who actually were still able to disengage pretty well.
Yeah, and there's something that I need to mention again. This is back to my point before the Turtle fight. Orange Esports, they picked up Carry going up against Omega here with just one guy who's really, really tanky. That's Masha. I would have actually expected him to go for something like a Popple and Koopa. It's been banned a lot by RSGPH yesterday, and I think it fits well. If they know that Kelra wants to pick the Beatrix, get a lane bully in. Just try to nullify all that early game damage. But look at this, Fatal Links.
Oh, Fatal Links gonna find Chaknu. They grab a kill here, going over the hands of Gary. Nice set there coming out from Min.
I'm going to follow up a little bit on you mentioning that Orange Esports should have picked up the Popol and Koopa there. From my experience at MPL, I've actually not seen Valens play a lot of Popol or Koopa either, so that does worry me a little bit about his hero pool here. Omega, they're already doing a good job of figuring out how they want to play around Orange Esports in the draft, and the more information they unearth, the more information other teams have to work with.
Jacknew trying to do work here. He's going to get stunned, though. Gary finding another kill on the top side. Smart Omega going to respond, though. Ryzen looking for one. Gets the Phantom Execution off. Can he give her out the kill? Thorn Rose with Kelra grabs that one, forcing Orange Esports back.
Good response from Omega, but Orange Esports, this is what we like to see, that initiative, that proactiveness on the map with the early game composition, forcing these team fights to happen on their terms. Now, they have that 1,000 gold lead, 1,500 gold lead, as they will look for another turtle fight. Omega have popped a lot of those resources. No Purify for Etumax, and that's going to be huge, as they also have swapped, they swapped their lanes here. This is what we expected from Omega.
Yeah, Jacknew going to find Min here, looking for the kill. Way the Dragon comes out. There's the Fatal Links. Can Born help him out? Min's still alive. Renzio looking for the kill. Here comes Gary, trying to back them up, though, and they're forcing Smart Omega back a little bit, but the turtle was secured.
Omega gonna be winning out that trade, so that's a little bit of revenge for the failed retribution earlier. While they were able to get a nice Fatal Links there, unfortunately Born just not gonna have enough damage at this stage of the game to actually take those people out, which means that Omega regain a little bit of that map control. Orange, they still have a bit of a net worth lead, but Valens in danger.
This is bad news for Valens as he's gonna get focused on here. Min, you're gonna be a little bit too late. There's too much damage, and now the focus on Min. They might not want to let him go here. He's gonna take quite a bit. Min, it's only a matter of time. They find another kill. Meanwhile, Gary finding a kill in the jungle on Kelra. Nice pickup there.
That was huge. Again, for the side of Omega, they were really good into that read, right? They know that Valens thinks he's alone, thinks that there's no one there to punish him, but this is what Omega is just really good at doing. They find those little mistakes that Orange like to make, Valens likes to make in particular, by overextending in lane when he thinks that the enemies are up top. But Orange Esports did find some compensation there, so it's not that bad, but Ryzen...
Oh, Ryzen, you're in trouble here. 3 members focusing him down. He's actually able to finesse his way out of that one. 3 members committing to Ryzen, still alive.
We were talking about mechanical gameplay in the draft. Turns out Ryzen is perfectly comfortable here. Being able to escape from that is no easy feat, but I do like the slight adaptation from Orange here. In the previous game, I did definitely see they were grouping up to get kills a bit too much. Gary getting the kill on Kelra up in the top lane when he knew they were ganking Valens made a big difference, but here comes Jacknew.
Way the Dragon's gonna come out, but the response as well. Min cancels him out, pops the rough waves. Nothing gonna commit of that one just yet, although Orange Esports pretty low. They still have that 2K gold lead. Hopefully they don't let that fall from their hands.
Yeah, they put so many of the resources down below. Even Ryzen was taken low there. So now it's actually going to be Orange who tries to go for the turtle, but again, they don't want to risk it. You can see already Gary respecting the damage, respecting the presence that Omega has on these neutral objective fights, and he chose to actually he chose to go back with the Demon Slayer. Needs to be
Way the Dragon right on target. Gary actually able to pump out a lot of damage, but he goes down here. Ryzen has to be careful because Born just around the corner. No one gonna go for that turtle just yet. Falling Star Moon comes down. Not gonna be enough, Born.
Really well played by Ryzen right there. Again, finessing his way out of that situation, recognizing that Born is probably not going to let him go that easily. He had his finger ready to poke down on that Torrent Rose, but Jacknew now engaging again with the real one manipulation.
Min finds the Fatal Links. Etumax taking quite a bit of damage. They find a kill going to the hands of Valens. Looking for Jacknew, not able to get that one. Ryzen now joining the party. Renzio pops the sprint, hunting down Valens. Not able to catch him just yet. Should be fine. Oh, it's just too much. Can he help him out? Man, trying to do a nice knock up here. Renzio still alive. The outplay. Oh, but he goes down. Almost, but he's able to save Valens.
Yeah, was it worth it? I think it is worth it. And Renzio, he just goes down to that orange map. No, he doesn't.
Yeah.
Born gets the shutdown. That's huge. Again, so it actually becomes worth it for the side of Orange Esports. Again, because they get that shutdown onto Renzio, now they can actually use the man disadvantage that Omega has to look for the neutral objective. Etumax is going to be so vulnerable in these fights. it's all going to come down to Chaknu. How does he engage? How does he use that Way the Dragon to cover up for Kelra or to initiate on fights?
It's a little bit difficult for Changnu here because there's so many heroes that he has to pay attention to on Orange Esports. Not only does he have to make sure he peels Gary off of Kelra, he has to try and engage onto Valence as well because they don't have a lot of catch other than this show up here. And if we look at the items so far, we can see that most people already completing their first and second item. Valence already hitting that Demon Hunter Sword, Golden Staff, Power Spike, whereas Ryzen actually going for the War Axe into the Malefic Roar on the Lancelot.
That's a lot of penetration, right? Oh, wait, down below, Renzio versus Valence in a 1v1. And it's actually Valence who wins it out here. Renzio forced to back up, but look at Chaknu. This might be... Okay, he learned from his mistakes. You can already see it from Valence. He goes in, wins the trade, notices that someone is missing, and now he tries to go back and rejoin his team for the Lord. This is brilliant.
Yeah, right now, I mean, Valence, being smarter again in this early stages of the game, he's got to do that, right? He needs to be careful because he's at least got the sprint, but no one going to commit to the Lord just yet.
Yeah, they're not going to commit this yet. Orange Esports wants to zone them out. You can see 3 members of Omega up top. They see that Man is by himself and want to make the attempt right now as Chaknu holds up the mid lane. Right now, the Cho needing to find a catch is very important for them, but that Way of the Dragon is such an important initiating tool. They can't just waste it on anyone. And right now, this slightly increased awareness from Valence is definitely doing a good job for Orange Esports to make sure they're not easily caught out.
And I feel like Kelra as well, he's just so aware. That could have been horrible for Omega if Man was actually able to pick him off in the top side. Gary, ooh, very risky there, getting way too close to Chaknu, who has that flicker, but Renzio going in on the Valence.
Yeah, Renzio looking for something here, not going to be able to connect just yet. Meanwhile, the rest of the team out in the jungle. There's the flicker, the Fatal Link setup here. The real world manipulation come down, they're able to follow up. Min goes down, and they find a kill, but 2 fall for Omega. Killing spree for Born, trying to do his best. Ryzen now gonna have to retreat here. He's so slow though. They might actually follow this up into the base, and they do. Valence grabbing a kill.
There you go. That's what they wanted. They waited for those power spikes to hit. Valence, like you mentioned, he hit those power spikes already with the DHS, and now he does so much damage onto the frontliners of Omega. Because of this, they're just going to go in onto the Lord. They notice that Chaknu's there. Look at Renzio.
Renzio looking for Man. Man's still going to be alive, though. Chaknu just in the bush there. Renzio going to take quite a bit of damage. Has to sprint out. That should be Lord secured for Orange Esports, but hold on. Rest of Omega making their way down. They have to secure this Lord. Chaknu going to be popping the conceal, not going to get anything. Fatal Links is popped. They grab Chaknu. Now they're on the retreat because Smart Omega pushing them back. Min should be able to get away. Not going to be enough. Renzio finding the kill. Now Born turning his and he grabs him. Mega kill for Born.
That's just well played there by Orange Esports, doing a good job of zoning out Omega. And also, I do have to praise Omega for being able to constantly siege the waves and buy time for the rest of their cores to come back online. Definitely, we're not able to estimate exactly how much damage Orange Esports is able to output. And the moment that Chaknu went down, Orange were in control. But Omega, they still actually tried to make that engagement. They actually could have picked off a few more people. So that is props to Orange for being able to disengage properly and keep their cores alive.
And that just shows, right? Oh, wait, Chaknu, he goes in onto Min here.
Look at the damage pumping out from Valence. Finds Chaknu here. They're going to turn them around. The Lord's still going to be up. Look at the back lane.
Oh my God!
Gary finessing on them. The damage is just too much. Kelra gets taken down by Born as well. Orange Esports is not going to let this one fall out of their hands. There's the real world manipulation. The Lord is still up. They have to take it down. This could be canceled right there. Renzio is taken out here by Valence, and Orange Esports takes game number 2.
The comeback again off of one more fight. Chaknu made a little bit of a blunder there, overextending. You see it and instantly punished by Orange. We got a series on our hands.
I'm gonna tell you now, folks, even as someone with a little bit of that Orange Esports bias, I was not expecting this. The fact that they were able to adapt, the fact that they came out on top, that comeback is just amazing. We already talked about you gotta get that mentality, you gotta be prepared to go into game number 2. That is exactly what happened.
Dude, I don't even know who to highlight there because that was literally what we call a team effort. Each member just doing what they had to do, and you gotta put the respect on Valens here. This, even though it wasn't the Moscow, this in a way was that redemption arc game for him. He played out of his mind. There's the happy parents as well.
Oh man, you love to see it, right? Right after the interview, he gets that parent buff, baby. Everyone's talking about the girlfriend buff. Nah, parent buff, better, bro. And you can see it already. We're gonna have to throw it over.
Yeah, let's hear from the analysts. We're gonna break that game down, the game number 2. Leo, LaFell, break it down.
We're going to break it down. Welcome to the analyst stand at your service. My name is Leo, joined here by LaFell. And looking at this game and then taking into consideration what happened in game number 1, it looks like Orange Esports are a whole new Harimau. Did I say that right?
Yes. You didn't tell me that's how you're going to open.
You said break it down. I didn't know he was going to say break it down.
All right, but either way, we got to say they play really good, man. Man played really well. But the thing is, man, I kind of got to say, Valens, he's a very risky player. He likes taking this short-range marksmen. But, you know, this is the type of play that Orange Esports like. High risk, high reward.
Yeah, and I think they adjusted a little bit here and there. Game number 1, it was not exactly the way you want to engage, but game number 2, the Atlas, I think, made all the difference. Coming in with Omega's lineup, they also tried to play. That's what I love about this matchup. Both teams understand that they both play very risky and both have a very interesting play style, and it's the draft that really made the difference. Let's check it out one more time. Again, I have a huge emphasis here on Man and Min. Either way, right? This is very, it throws me off because
I get it.
They're both roaming technically.
I get it, but yeah, over here, definitely in terms of, I would say it's a lot about the gameplay because when we look at the highlights, there are a few things that I do want to touch on. But yeah, Min and Man. The thing about Man is he's playing this Kadita almost like a Natalia. He's just trying to flank around, trying to make sure that for the side of Omega, they get very suspicious. And we see that Kelra actually played very well, making sure that whenever he enters the bush, that no one is there. However, that does slow down his farming speed a little bit. So it's kind of a psychological play on the map.
Yeah, it was a very fast game. Again, 12 minutes, 31 seconds. You see here, the aforementioned Fury Hammer on Kelra. Didn't even build the Hunter's Strike. And then look at Etomax. Look at the adjustment by Omega, wherein they were so uncomfortable. It's an Eve with a Brute Force Breastplate and the 2 main mage items. That's how much off-kilter Omega was. So it really defined exactly Orange Esports' approach. And you mentioned how much Valens really likes his short-range mages. And I think this made all the difference. It's the carry.
Yeah, and the thing is, because he has that steel leg plate as well as the Dreadnought armor, making sure that he can take a lot of damage. Because here, looking at the damage numbers, I gotta look at the carry. 62,000 damage, that is a lot, but 47,000 damage equally is a lot. And this is the thing when you're playing a short-range marksman, you're gonna get touched a lot. And, you know, marksmen, they don't get to, you know, but, you know,
Yeah,
I'm gonna stop there.
No touchy, all right?
No
So
touchy.
Valens here, 786 gold per minute, a lot of damage dealt, and ladies and gentlemen, key in your ranked games, especially if you're trying to build up that MSC pass. When you see 4 physical damage sources, just build the leg plates, just build the Dreadnought armor. It was so key.
Yeah, making sure that he can take the punishment so he can dish it back out. And Born, honestly, phenomenal play, making sure that he does have the blade armor because, again, Masha is a basic attack hero. The same thing can be said about Beatrix. So him actually having that blade armor helped him out a lot, especially something that we don't talk about a lot is that once blade armor passive activates, when it bounces back the damage, it slows down the opponent.
Yep. So now we're going to be awarding our MVP for game number 1. It's Orange Esports' Valens. How perfect. Parent buff. Got a hero that he wanted and played the way exactly he did. 5-on-5. We celebrated that earlier this year.
Yes, we did.
But again, key here is the items. I love that the game ended right when these items are in a highlight.
Yeah, in fact, here's the thing. Technically, he has 4 defensive items compared to Moscow full offensive. He got the boost, making sure there's more armor. Steel leg plate, more armor. Dreadnought armor, very good against the Lancelot. And then, just in case, if the damage from Lancelot is a little bit too much, he has the Wind of Nature as well. So, a lot of defense over here. So, he's like, you know what? I've learned sometimes a good defense is the best offense.
Yep, and if you will recall, the draft when the draft for Omega, they're very stationary. When they pick their fights, they want to stay in that fight because of the Eve. So the Wind of Nature is key, as well as being a carry. He wants to just get these stacks on, and here you'll see, right? It was very rocky to start, and I think Orange Esports had to work hard to get that dominant position and finish real quick.
Dominant position, that is what I want to touch upon, because in the previous game where we saw Orange Sport, they tried to engage onto Omega, but somehow Omega got 4 kills, and then starting from there, they started to control the map. Over here we can see Gary had a little bit better time, making sure that he did control the upper lane as well as the buff, making it so that Orange Esport actually holds the map a little bit better, giving more opportunities for Mon and Balance to dish out the damage, and I feel that's the biggest difference maker compared to game 1 and game number 2.
Yep, and going into the finish here, which happened in the blink of an eye. I don't think Omega was ready for this. Orange Esports, in the seconds that led up to this win, they just had extremely well-coordinated target acquisition. They chose the targets right, they targeted the base, and right before their very eyes, the kings of the lower brackets suddenly are not at match point. Honestly, it could have been exactly that, but Orange Esports said, not so quickly, we're in Kuala Lumpur.
Either way, I'm looking at the draft coming in for the next game. I want to see who actually has a better early game, because how they establish map control really affects the game entirely, because both these teams, they can use their advantages very, very well. And I feel like Orange Esport, they have lost enough times where even they get 10k goal lead, they can still lose. So I feel like in the next game, even the early stage of the game, the early draft, we do have to pay attention to.
And that's exactly what I'm going to focus on. I'm hoping that Omega brings out something new. Coach Bakbet, what you got underneath that suit? As for now, Lafel and Leo out. Let's throw it over to Mara Aquino.
Leo, Lafel, Orange Esports fans are so happy right now. I'm sitting beside 13-year-old Wise, who's here with his brother and dad. I was so inspired by Valence's parents that I had to get another family. So your brother also plays, Wise?
Yes.
What hero do you play?
Matrix.
What hero? Beatrix.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna. What rank are you, by the way? What rank?
Mythic.
Wow. I'm just epic. What about your brother? What's your name? What's his name?
Pate.
And how old is he?
11.
11. Okay, so you play together. What hero do you play? What hero?
Beatrix.
Beatrix. They both. Oh, what happens when you both want to play Beatrix? What else do you play? He wants to play Beatrix, and you're in rank. You play another hero? You have to.
Ada main hero lain tak? Ada. Main hero apa? Lancelot. Apa? Lancelot. Lancelot.
Lancelot. Okay, I'm gonna give you a prize. I'm gonna have a loot bag for you. You said Beatrix is your favorite hero, correct? If you can say a Beatrix quote, I'm going to give you this.
So if you can cakap Beatrix quote,
Yeah.
dia dapat hadiah.
Or another hero. Another hero. Go ahead.
Ada hero lain?
Another hero. Go ahead.
A punch for a punch.
Oh, that's Paquito. You're joking me now. You said Beatrix. So a punch for a punch. What about, do you know a saying? Do you know a saying?
Ada tahu quote tak lain daripada hero? Tahu tak tahu?
But you know what? You are just adorable. I'm gonna give you one as well. Can we give him another one also? Let's give him another loot bag. That's so nice. Dad, do you play? No, but you're just here to bring them. Oh my goodness, what supportive parents. I'm gonna give, let's give another one to you. Thank you. Are you enjoying?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, thank you so much. See, I love it when parents are here. The parent doesn't play, but he's here to support the kids. Now, how about for you guys? I'm gonna sit right over here. Hi, what's your name?
Johnson.
Johnson, like Johnson Kadita. Do you have a Kadita in life?
Sadly, no.
Not yet. Girls, no Kadita yet. So who you here with? Let us know who you're here with.
Cho.
Oh, you're here with, no, you're friends. We haven't played the game yet. So who are your friends? You're here with your friends, right?
My friends.
Okay. So who are you rooting for?
Omega.
Omega, who are you rooting for?
Orange Esports.
Orange Esports. Okay, friend, who are you rooting for?
Orange Esport.
Whoa, wait. You're in between two Orange Esports fans, and you're the awkward one, rooting for Omega. Why, are you Filipino, Malaysian?
Malaysian.
Why are you rooting for Smart Omega?
So like I said, I like the chances of them winning.
You like the chances of them winning. Okay, they're right now, it's 1-1. What do you think right now is the chance for game number 3 that they're gonna take it?
I think 3-1.
Oh, okay. Okay. Let's talk about what rank are you in Mobile Legends right now?
In Mythic.
Mythic. Wow, everyone's so good here. Favorite hero?
Cho.
Cho. Oh, can you do a Cho impersonation? Okay, that's pretty good. Now let's see if the casters can do their own hero impersonations. Casters, come on in.
Hero impressions, we love it. Mirko.
Egg fried rice. You know what that's from?
No.
What? 515 Emerald 11 skin for everyone who doesn't know.
I didn't know because you didn't do the actual tone.
All right.
Does she say that?
She does. She
does.
spams it. She's like egg fried
Wow.
rice, egg fried rice.
Okay, well,
I feel like I
Sadafa,
would get hungry listening to that.
who's your hero?
Oh.
That kind of sounded like Cho.
Yeah, I'll go with it.
Okay. Well, you know, we love the interactions from the crowd. Mario, you're doing a great job out there. Again, before we jump into game number 3, go ahead, scan that QR code up on the top right, and let us know how we're doing. And at the same time, guys, we have a minute till the draft. We pretty much have a series on our hands, I'd like to say. I know in the crowd, we have some fans for Smart Omega that think it's going to be a 3-1. I honestly, personally, don't think it's going to be that way, man. I love what I saw from Orange Esports. The lessons that they brought with them into game number 2, I feel like they have the momentum right now for game 3. Mirko.
And you have to note down that Omega, they are a momentum-based team. I expected them to actually get game number 2 if they get game number 1. And that's exactly what happened, right? They took game number 1. Game number 2, they started off really strong. But then Orange, they found those little mistakes and they came back from that. So now currently it's 1-1. Omega don't have the momentum anymore. It's actually now on Orange Esports.
Yeah.
I feel like it's going to be 3-2.
Bold assumptions here, but I can definitely agree with where you're coming from here. The ball is now in the court of Orange Esports, and it's going to be up to Omega to decide how they want to overcome this now. And honestly, I can't believe I'm saying that, considering that Orange, this is their first time on the stage. Omega, they have an extensive history of being able to just clear the way through the lower bracket easily. Speaking of lower bracket, I feel like we really do have to talk a bit about the MSC lower bracket meta. We've been seeing so many clean sweeps so far, and all of a sudden, teams here in the lower brackets, they are really putting up a fight.
I mean, they're duking it out, right? No one wants to go home at this point. And today is full of just pressure and intense matches. And now we have a series on our hands. I love to see it that way. I'd rather much be it that way than, you know, a sweep in one team's favor. So this excites me, and I'm ready to see how we kind of see the drafts unfold, because, again, we saw a lot of weird things in the last draft, right, Mirko?
A lot of weird things. I think that's an understatement, right? The entire series has been weird. It feels like whoever's in the lead, they tend to make more mistakes in the draft as well. There's just a lot going on. And on that note, let's just jump straight into the draft for game number 3. I want to see weirder things as we go on to the series. And there you go, a swap. And the first ban is the Moskov for Omega. Thoughts?
I just can't believe it.
I know, right?
I can't believe this hero is here on the screen right now in the first place. Not just that, but the first ban from Smart Omega of all teams. Lots of respect over to Valence. I do wonder if they're really gonna start cracking down on more of those marksmen now. But from what we saw in the previous few games, Omega seemed quite comfortable letting go of meta heroes like the Franco, like the Beatrix, and so on. I get the feeling, now that they've dropped the game, things are gonna revert back a little bit more to normal.
Yeah, and with that being said, I mean, the Franco comes out in a ban too, so this is already pretty much different from the previous 2 games, right? So at the same time, what does Smart Omega want to prioritize here? Because in terms of their hero pools for each player, they have so many options. I mean, depending what Orange Esports bans out for the rest of the first phase here, I have a feeling, I have a hunch if they don't take out Valentina, will we see that being picked by Smart Omega, or do they just automatically go for those high priority picks? Because like you said, Mirko, last game, if Orange Esports doesn't want to take that Beatrix, you don't have to go and secure your gold lane off the bat, right? You can go ahead and start with those other choices, but Orange Esports is going to go ahead and take out that Valentina.
Yeah, they do go for it. I think, again, it's just way too expensive for the Valentina to be left up for grabs here. We know that when you pick the Valentina, why it's always just being banned out by the second pick, it's always because of the flexibility that it has, and also the fact that it kind of nullifies all the other picks that comes in for the opposition. You have that Valentina, the opponents are just, they cannot pick a big ultimate hero anymore. No more crazy ultimates. They have to stay safe with their picks, and that just narrows it down to a point where the first pick team can just capitalize so much from it. But now back at it again with the predictions on the draft, I guess. Omega, they should be taking away here either a Julian or an Akai. They actually take out the Masha here, which is really interesting because now there's so many prio heroes left up for grabs. I feel like if I was Orange, I would just leave out all the prio heroes here, go for just a target ban, maybe towards Omega. Beatrix is what I'm thinking about, and trade. We have the second pick. We can go for 2 picks. You can go for 1.
I'm wondering if they're going to actually do what they did previously, ban out the Ling, right? So they target that at Ryzen, like you're saying, giving them kind of those priority options they have. And at the same time, you know, we haven't, there it is, right? So we haven't seen yet much answer to Gary's Fanny too, because that's also going to be a possibility. So what does Smart Omega take? They go ahead and lock in the Fanny.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. If they don't know how to deal with it and they have a player that can play it pretty well themselves, why not snatch it away from Orange Esports? And this instantly puts a lot of pressure on them, because now that means Smart Omega are going to be the ones dictating the flow of that early game. They need so much crowd control to be able to deal with it. We already know that Min, he likes playing on that Ruby. That's a very good hero counter to the Fanny straight away. But is it worth it picking up in this first phase? And if they let it go, will Smart Omega try to steal it away?
Now it's very clear as to why Omega went for the Moskov and Franco bans, right? Fanny picked up, and now that Orange know this, they can go for something else. They could go for Julian. Akai is still up for grabs as well, but they go for the Esmeralda, so they're still not showing what they want to choose to counter this Fanny. No Ruby, no Cho. Omega, though, have a chance to pick up the Akai now as a roamer or an XP. They kind of lose that flex potential because they've already picked up a Fanny, but in my opinion, Akai is just too solid right now in this meta.
Either Akai or also Kufra's open, right? They could just go ahead and take that. So it's not countered. Like you said, they are kind of taking out those Fanny counters here. Orange Esports, that's the thing, right? The Esmeralda is a safe choice. It's super safe, very high priority. Julian, on the other hand, you don't necessarily know just yet where that's going. Could be in the jungle. But yeah, here's your typical response to Esmeralda picks, right? Dyroth being chosen here. Not an insane win rate, but it serves a purpose. And they round it out with an Eve.
Interesting. Going for the Eve and Dyroth. Obviously, this is very classic Omega playstyle, but it does make you wonder whether or not they're worried that more CC heroes will be drafted by Orange Esports in response, because not only now do they need to counter the Fanny, they also need to find a way to deal with the real-world manipulation. So they're giving Orange Esports an opportunity to just draft a hero that solves both problems at once. I think Ruby is still a very good option.
I think it's the most optimal option currently, right? Because when you pick a Cho, it's mostly just single target, apart from that Ji Kundo. When you go for that Ruby, you can do a lot of things here. You can cover up for the melee just coming in from the side of Omega, from the Fanny, the Dyroth. You can also just go flicker in to look for the Eve, but no, they still go for the Cho instead. I guess they just value that mobility a lot here.
Yeah, I think if you can find one target, like, those are the things you have to pretty much balance, and that's why there's coaches, right? That's why the coaches are on the stage and not us. They're the ones pretty much deciding, like, we would rather have that single target pick potential, because you can either use that on the Fanny, or if your tools fail for you to end that real-world manipulation, you have that pressure from having that Cho. The Way of the Dragon is super. I mean, just the combination alone, the flicker that you have, plus the Way of the Dragon, is already quite a big of a threat. So right now, Orange Esports does have the tools to handle, so far, what Smart Omega has.
What are the chances that Orange Esports are flexing this Cho? What if they are showing it now and Valens is the one that's going to play it? They'll keep the Ruby for later just to keep Omega guessing.
That would be interesting. I'm not gonna lie. If this Cho is actually gonna be placed into the gold lane or perhaps the jungle, I'm just a really big fan of that, by the way. Yeah. But again, this is still flexible, right? For Orange, Julian, we don't know where he's going. Can go to the mid lane. We've seen it plenty of times here in MSC, and for the Cho as well. So we're just gonna have to see where that goes. Omega, though, they start respecting this Kadita. After 2 games of facing the Kadita, they finally now know that it is annoying, very annoying to go up against. So they go and ban that away. Orange, though, I feel like this is the perfect time to go for another one of Kelra's heroes. Usually they opt to go for more jungle bans. Here, I think it's the perfect timing, right? No Lancelot anymore, no Tamis, at least I think so. Again, it's a very weird series. Should be a bit of Beatrix.
Beatrix, but then I feel like he would just default to the Claude pick. Like, that is something that he could potentially do here. So they actually just take out the Clint here, and Smart Omega 1 ban left, but I mean, you have a thought.
I get it now. Because Orange now, they're thinking ahead, right? They're thinking that now there are 3 heroes that we can pick. Clint, Beatrix, and that Claude. If we ban that Clint now, we're basically forcing Omega to ban one of those heroes, and they don't. There you go. Because it's tough now for them. They need to waste one ban. If they go for the Beatrix or the ban towards Claude, it leaves Orange open to have that huge presence in the gold lane.
I actually think differently here. I'm thinking that Orange, they're banning out the Clint because they want Smart Omega to pick the Beatrix. I think they're in a position right now where they think it's easier to deal with the Beatrix than to ban it out and force Kelra onto something like the Claude, because it is so much harder to catch a Claude as compared to a Beatrix. With the Lilia banned out now from Omega, I'm wondering, would this be an opportunity to bring out the Xavier again?
I mean, if you're going to have the Julian in the jungle and then you have the Xavier, I mean, that's so much CC potential and also pretty good damage as well. But it looks like they're going to go ahead and take the Claude themselves, which is actually a good choice because, again, you're really playing around the real-world manipulation. That's what you have to think every time there's an Eve across from you. But as expected, right, Smart Omega is going to go ahead and lock in the Beatrix here, rounding it out with a Natalia.
That was, I did not expect that. I don't know why, right? Natalia has been so successful in MSC, but it's just not a thought in my mind. I don't know why. Natalia literally goes invisible as well.
I was going to say, it's like she's invisible.
Absolutely, but Orange, right now, what do they counter this with? They already have the Cho. It's still flexible now. Do they want to pick a jungle, put the Julian in the mid lane, or do they want to just put that Julian into the jungle, pick up a mid laner here? Perhaps something like a Kagura would work?
Farsa.
It's far. Oh, no. Against a Fanny? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I just want to see the skin, man. That's, I mean,
that's fair.
Most likely won't get it.
But now it's just really smart, right? You can tell that Omega, that Lilia ban.
You said you wanted to see it. I know it's on the other side, but here it is.
Where is it going to go? Gary. Okay, so it is going to be Julian mid.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Paquito jungle, which we haven't seen in quite a while.
I haven't seen it in MSC.
MSC,
Completely forgot, but the Paquito jungle is actually one of Gary's power picks here. He usually plays assassins, but he's very comfortable on the Paquito jungle. And I think this is a really good answer if Orange Esports wants to gain that early game momentum against the Fanny. A hero that dishes out a lot of damage isn't very easy to catch for himself, but they're gonna have to deal with that Natalia roaming around the map, causing havoc. Will this lineup be enough to secure another win for Orange Esports, or will Smart Omega show that they are truly the kings of the lower bracket meta? Let us find out in the Land of Dawn.
Well, we're going to take a little bit of a moment here to talk about the team compositions once again. So Dafa, you pretty much laid it out on the line there, what you felt like about both team compositions. Mirko, how are you feeling about what both teams have bringing into game number 3?
At this point, right, the weirder draft usually just works out here, and I don't like the Paquito here, but it's weirder, so I'm just gonna like it. I'm gonna go for them, right? I'm gonna go for Orange. I felt like in their composition, they were kind of lacking someone who could just help with the CC, right? Help follow up. Maybe Esmeralda goes in for the falling star when no one's there to actually follow it through. Knockout strike. Very good. He can just lock them in place, and guess what? Up against a Natalia, that's going to be huge. And the Dairoth as well. He's pushing them back, giving space for the Claude to use that blazing duet in the midst of it all. So I'm going to have to go with Orange here.
Okay. I mean, I like orange drafts. I feel like it's a really high
You like
octane.
orange?
I love oranges, yeah. You know, zest. But with that being said, Orange Esports draft, I think could work really well. Paquito in the jungle, though, that is the big question mark for me, especially when it's lined up across Ryzen on the Fanny, dude. And yes, Gary plays a clean Fanny, but I will say Ryzen as well. I mean, a lot of those Fanny players from the Philippines are it's just so good. So we'll see how that plays out. Also, the Natalia is a huge question mark here, but now jumping into game number 3, Orange Esports and Omega 1-1.
I think we also have to highlight, though, both junglers play the Fanny, so now that Gary is up against it, he should also know how Ryzen wants to play across the map, and maybe that would be good enough for him to set up these better knockout strikes. Hopefully that's going to be the case. Already Min going to be harassing Ryzen.
Now Ryzen feels what what Chaknu was doing towards Gary in the previous game, is that's going to be most probably Ryzen forced to use that retribution. Oh, who got it? Yeah, oh my god, wait, it's Min who got it! He stole away the purple!
Big
play! And he gets the first blood too! Min!
Wow!
Way too greedy by Ryzen with the retribution. What? He just didn't use it. Chaknu comes in to trade it back, but again, can we talk a little bit about that? What?
That's value.
That's a lot of value. It's been so long since I've seen Min play on this show that I forget this is also a comfort pick. He likes to be super aggressive on this show, and sometimes you really don't realize just how strong he is on this hero. He knows exactly well that without the purple buff, Ryzen isn't going to be able to compete against him, and uses that to just take him out.
Man, I mean, if you have a Fanny, right? Whatever team has it, even in your ranked games, you don't want to lose that early purple buff. That already sets you pretty far behind. So now you are playing catch up, right? And you can see it. I mean, they are going to be focusing on Ryzen, trying to stall him out as much as possible.
I'm not sure if this is a visual bug, but Man doesn't really have any buffs here. I'm pretty sure it is just a visual bug here. He probably got both of his buffs there in the top side and that bottom side. Cleared out his entire jungle. He's still level 3 though, so that's pretty interesting.
I mean, I think the reason Man doesn't have the buffs is because Gary is
Gary's
the
the
jungler.
jungle.
Right. I forgot about that, dude.
You haven't seen Paquito in the jungle. You know, it's okay. We understand. Gary, though, jungle emblem Paquito, it's going to be working out well for him. And you can see, right? They grabbed the first turtle. That's a nice pickup. Ryzen not even going to be able to get territory for his purple buff.
Oh, man, and here as well, Valen just using that play. What? Okay.
This is a little weird.
Yeah, see?
This game.
Now you understand, right?
This is just chaos already from both these teams. I think Valen's definitely underestimated the damage coming out of Kelra there. Stood in place a little bit too long. I wonder if his battle mirror image just expired and he didn't notice.
Yeah, what do we call this? The weird derby?
I guess so, man. Game number 3, the weird derby. And right now, look at the focus here on that purple buff. So they finally get Man. And again, Smart Omega has that kill advantage, but the delay on top of Ryzen is actually very, very good in favor of Orange Esports.
Oh, and now it looks like Min is looking for something here. Doesn't really get it, but yeah, we're back. We're slowing it down a little bit, right? Orange and Omega, after that early skirmish, now we're back to the basics. Let's talk about the emblems here, Staffa.
Yeah, we can see right now that Valen's going a little bit greedier here with that killing spree. Instead of the usual avarice you would see on the Claude, which means that he wants to go for that late game kills, even if it means sacrificing a little bit of his early game scaling. As for the other emblems I'm seeing, it is pretty default coming out from the rest of the players.
Looks like they're trying to hunt Chaknu down. He's going to get caught here. They're going to find a kill. Orange Esports finding Chaknu. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, the focus is going to be on Born. Should be fine. Pops the TPs. He's challenging him, man.
Yeah, he is. He's feeling confident now, right? After that game 2 victory. But this, Ryzen is not getting the space he needs. He's getting pinched.
Oh, they're going to look for Ryzen. He is able to escape, though. But did you see the damage coming out from Gary?
Yes.
He's been coasting, and he's already popping that much damage out.
There's
the flicker in. The Wave Dragon's going to be popped. They should be able to get the kill here. Here you go. Ryzen trying to help out, but you're just going to have to clear the lane. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Valen's also every part of the map, there's action.
Yeah, and all of them are just going in. They're going in again.
Min looking for Kelra. He's going to get knocked up here. The focus on him. Kelra has no escape. It's just too much. And there you go. They find another kill, evening it out.
I love the movement there from Min and Mon as well. They know that Kara's gonna swap to the shotgun and they're too afraid of tanking it, but Mon, I don't think he realized Chaknu was nearby, but not enough damage yet on this Natalia. Here comes Min again.
I don't think they're going to let Min get away with this again, are they? They've got to secure this. They do secure the turtle, so that's the second one for Orange Esports. Now Min going to be the focus here. He's tired of it, but Chaknu grabs the kill.
It just doesn't stop. We have 9 total kills in 5 minutes. Almost 2 kills per minute here as Gary looks for more here.
Oh, the knock-up, the enhanced chains. Etumax going to be in trouble. There's the focus on him. He's still up, but finally getting taken out by Gary. Nice play there. 2-0 on the Paquito.
That's the power of jungle Paquito right there. People really underestimate how much damage comes out of the enhanced jab on this hero, especially if he is able to gain a little bit of net worth lead. And considering Gary is now 2 levels up on Ryzen because of the constant harassment from Min, Omega needs to do something to regain their momentum.
Min looking for Renzio. There's going to be the Way of the Dragon. 2 members focusing him down. Chaknu looking for a setup. Ryzen now coming in with the cables. He finds him. They're turning this one around. Born should be fine, but they turn it in their favor. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Gary finds a kill.
And with this turret, it's going to be huge for the side of Orange, right? Oh, wait a minute, Kelra!
The response, Gary, does he want to play with that? That's playing with fire, and he gets out just in time. Kelra now going to be the focus, gets him there. That kill goes over to Valens.
The fast-paced aggression is actually going to favor Orange Esports a lot because, again, look at this. They have that Julian, the Paquito. They just have so many tools to look for these fights. Meanwhile, Omega, they actually want to try to scale up with the Yve and the Beatrix, as well as when we're talking about Yve and Beatrix, they usually work better in a team fight that is going really, really... Oh, wait a minute, Valens!
Valens going to get focused on here. Had to pop the Blazing Duet to go ahead and push that lane in. He should be fine. Also, the backup was there with Min. Meanwhile, 2 focusing down here in the bottom lane. Renzio should be able to defend. Chaknu will be making his way down. Can he buy enough time? Renzio versus Gary and Born all by himself. Ew, it's just too much damage.
This is just incredible by Orange Esports, a non-stop action. Real manipulation though from Omega. They're looking for more, and that sets up for the double kill going over to Kelra.
Yeah, and again, Orange Esports, oh, they don't stop. They don't let me talk. Valens targeted.
As you were saying.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Gary, you're absolutely kill on Ryzen.
We don't need color casters. We only need play-by-play. And Gary gets another one. Shut down, actually, for Chaknu.
What is this game?
I have no idea right now.
Welcome to the Weird Derby, bro.
The Weird Derby is officially in session, ladies and gentlemen. And we are in the thick of it right now. The increased tempo from Orange is actually making it a bit more difficult for Omega to make their decisions. They usually want to slow things down and take fights when they know they can win. Orange just making sure they take control of that tempo. But it also results in some risk to themselves. The real-world manipulation earlier from Etumax definitely set up a good kill. Both going to Kelra, so Orange still has to be very careful of this Beatrix in the late game.
Gotta say, man, Gary's doing a great job here at this Paquito jungle, sitting at 5-1. And you can see how fast they're taking these objectives, right? I'm kind of worried for Smart Omega here because as the Lords come up, Gary's potential to just kind of get those objectives down super fast is going to be a hard thing for Smart Omega, but Orange Esports doing a great job controlling the space too, continuously being threatened by Min, looking for the Way of the Dragon set up. There's going to be the real world manipulations canceled though, killing spree going over to Kelra. Born trying to do his best. Now they're focusing on him 4 versus 1. He's caught in a weird situation here. Still going to go down, double kill for Kelra, and now meanwhile in the mid lane, Chaknu able to find the mega kill. Now he's going to be focused by Gary. Gary finds another one, and it's pandemonium in the mid lane.
They just don't stop going. And again, look, Mun is looking for more. Renzio jumps in, and Kelra, he looks for it. Ryzen jumping into the turret. Okay, finally, some time to rest, right? Orange Esports here, they've been pushing the pace, and they actually have still been able to hold on to their gold lead, right? But they still need to stay a little bit more disciplined here. Gary's looking for something. He might just go for it.
Gary has the damage, but look at the return damage going towards him. He actually has to back off here. So at this point, you can see Smart Omega they're starting to get to the point where they are going to be threatening in the damage department. Orange Esports has to respect that.
Yeah, definitely. They gotta play a little bit safer now, but that's honestly something that Omega wants to do as well. As long as they can continue delaying the game, Chaknu creates more space, Renzio and Ryzen continue to protect Kelra, then it will actually be quite good for them. Kelra right now still sitting at the top of the gold charts, top of the damage charts as well. We honestly, it doesn't feel like we've been seeing a lot of him in these fights, but he has been dishing out that DPS.
And I feel like this is where both teams actually find their comfort, right? When the games are just messy like this and there's another engage.
Gonna focus on Born. There's the knock-up. They take out Kelra. Nice pick-off there by Orange Esports, but the return from Renzio as they find another one. 2 fall for Orange Esports. Smart Omega doesn't want to give this up. Balance comes in with the Blazing Duet, forcing Renzio back on the turret. They find the kill. Goes in the hands of Born. Gary trying to get in the jungle, going versus Ryzen. Doesn't want to give that buff, but he grabs it anyway.
Oh, they don't stop. Falling
my
Star
goodness. Okay.
Okay.
It's okay. It's okay.
Finally, right? All right. Orange Esports again. Oh, never mind. It's not going to stop Chaknu.
He doesn't know.
Okay. I thought he was going to read it out, but there you go. A recall coming in from the side of Orange. Finally getting some space. A reset button for both of the teams as they try to compose themselves again. 2,000 gold lead for the side of Orange Esports as they try their best to look for something else. And Ryzen almost gets caught in that enhanced chain now. Orange will put their focus on to the Lord right now. Chaknu is looking for the flanks though.
Yeah, Chaknu trying to get some vision here. Don't think he can do much. Lord's going to be secured by Gary. Nice pickup there. Orange Esports with a comfortable lead. They want to march down mid, grab that tier 1 turret if they can. Looks like they're going to look for the setup too if they can find one. And right now, Orange Esports in the driver's seat.
Oh, Kelra keeps on casting his recalls. He knows Gary is there. He might be looking for it.
Gary going to take quite a bit, but should be fine. Again, looking for those plays, anything to turn the tide here, because look at the gold lead.
These two teams are just both thirsty for blood right now. 28 kills in 11 minutes. If we look at the items so far, I'm interested in what Mon is building. It does seem to be more of a balanced Julian build with that brute force breastplate, but also very interesting with the Clock of Destiny into the Lightning Trunkian. More of a default mage build on a maybe more unorthodox mage hero.
Born needs to be careful here. There's going to be 3 people and Collapse comes in. Born.
Oh, Born.
Ow,
yeah.
That hurts.
Taking out the picture, nice pick off there for Smart Omega. Meanwhile, Lord's gonna be marching up top. Balance? They force them back. Look at the damage coming out from Balance, right into the turret. Mid, little risky play there. Not gonna commit on that one. Ryzen trying to clear the lane a little bit. They still have to manage the Lord too. Right now, Orange Esports looking to crack open the base of Smart Omega. Lord should be made quick work of. Min goes in with the flicker. Can't find the connection he was looking for. That's going to be the knockup, though. The turret does go down. Ryzen trying to find a kill on Man. He goes down here. They lose 3, but they crack open the base of Smart Omega.
I think it's still very much worth it for Orange Esports here, but Chaknu's looking for Valence. He knows he's there to damage.
The
my
damage!
God!
Valence, he's looking for it. A Blazing Duet finally picks him off. Renzio going to miss the Abysm Strike. Nice battle mirror image. Here comes Ryzen, but no energy. He doesn't have his purple buff.
You know what that is? That's the parent buff right there in action, man.
That's the parent buff. Ryzen's going to be in trouble. Oh, Born tries to get him, but it's not going to be enough. He's able to survive. Right now, Orange Esports, again, this is 13 minutes. This is 13 minutes. They have to.
Like it.
I know. They have to look for a moment here to really end the game. I mean, the base is already pretty much exposed. If they can grab that next turn in the bottom lane, this could be Orange Esports' time to shine. Honestly, Ryzen is having so much difficulty even getting any space or any buffs.
Yeah, the fact that he had to actually go for the Brute Force Breastplate, second item, means a lot, shows a lot, right? This Fanny's under pressure, doesn't have that early aggressiveness, doesn't have that early lead that they expect the Fanny to have, and now, Orange, they come out on top on all these messy team fights with a 3,000 gold lead. They're just freezing up the waves, waiting for the next neutral objective, which will be that Enhanced Lord in that top side that will spawn in 13 seconds.
But this is an important timing window for both these teams. Orange Esports, they usually have difficulty ending up the game when they are in this position, and Smart Omega in this position are quite comfortable with delaying things out and waiting for Kelra to scale. So in these next few minutes, it is very important for both these teams to find the initiative to carry out the game plan that they are known for.
Oh, there's the Way of the Dragon, but no follow-up just yet. So they force Ryzen to go ahead and reset. They're actually going to make the call to start the Lord. This could be a big moment for Orange Esports.
It is. It is a big moment for Orange Esports, right? And Omega, they're forced to respond, but it's all just a bait. Ryzen caught there, and it's going to be Min jumping in. Doesn't have that Way of the Dragon just yet, so they're just using this, baiting out the Lord. They're baiting out Omega to come out of their base here and look for a fight, force the fight, but it might be risky as no, it's just a free Lord take for Orange Esports. Lord slain as Omega, they're forced to back up now. Chaknu running for the hills. He's going to get chased down by Born.
Born, he knows he's there. Oh, and he finds him. Chaknu is going to be focused on by the 4 members of Orange Esports. You can't survive that one. Killing spree for Gary.
That's the beautiful play here by Orange. They know the Lord is coming up. They contest the purple buff again. And because Ryzen doesn't have the energy, he just isn't able to make the choice to contest for that Lord at all. But look, they're going for him. They see he is separated from the rest of his team. Ryzen is out of his base and he doesn't have his purple buff.
Okay, he should be fine, right? He's got cables for a reason, so he can get out of there. But now you have to defend the base. Valens with a big item pickup here too. That Blazing Duet is gonna hurt.
Oh, wow, Born actually catches Ryzen out with the Falling Star Moon while he was mid-cable dash there. But Orange, they want to look for more turrets here. The optimal idea is to get the base technically, but they got the...
There's the knockup! He finds him with the Way of the Dragon. The return damage comes out. Blazing Duet's gonna be popped, but not enough. Killing spree goes over to Kelra. They're actually forcing them back here. Meanwhile, look at Kelra finding another kill, turning it around, double kill. Can they find another one? Orange Esports has to be careful here. They need to go back.
Huge though, that was huge for Orange. Again, that's the optimal play, right? They get all 3 of the base turrets down, and now it's just all the map pressure for Orange. They can use this really well with their composition. Very pick heavy. They can play in the bushes. Basically just put this Natalia in a place where you can't really look for any openings anymore, can't look for those flanks. They freeze up the waves and they play with the next Lord.
I think it is still props over to Omega though, recognizing that they need to position in a way that will avoid that Blazing Duet. Having a look here at the instant replay presented by TikTok, you can tell just from the way they're positioning, they know that Balance is coming in and they put themselves in prime position to catch out the Claude. And then after that, Born extends a little bit too far. Orange, they don't mind losing Born, but losing Balance there was actually huge for them because if the Claude survived, they could have ended the game.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, Born had the idea. He's like, I want to just cancel out Ethu Max, but unfortunately, he was a little bit extended, wasn't able to, so punished a little bit, but still, look at Orange Esports, man. They are still the advantage completely across the board in their favor.
Look at the read though, right? Now Gary, he has to be careful. Don't get too overconfident here because if he does, it's very easily punishable. This is like what we saw from Valens earlier, right? But now he's on the Claude. He can't really do this, and there you go. That's as I say it.
The 2 versus 1, Gary gonna get taken out here. So punished right there. Smart Omega finding a moment for them. Again, they have to just kind of find room to breathe here. Orange Esports should not let up.
We have to know that is only the 2nd death on Gary the entire game, and that is a lot of money going over to Omega. The moment they took down the Paquito, 3 of them got big items, and now they want to make sure they keep this purple buff.
There's going to be the Way of the Dragon on Renzio. He falls here. Meanwhile, Born in the back lane. Here comes Ryzen trying to push him back too. They have to buy time. Look at Chaknu. He's going to be looking for Valens in the back. Valen now pushing into the base here. Right now, it's a 1-for-1 trade. Chaknu on top of Valens. Can he escape? No, you can't. Chaknu finds a kill.
Huge for Chaknu once again as he just tries to evade everybody here. Orange Esports on the chase, but they know that they cannot find Chaknu. With that, I think we're going to have to wait another 30 seconds before Orange Esports try to go for the Lord, because again, look at the damage dealers from Omega. They're all up here. It's going to be very risky if Orange want to try to force the Lord at this point of the game. Now, with the man disadvantage, Min actually catches.
Ooh, there's the Way of the Dragon. They find Ryzen. That's huge pickup here for Orange Esports. This could be the green light for them to go ahead and take the Lord.
Well, never mind what I said. They got the Lord now.
Yeah, they can definitely rotate this over to the Lord. They have Retribution, the enemy doesn't. Valens is coming up right now. Ryzen is going to be down for another 30 seconds. This is 18 minutes into the game. That means this is the evolved Luminous Lord. And Omega, they have no inhibitors in their base. If they're not able to defend this, we could be seeing the end of game number 2.
This is the moment, right, for Orange Esports. They have to just manage this push in because base totally exposed. They should be able to find a moment. They've also got plenty of immortalities on top of that. So let's see if they go for a play. Min gonna put pressure here in the jungle. Ryzen's not gonna have any buffs available to him, so he's gonna be really limited in how much cabling he can do.
And at this point, all Orange need to do is they don't even need to care about the side lanes anymore. They can just go full stack up in the mid lane, but Ryzen here gets caught once again. He's forced to recall as Orange will try to siege the base down. This is it for match points.
Orange Esports gonna be pushing in here. They just have to focus on the base. There's the Blazing Duet. They find a kill, and Orange Esports takes game number 3.
Match point for the last hope for Malaysia. Orange, they've done it against all odds. It's match point.
I am so excited right now, and I cannot believe this has happened. You can imagine the excitement of the players, the excitement of the supporters here in MyTech Kuala Lumpur. We are looking at a potential turnaround after Smart Omega took game number 1. As you say, match point. 1 game is all that separates Orange from moving forward in the lower bracket.
The defending champions are on literally the edge.
The brink.
The brink.
Yep.
Tournament lives here on the line. And remember, pressure. When they get pressured, that's when Omega shows up. So yes, match point for Orange, but they need to be very careful of Omega.
Dude, this is the series we wanted. This is the series people didn't expect. I mean, this is 2 for 1 in favor of Orange Esports. What a performance from both games now. And Smart Omega, they have to be super careful going into the next game because we've seen it. We've seen the different drafts now up to this point. The discipline changing, especially for players like Valens, it's working so well. So at this point, Smart Omega got to recalculate, and we are going to hear from the analyst desk, have them break it down for us. Leo, LaFell, take it away.
Welcome back to the analyst stand at your service. My name is Leo. This right here is LaFell, and the Kings of C are holding on for dear life. Orange Esports, they keep reiterating from their draft from game 1 to 2 to 3 now at match point. It seems like they found the formula and they are just riding that all the way into the next round.
We gotta say, it was a very chaotic game from the very first second, from the very first buff, all the way to the end of the game. Even Mirko thought Man was a jungler.
Yeah, it's that confusing.
It's that confusing.
Even as a caster, as an analyst, as a spectator. But one thing is for sure, we know that this is an exciting series as it is the closest we're ever gonna get to possibly a game 5. Because here we see, and Mirko did mention on the desk, Kings of C, when you put them up against the wall, when they have nothing left to lose, that's when they perform. Looking at the draft, let's start with that. First off, I think Omega Esports, they had a good idea. Let's take away all of these signature picks, right? Let's take away the strong heroes that Orange Esports have performed with. But there is one thing that they forgot, is that there were so many things open, right?
Yep.
And who'da thunk? I'm sure you have a lot of experience watching this. Min has a great show.
Oh, his show is crazy. And the thing is, like Stava said, we haven't seen his show for a very long time, so it's very surprising. But speaking about the draft, I really like the combination between both Cho as well as Julian, just because the way that they engage, there's so many ways that he can succeed. So I feel like this combination is legit probably one of the best, especially pairing up with a roamer and a mid laner that is, 5G connection.
Yep, they're twins. That's what that means. But really, I think the reason why this worked so well for RNG Sports and why Omega, specifically Ryzen on that Fanny had such a hard time is the ungodly amount of CC. RNG Sports, everyone save for Valens has the CC, right? You got the Sun and the Falling Star Moon. You have Man's Kit on Julian. Everyone can knock up Ryzen on the Fanny. And honestly, anyone they can catch.
And we gotta say that before this, people did say that the Paquito is the counter for a Fanny, and every single time Ryzen tries to engage, then Gary is just gonna push him back. And the thing is, I was actually surprised. I thought Gary had at least, he has immortality, sure. I thought he had at least a brute force breastplate or an anti-cuirass because he's actually taking a lot of damage. But the thing is, he's able to survive just because he has that bloodless axe, making sure that he keeps on healing every single time that he hits someone. And the thing is, he rarely hits just one person. It's a multitude of people.
It wasn't just Fanny on Ryzen that got checkmated. I actually saw throughout the whole game that even Renzio, who's actually very comfortable just taking one for the team, he just took way too much for the team at that point. And looking at his hero here, the Dairoth, you know exactly what he wants, right? He wants to shred, he wants to finish the job. And here, again, in the face of so much CC, you're not going to be able to do that. Looking at the damage dealt and taken, let's go full screen here. Etomax, yes, great total assists. A lot of stats go over to Omega, but in practice, it's Orange Esports who's actually sitting on the gold.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was surprised, but Man did a lot of damage in that game. 59,000 damage, sure, he built a lot of magic items, so it goes to expectation that he does a lot of damage, but over here we can see Julian, Esmeralda, Paquito, and as well as the Cloud, which just shows that everyone here does basically equal amount of damage, which during the highlights, I do want to say that I would say in the early stages of the game until the mid stages of the game, why it was so chaotic is because it's not really a team fight. It's kind of like a 1v1 everywhere.
1v1s, 2v2s, it's just little engagements and affairs all across the map. And you would think that that would be just extremely beneficial to Omega, given that they have a Natalia, given that they have a Fanny that can move everywhere really quick. But I think Orange Esports, they had a great idea. Let's choke out the resources, make sure that when Omega gets there, there's nothing left to see. And because of that, our MVP is going over to Orange Esports' very own Gary, bringing back an old flame in that Paquito.
Huge support, a punch for a punch, 825 KDA. And the thing is, we were surprised. The amount of damage that Gary actually pushed out early stages in the game is actually so crazy. He started with 3-1-1, and we thought, okay, maybe he'll start falling off, where we saw even the Natalia tried to take him out. But I don't know, man. Gary, he's something else on this Paquito.
Yep, he was more than just the damage he was bringing out, honestly. So the deaths via Chaknu, I believe Chaknu had one major kill on him, a great shutdown. Yes, that was good, but as we mentioned, Gary is more than just his damage. He was actually a lot of CC. He was a lot to answer for. So whether it's Renzio he finds, whether it's Kelra he finds, whether it's Ryzen, it's such a boon for Orange Esports. Let's check out the highlights. This was also a relatively quick game.
Yeah, I gotta say, Min early engage on the buff is actually super crazy because I feel like even Ryzen did not expect for him to actually lose out the buff. That's why he didn't use his retribution. And I gotta say, for the side of Orange, they have this idea, even though Kelra got a lot of kills, it kind of feels like it was intentional. They were overloading Kelra with a lot of simulations from everywhere else, making it difficult for him to do anything.
Yep, Kelra could not pick a good target. To be honest, if Omega wanted to win, they needed Orange to all be in the same place at the same time. So this goes against the idea of let's clump up or let's fight everywhere. And again, I think the keyword was overloaded. Yes, they made Kelra think too much. The Filipino Savage couldn't savage anybody. So Orange Esports took the win. Hell, even at 18 minutes, Min was catching people.
I gotta say, man, Min, for Orange Esports management, seeing the way that this player plays, make sure you try your best just to keep them around, because this roster is something special.
Are you saying this specifically because
yes.
Orange has a history?
Yes, exactly. Just keep these players. These are very good. These players are very good.
All right. With that being said, let's go on over and head back to the desk because we want to see what happens next. It's all yours.
Welcome back, and thank you very much, Leo and LaFell. I can see the excitement in LaFell's voice. I can hear it, right? Because, wow, we're at match point for Orange Esports, and I think a lot of people weren't expecting that, myself included. We had our predictions. It's looking pretty good, Mirko.
It's looking more than just good, man. They didn't just win that game. They were able to out-team fight Omega. And the thing is that what makes it so unique, the fact that they were able to beat Omega, was they didn't give they didn't give Omega time to stall at all. They just kept on forcing these fights, and yeah, they were overloading Kelra. That's the theme of Orange Esports' victories. Whenever Kelra gets too much on his hands or too much to think about, it just starts to crumble.
Yeah, and Sadafa, I'm looking at you, man. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good right there. I think there's definitely going to be people accusing me of bias here, but I don't really care. This is my country. This is my team.
There you go.
We're going to support them. Obviously, both teams deserve respect. Everyone here has earned their spot at MSC. But just to give you guys a little bit of context, if Todak is the hometown hero, Orange is the homegrown heroes. They feel like those new boys, the young team that no one expected to make it this far.
And going off that point, right, LaFell mentioned a little bit. For those that aren't familiar, Orange Esports, right, they've changed their roster a little bit. This is, like he said, hopefully they keep these boys because this roster is amazing.
Yeah, really. Seriously amazing. I don't think anyone would have expected it going into this. Even the fans would not have expected it going into this, but their job is not quite done. It is match point, but they are up against none other than the defending champions of MSC, the lower bracket meta kings themselves, Omega.
When you start writing them off, that's when it gets scary. That's when they start, again, flipping the switch, right? We've been saying that so many times now, but for both of these teams, it has been the case. You can see the hype from the fans here at MyTech for Orange. Like you mentioned, this team still, like, they're young. They're a young team, and the thing is, they've been swapping out rosters here and there for Orange, right? They never just stick with one roster continuously through the different seasons. They've been swapping, and now we finally see that maybe this might be the Orange that we'll see for a long time.
Yeah, definitely, because I feel like, again, it's just they're young, like you mentioned, Miracle, right? But if they can take those lessons that they've learned, I mean, even from this series alone, they will go miles in the future. They already have at this point, and we are going to be jumping into the drafting phase. Once again, Smart Omega has one win over Orange Esports. They have two. This is match point. We can already see that respect band coming out, Mozkov and the Wanwan.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. I think that's what Orange are trying to go for here. Omega stayed in that first pick. They're doing the same thing, basically, going for that Mozkov ban, and Orange as well, Wanwan. If we see another ban here that's the same ban, I think they might be going for the same tactic, because it wasn't like it wasn't working at all for Omega. It was working. You could see from the damage charge, from the statistics, that it was working, but not to the extent that they were expecting. So maybe if they were able to slow down the tempo a little bit, and maybe Ryzen. That's the key, Ryzen. Because in that early stage, level 1, way too greedy on that retribution, and he missed out on that purple buff. Because of that, the early game just went straight over to Orange.
Yeah, think if he had just used it, right? I mean, I know he didn't expect it, but if he had just used it, that early game wouldn't have turned into what it did to allow Orange Esports to snowball, because that's pretty much what's happening. I mean, both teams respond so well to that early kind of aggression. If they get the snowball, they don't let it usually out of their hands. I mean, Orange Esports did previously in the other game, game number 1, but this time they're showing, hey, we've learned our lesson. It's not going to happen again.
But it's going to be quite intimidating this time, because I'm pretty sure now that all the pressure is going to be on them, they are one game away from getting sent home. Omega are going to be bringing their 200%. If they were trying things out, if they were just trying to match Orange Esports and flex out some of their hero picks, that's not going to be happening anymore. This is going to be Omega at full power, and we'll see whether or not Orange is prepared to deal with it.
What's your command?
Well, there you go. They're going to actually go ahead and take out the Fanny this time in the banning phase. Orange Esports, I mean, there's so many options here at this point. And I feel like really at this point, they're just responding to each other's comfort heroes, what they've seen, and they don't want to let that Fanny go. So this, I'm wondering if we would happen to see another Paquito jungle, because it worked so well in the hands of Gary. But let's just say the early game didn't happen the way it did. Would Gary have been able to transition the way that he did, right? He had a ton of kills, a ton of damage potential too. But that still leaves me wondering, what does Gary have under his sleeve?
Yeah, that's the big question here, right? But before that, I think Ling is going to be the ban here. Again, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But back again onto the topic of Gary on the Paquito. Phenomenal performance. Match MVP there. I don't know, they go for Julian, but I feel like Gary on the Paquito is just really phenomenal, but Paquito Fanny isn't really a good matchup for the Paquito usually, right? So you're going to see some differences here in game number 2. Game number 4 of the series. Omega, they picked up the first pick, Akai here, noticing that it is open, and it was open as well in the last game. No one picked it up, so maybe we're going to see more prio heroes this time, right? Maybe the Xavier, some normal picks, question mark?
Not some weird stuff, I don't know. We'll see what Orange Esports decides to go with here, because a lot is still on the table. I just don't expect them to go ahead and pick that Beatrix, because we pretty much we got that information, right, from the past few games here. So this leaves a lot open. I feel like, yes, Smart Omega will probably go back to kind of that standard. Because literally this is their shot. This is what they say one-shot Omega, this is it right here, right? So they have to kind of just go back. If they decide, let's be comfortable, let's execute, do our best, that starts here. But Orange Esports is going to go ahead and lock in the Eve and the Esmeralda pick.
Oh, I feel like this is a little bit risky here from Orange Esports. The Esmeralda is always going to be really reliable, but Eve so far has been a very hit or miss hero. If Eve pops off, it's very good. If not, it basically becomes dead weight for the rest of the team, not being able to scale up, not really contributing too much. Now, some of you might be wondering, the Ling is open. Why would Orange Esports not pick it for themselves when we know Gary can play the Ling? Because they know how Omega is going to play against it. Just constantly choke out that purple buff. They don't want to put themselves in that situation.
Oh, but that's the combo you just...
Comfort.
There you go. Finally, Omega sticking to their roots. The comfort coming through. Beatrix, Franco. We saw it from RSGPH. This is the combo that just, you know, demolished everyone in the upper bracket so far. And this is the combo that Omega are going for. Franco, Chaknu, Beatrix, Kelra. We've all seen it many, many times, but now I feel like it's in a point where Orange have done really well, right? They actually forced Kelra on his Beatrix the entire series, and they're making him doubt himself currently because he's been playing Beatrix and it's been mixed results.
That was one of their keys to victory, right? Yeah, I mean, you also have to focus on the gold lanes here. So now Orange Esports is going to continue this kind of trend. They take the Atlas for themselves. This could work really well for them. Again, I feel like anytime Franco pops up, honestly, that is one of the deciding factors, right? Because we can talk about Franco all day. I think even one point in the tournament there was a Franco day here. It's one of those hero picks that will set the pace, find the picks if they're able to do it. But Orange Esports, with the tools that they have right now, they can really complement this well, especially depending. The big question mark for me is always going to be gold lane here because Valens so far has been performing much better than the early games, and that is going to be a big deciding factor. How do you capitalize on those fatal links? How do you capitalize on the real world manipulation?
I think the main thing here, though, from what we have seen of the draft so far, is that this is go time for Omega. We already see the Atlas, we see the Eve. These are both very 50-50 heroes. You really gotta be able to plant those abilities. You really gotta be able to scale up. In comparison, Omega, they have the Akai, they have the Franco. These are heroes that are really good at controlling the flow of that early game and giving Omega that strong early game that they weren't able to pick up before.
And it's actually Omega who banned out the Ling here, which is very, very interesting. Noticing that Gary has a similar hero pool kind of towards Ryzen here, who already has the Akai. So is this a bait though, right? Is this a bait from Omega? They're trying to ban junglers?
Yeah.
And maybe this Akai might not be the jungle. They're
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, they might just be trying to narrow it down and forcing Orange to pick it in the last pick. Then they pick like a Karina, and then it gets messy, right? Orange, you don't know what to pick at that point.
That's kind of what I was thinking too, right? Because I'm pretty sure Akai has gone in the side lane at least once or twice.
Yes.
So far, right?
Even as a roamer.
Yeah, even as a roam. Well, yeah, you have a Franco, right? It's Franco day, not Akai day. But that could go in the side lane here, and like you said, it could be baiting them out. The last bans that Smart Omega goes for, that Ling, also the Irithyll. So two priority picks also that we've been seeing from both sides, but now Orange Esports, they should be looking to lock in jungle if they want to, or I don't know, do you want to take something away from Smart Omega?
It's a difficult question here, because if they do reveal their jungle right now, it gives Omega the flexibility to decide how they want to play around this Akai. But even if they pick the gold lane now, it gives Omega the chance to draft two heroes that would counter it, even if they've already secured Kelra's Beatrix. So this is a big decision for them, and Omega, they're definitely going to be quite happy with putting Orange in this kind of pressured situation. But wow!
Welcome to MSC 2022, Ballman.
Yeah, first debuting here in MSC 2022. Welcome. But now, yeah, like you mentioned, it gives the Omega the chance to maybe counter this hero, right? We don't know for sure if the Akai is going to the jungle, so they can't just go for something different here in the jungle. Perhaps maybe a Karina is still up for grabs here, but I think the safer pick would just be let's go for the Lilia with a Purify, perhaps maybe the Kagura to burst down that back line, and the Yve. I personally just think the Lilia would be much better here, and maybe go for what XP lane? That's the XP lane. Like, I just want to see Yuzong here, or okay, your Reina, someone that can actually take a lot of damage. Xavier,
he comes
finally,
out. Finally, yeah. So you know, this is the typical Eternal battle, like we call it in the Philippines. They have Uranus versus Esmeralda matchup. That'll really just come down to how they decide to play around the objectives, the team fights later on. Because pretty much for the majority of the game, it's just going to be them cutting the waves, right? We're going to see that how. And at the same time, with a Xavier locked in here, it's great CC, it's great damage, especially later on in the game when that cooldown of the Dawning Light is literally, what, less than 15 seconds. But at the same time, Orange Esports, this last pick is crucial, right? Because you have to be able to play around that whole perimeter setup that you have with the Eve, not to mention the Fatal Links, and Ballman, pretty safe in the jungle, but you can still kind of utilize him in a certain way to be that assassin. So they lock it in with a carry. Good choice.
Yeah, I was about to say Claude is still up for grabs, but I don't think it's necessarily good here. There's a lot of shutdown and lockdown coming in from Omega, so going for the carry is much better. We played front to back. You have 3 tanks anyways. It's going to be good for this carry. We've seen it yesterday from Iman. We've seen it from Valence as well. And he got MVP with this hero.
Well, right now we are seeing 2 very traditional drafts from both these teams. But for those of you who may not be aware, this could potentially be the chance for Omega to go home. So MyTech, Kuala Lumpur, let me hear some noise here to find out which of these 2 teams are going to be moving on. Will it be the lower bracket meta from the Philippines or the homegrown heroes Orange Esports from Malaysia? Only the land of dawn shall bear witness.
Oh man, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 4. It's match point for Orange Esports. We're gonna take a little bit of a break here. It's a little bit tense.
It's deserved.
Yeah.
You get some time to chill, right?
All right.
You get some time. Well, the color caster gets some time to talk because, again, that third game, so action-packed. Oh my God, how many kills total? I think it was like 50 kills total in how many minutes? So almost 3 kills per minute.
Yeah.
That's just crazy levels of action.
Yep.
I mean, what can we at this point?
Safer game.
Orange Esports, yeah, a little bit safer, right? Not as weird, but this, if they execute this the way that they've been playing, especially the previous game, it could work super well in their favor. I mean, we've seen carry especially just kind of pop up in those marksman gold lane picks. Could work really well for them, especially on the other side. You're talking about 3 tanky, beefy boys, right? You have to handle that Franco as long as they can avoid the setups coming out from the Iron Hook, coming out from the Bloody Hunts, because we know those aggressive plays are going to come out from Smart Omega. If they can avoid those, Orange Esports is in a good position.
But we also have to note on the opposite side for Smart Omega, their team composition is not that difficult to execute, with maybe the exception of the Xavier. Otherwise, they're not usually at risk of being picked off very easily, so they need to play around that. But having a look here at the player head-to-head, up on screen, we got Min and Chaknu.
Yeah, let's talk about it a little bit here, right? Because before this match, I don't think anyone would have compared them side to side.
Exactly.
Chaknu, so many accolades, achievements, and so many big plays that he has made throughout the years. But Min, wow, what a performance that he has displayed here in the best of 5 in the lower brackets. The stats don't really say much about Min in terms of the goal per minute and the average KDA, but they're tanks. They're tanks, right? What we have to see here is, look, the kill participation. He's actually been more active than Chaknu in MSC so far, and we've seen that a lot of the plays, a lot of these games have been won on the back of Min's crazy engage, the trendsetter of Malaysia.
And even if you just look at the previous game, that was Min that started that whole thing. So even though, stats are there, but again, Min going head-to-head here with Chaknu, it's a sight to see, and he should be proud.
Definitely a little bit of pride in my chest here, seeing this man up on stage with someone as decorated as Chaknu here. Yeah, normally you wouldn't expect these players to be put on the same stage, but that is what's going on now. And you can hear the support from the crowd. The fans are here to really give a bit of cheer to their team.
That's what we like to see from these LAN events, right? The support coming in, and that's the buff that we actually initially were speaking of when it comes to Todak and obviously Orange, but it seems like the action just doesn't stop. I expected Chaknu to be the aggressor here with the Franco early on, but Orange, they read it out.
Yeah, that's uncommon, right? To see the Franco kind of pushed out here. So he's just going to make his way, actually looking probably for a early play in the bottom lane to see if he can get something here. But so far, hey, Orange Esports, they're starting off okay.
Yeah, very good. And this is what you want to see from Orange, right? Especially if you're a fan of Orange. You want to just let them control the game from the get-go, get that early game advantage, and push onto that. Don't let Omega stall. But when Omega stalls, when they are actually able to escape from these fights, pull back a little and wait for Kelra to get those power spikes, that's when it gets scary once again.
This is the thing though, right? That's if you look at the draft there on Smart Omega, that's their plan.
Exactly.
Drag it on. You know, get to those actual Smart Omega timers because this is the comfort for them, right? This is where they just perform the best. So if they can just drag the game on, really avoid what Orange Esports is going to throw at them, then they have a good chance at bringing this to a 5th game, right? And that's the whole plan here. So Sadafa, I got to say, man, I know you've talked about Orange Esports, but I want to ask you, what does a Smart Omega have to do? I mean, the response to Orange Esports in previous games, what do you see them doing? Do they just stall the game out here? Do they try to match that aggression? What does Smart Omega do?
Smart Omega right now actually needs to be the ones in control of the momentum. They don't necessarily need to be aggressive in those early minutes, but they need to make sure that they are aware of what's going on in the map. They need to know what Min is doing. They need to know where Gary is on his jungle rotation. And then once they hit that level 4, that is where Smart Omega really starts making moves. They have the Franco, they have the Akai. These are heroes that can really mess with the engagement from the Min-Man twins on Orange Esports. And if they can continue to snowball off of that, that is going to be their win condition.
All right, well, we're jumping back into the game. They've hopefully got things figured out here. So far, a minute in, I would say it's pretty safe on both sides.
Yep. Well, let's take a look again at this matchup because we mentioned this in the second game, I believe. Yeah, with the carry Beatrix matchup, you usually just see the Beatrix winning out in lane based on that kill pressure, right? The poke that he has. But look at this, Chaknu. There you go. That's what we expected from Chaknu on the Franco. These aggressive hooks. And this time, Orange actually not too aggressive into the enemy jungle, knowing that Akai clears pretty fast, kind of tanky, pretty hard to kill in that early stage of the game.
Yeah, Omega recognizes that these early stages are going to be very important for them to take control of. The same thing can be said for Orange. They know they have to be careful not to get caught out by Chaknu, and I'm very interested personally to see how well Ballman jungle will perform on the MSC stage.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it before, right, in other MPL regions and everything, and it usually can work out. Again, it's a little bit safer, right? But you always kind of have that surprise factor as well. And then he has the jungle emblem that could work out. So they're already going to force the flicker out here from Chaknu. Renzio now tried to help too. The turtle should be up in just about a second. And we'll see which team actually decides to give it a go.
It's actually Orange who has the power spike here. Min doesn't really have the fatal links just yet, but Born already going in for the Falling Star Moon there, and it's going to be a fight.
Yeah, Renzio's in trouble as he's going to be focused on. Turtle still going to be going back and forth. He finds a hook here. Born's in trouble. There you go. First blood going over to Chaknu. Meanwhile, Turtle's going to be secured here by Omega. So they find a kill. It's a 1-for-1.
I don't think that's too bad of a trade for either team, though. Orange Esports only end up losing Born, and they did force out the heavy spin from Omega to do it, but here, Man gets caught.
Yeah, this is what Omega likes to do with the Franco. They get that early aggression and they use it to just scale it to max. The thing is, right now, Chaknu has been the one who has secured both of the kills they have. And yes, that might be a problem here, right? Because they're not getting their carries, the gold.
Yeah, I mean, in best case scenario, you give it to the carries, right? But at the same time, like Chaknu, if he has 2 early kills, you know, what's he going to do, right? Maybe he'll be a little more confident in the plays, especially flickering in later on. Flicker, Bloody Hunt, that could work out in his favor. But so far, Orange Esports, they just have to be careful, again, to avoid those setups, allow themselves to buy time themselves, because, yeah, Min is going to be looking for those Fatal Link setups. Meanwhile, Gary has damage potential there. It could be right now. Gets the Fatal Links off. Valen's trying to pump out the damage. There's the Dawning Light. He finds Min. That's going to be an Iron Hook landed as well. Double kill for Kelra. Gary's in trouble now. Triple kill, 1, 2, 3.
Just 2 more kills for the Filipino Savage to get that Savage, but this is Omega. Again, when they're pressured, this is when they actually start to perform well, right? Orange Esports, they were trying to do the same thing they did in the previous game, but unfortunately for them, Omega, they have the early game pressure with this Franco, with Kelra on the Beatrix. It doesn't really change much. It's all about that mid lane prio that we mentioned in the keys to victory for Orange, right? What they need to do is control that mid lane just so that Omega can't stall the game out. Now that Omega have the mid control for sure, it's going to be very rough for Orange.
Yeah, this is just basically the best start Omega could ask for. Not only do they have 5 kills, 3 of those are on Kelra, and we know how scary the Beatrix gets, but here in the mid lane.
Yeah, Mon, it's not having a good time, right? 2 deaths in the last 4 minutes of the game, as that will actually convert really well for Omega onto another turtle. So Omega, they don't even want to stall, I believe. They just want to take this they want to take this lead, translate it into more in the mid game, and more maybe just end it off in the 13th minute.
Yeah, like I said, I asked Sadafa, right? What does Smart Omega have to do for this game? And do they wait for those timers, those Omega timers, or do they just match the aggression and look to end the game as fast as possible? Right now, they're on those first steps, right? 3K gold lead at this point, 5 minutes in, they have the 2 turtles. And like you mentioned, Kelra, this is the best case scenario when you're on that Beatrix, right? This is your comfort hero, and you already have 3 kills. So at this point, he's feeling good. So Orange Esports, they have to find some way to handle that. Again, they have to just watch out for those hooks.
Kelra is literally 2 levels up on Valence right now. Definitely not a comfortable spot for Orange Esports, but Omega definitely want to play around this timing. Now that they've already gotten some, they're looking for more.
There's the hook, right? It's landed, Min is taken out, and they can continue to do that. Smart Omega just finding pick after pick.
Very rough. When Kelra has 3 kills in lane in a winning matchup as well, it's going to be tough for the enemy goal laner. And even in the top side here, Born, he wants to pressure Renzio. But the thing, wait, Renzio, Consecration, what?
Okay, little over, I don't know if that's overconfidence or what exactly happened, but he gets taken out. So they find a kill, right? Orange Esports, but their bottom is completely destroyed. I expect a lane swap coming up too.
Yeah, that's a bit uncharacteristic of Renzio, but not too big of a blow to Omega right now. They are still 3K ahead, 6 minutes into the game. And again, they want to make use of this momentum, continue catching people out. Min, he tends to be quite vulnerable to these hooks when he is playing on this Atlas, which is kind of weird considering that he usually is aware of them most of the time, but just goes to show that there are some differences in headspace based on what hero you're playing.
Oh, right now they find another pick off here. Born is taking out Fatal Links, is going to come down. They're trying to return it. They are going to be running here. Smart Omega's in trouble. Renzio falls. Orange Esports finding one. Gary still on the aggression, finds another shutdown. Give him a double before he falls himself. But nice pickup here by Orange Esports.
And this gives so much space for Valence to farm up top, right? I was about to say, this was really smart by Omega. The fact that they win the bottom side gold lane and they translate, they convert over to the mid lane instead of matching the carry up top because of that lacking mid lane pride that Orange has. But again, based on so far the series, Min has been so crucial, and there he is again trying to flip those fights. He gets it, and now Gary, he's back even, I feel like, even might be ahead slightly compared to Ryzen.
Yeah, he's a little bit ahead. I mean, Ryzen's got tons of assists, right? But this is good positioning for Gary specifically. Now, Min, he's struggling a little bit, but when he finds those picks, it's, oh my goodness, that's just too much damage from Kelra already. I believe he already has a Malefic Roar too at this point, so he is going to be melting people with just the Wesker alone.
Kelra instantly just taking advantage of that miscalculation by Born. He got hit by the first sniper shot, thought, I can tank it, jumps in with the Falling Star Moon, another sniper shot straight to the face, gives another free kill, and here comes Ryzen in the backline.
Ryzen trying to find something with the heavy spin. Man could be in trouble. They are going to be looking for the Fatal Links setup. Not just yet. They don't connect. That's tough here for Orange Esports. Dawning Light's going to come out, dodges the hook. So far, so good.
At this point, I feel like anyone who Chaknu hooks will just get bursted down by Kelra. I feel like the items are just too much here, but Omega, they're going to the bottom side. Renzio is behind compared to Born, so he might just be caught out here. He needs to be very, very careful there in that bottom side, not to overextend, but Kelra's looking for something with Chaknu.
Oh, Chaknu flickers in with a bloody hunt. Born, oh, he's still, okay, he gets taken down here. Kelra also finding Born, so tough plays. I mean, this is, again, pace setting. They have to watch out. Look at the damage coming out from Kelra.
This is just a butterfly effect from Omega. The moment they gave that triple kill in the first couple minutes to Kelra, it was all downhill for Orange and just complete ball in Omega's court. Right now, it's going to be very difficult for them to end up losing the game unless they make a big mistake. However, we have to note Orange has the form of that in a big combo. The Fatal Links into the lethal counter. So Omega, they still have to play quite safely towards that late game.
That's what I'm worried about, though. Yes, Orange Esports, they have a team fight composition, a lot of AoE damage, but with Ryzen, they can nullify all of that. When you go for that engage, when you land that Fatal Links, all Ryzen needs to do is pop that heavy spin. Everyone, it becomes a messy team fight, and Omega, they just benefit off of that so much with Kelra. That's so ahead. Wow, he just melts down. They didn't even need the retribution there.
That's the thing, right? When you're this far ahead, you pretty much have free reign over the objectives, and Orange Esports just has to continue to buy time. Meanwhile, we were talking about in the draft, Smart Omega could buy time, but it's completely flipped here. So they find another turret, and at this point, Smart Omega in the driver's seat.
Lightning Trunky and also purchased on Ed2 Max, so the Xavier is slowly scaling up as well. Eventually, Orange, they do not have to mind the Beatrix. They also have to think about the mid laner on the side of Omega, all while they're trying to avoid Chaknu and Ryzen. This is why this draft from Orange just feels a little bit too risky. Going around that Atlas and Eve really hasn't worked out too well for them in the past.
Yeah, they're going to try to defend this bottom side, and honestly, Omega, they're just going to punish this, right? This is why it's just, again, so rough for Orange. When Kelra got that initial triple kill, now he just snowballs. It's just so tough to stop Beatrix from snowballing once he gets that initial gold, because look, he's just zoning everyone with the Brenner. I thought that was gonna hit. He takes down turrets like a monster here, and look, finally we see the Heptaseas. I was kind of questioning, right? Why didn't they go for the Heptaseas in most of these games? Actually, all the games. Kelra has actually avoided that item, but now with the snowball going on, that's when it's actually worth it. That's when you get that shock factor from the Wesker, even from the Snipes. Min trying for a desperate play here.
Yeah, but this is on Ryzen, right? If he just decides to heavy spin, this is not, I mean, like you said, it's going to cause chaos for that team fight, and that's not what Orange Esports wants. But Smart Omega not going to just drive into the base, you know, carelessly, because they also don't want this to slip out of their hands.
Yeah, absolutely. Omega now is going to be at peak pressure point. They are, of course, in the advantage. They have the lead. They have control. They just need to make sure that they don't lose control of it. And that is, of course, their specialty. That is why they are called the lower bracket meta. But now Born might be out of position.
Oh, there's the heavy spin. It's going to lock down Born. Look at the damage coming out from Kelra already. Doesn't connect on that one, but Renzio should be able to find the kill, and he does. Meanwhile, now Min is in trouble. Can he actually escape this? Renzio not going to commit, going under the turret. He is going to be zoned out just a little bit. Gary trying to help the team out. Conceal's going to be popped. Ooh, Iron Hook not going to connect there.
Max range, barely, almost getting the pick there. But yeah, Orange, they're just trying to defend here at this point. The render shot does not connect, and that's the lethal wonder. The lethal counter pop. Gary gets hooked though.
Yeah, there's the hook. Iron Hook's going to land. Gary should be fine. Meanwhile, in the top lane, they find another kill on Valens. Smart Omega not going to let up here. Born now back up. Should be able to still defend. Smart Omega just assaulting. I mean, until the next Lord comes up in about 10 seconds.
This is a rough spot for Orange Esports. Very comfortable for Omega, though. Again, Kelra just getting that snowball started all of this. And now, even though Min wants to look for those big catches with the Fatal Links, when he can lose half his HP in a single shot from the Beatrix, it is very difficult for literally anyone on Orange Esports to try and make anything happen.
Yeah, and it just doesn't really feel like it's Orange Esports' base anymore, right? They're just constantly getting poked from across the map by the Dawning Light. The render shot also just zoning them away. And guess what? Kelra outranges everyone in Orange Esports' draft. They don't even need the retribution there, to be frank, but they use it just to secure it even better.
They learned the lesson.
Yeah, they learned. yeah.
Don't hold the retribution, you know? Might as well use it here, even if you have the massive lead. There's going to be a hook, but it is on Min, so they should be fine. So now they just wait for the Lord to push up here. Honestly, Orange Esports is really struggling with what they decided to draft. Let's take a quick look at the items, Sadaf.
We can see that Kelra, he is literally already full build. He has all of his items, and these are not cheap items as well. That is a BOD. The rest of the team, very close. Valence, oh my god.
That was a basic attack. Yeah. I mean, that's what we're talking about scaling here. Now, Lord's still in the mid lane. The turret's going to go down in the bottom as they look at the damage just coming out from Kelra as he gets a double kill. And Smart Omega could be looking to take this to game number 5 right now. Orange Esports trying to do the best. Lockdown coming out from Jack New. Triple kill for Kelra. That's going to be the Maniac. Is he going to become the Savage of Southeast Asia?
The Filipino Savage, getting a Savage here. Oh my goodness, one shot Omega. There it is, there it is. If you were asking for it in chat or here, there it is, man. I don't know what to say to you. What a dominant performance, absolutely stomping Orange.
A massive snowball effect from the start of the game, resulting in our very first Savage of MSC 2022. It was all downhill from the very beginning. And now we are looking at a pretty rough spot, but also a very entertaining one because, ladies and gentlemen, your first Game 5 of MSC 2022.
Yeah, the first one. I mean, up to this point, and also I'm astounded. The Filipino Savage becoming the Southeast Asia Savage.
Is 5 just his lucky number?
I
He
guess
went
so,
a
man.
lot of the best of 5s in lower brackets. Now it's the first game 5, and he gets a Savage as well.
I am speechless.
And Kelra is 5 letters.
This is a plot twist.
There you go, Kelra.
Kelra, and just what a game. At that point, yeah, like you said, it was pretty one-sided. It was just domination coming out from Smart Omega. As I said, one shot Omega, and now literally it comes down to one game. We're gonna hear from the analysts just kind of break down this game. Do your best, boys. Leo, LaFell, take it away.
I can't lie, I gotta say, it was very nerve-wracking as a Filipino to watch that game on the brink of elimination. Smart Omega, the Kings of C, reset like we've never seen them before. Welcome to the Analyst Stand. At your service, my name is Leo, joined here by LaFell, and I think you'll agree with me. Omega, Coach Macbeth specifically, really went back to basics here.
Oh, yo, this draft is almost unbeatable. And what a way to extend the best of 5 to a full 5 series with a Savage. Like, what? I mean, like, do we have to guess who's the MVP? I kind of feel like that's in the spoiler territory already.
It's literally written all over. The signs point to only one direction. Filipino Savage City. And it happened at the very last moment, right? It's not like it happened like in the middle or in a long drawn-out team fight. It happened right before the game ended. But before we get to the end, let's go to the start. Going into game number 4, if I'm not mistaken. Again, it's been a long day here. It's very clear that Omega and Orange Esports are learning on the fly. They're going back to what works, and here it's evident that, yes, for Orange Esports, they picked up the Esmeralda still on board. It works for them. They picked up the Eve, they picked up the Atlas, and they picked up the carry. So it's safe to say that they just took all the ideas that worked for them all across the series, and they're like, let's try it again one more time. Let's end it, boys.
And even though the spell is not here, Omega played with a vengeance because, again, Atomax, Ryzen, as well as Chatnu, the way that they engage is crazy. And I forgot how annoying this Uranus is. Looking at the itemization over here, especially coming up from Ryzen, 1, 0, and 12, his engages are crazy. But the thing is, Valence tried to actually kill off both Renzio as well as Ryzen, but it's so hard just because you have a lot of I would say true damage, but when you build a lot of HP on your heroes, even though you would think that, oh, you build a lot of HP, so carry will be more effective, but apparently not. The more HP that you build, you can actually handle that small bits of damage, especially with the Sky Guardian helmet keep on healing you. It's basically just tickling you.
Yep. Numbers-wise, this may be the most efficient and effective jungle Akai I've ever seen. Yes, we can argue that RRQ Hoshi's Albert may have a better Akai, but numbers-wise, speaking of which, we have some on screen. Ryzen really performed here. Let's check it out. 14 minutes, 18-4. a lot of damage to turrets by Omega, not much by Orange, so that means Orange could not even touch those major objectives.
Here's the thing, right? I feel like we kind of just copy-paste most of the stats because in terms of gold per minute, the highest is always Kara. The most damage dealt is always Kara. The most damage taken is Born.
Yeah.
It's just the total assist is the one that we keep changing every now and then.
Yep. Real quick again, Born has been playing the same way from the series start, right? Game 1 to Game 4, he has been the Esmeralda. He has been the main pillar for Orange Esports, and I think Omega has picked up on that.
Yeah, and again, looking at how they play, Born is playing well, but the thing is, you need to play as a team. So looking at the game, I feel like, again, we just got to keep it simple. It's the draft. Omega over here bringing up the Akai, one of the best junglers right now, and Franco. We have National Franco Day 2 days ago. So right now, I just feel like Omega, they're winning in terms of the draft, and Orange Esports, they really need to pay attention to this.
Yep, the combo of the Savior and the Franco, very, very lethal. History lesson real quick. The MPL ID Season 9 Championship was won almost single-handedly off of these two heroes. But for tonight, let's see who Game 4 MVP is. We're giving it over to the Filipino Savage himself. It's Kelra on the Beatrix. One death, just but one death. Of course, it came to the point where the game ended, where he didn't have to sell his boots. It's the basic full 6-item build.
Yeah, I mean, if he didn't get the MVP, I'd be like, oh my god.
Who? Why?
No, get it? Oh my god.
Yes.
Yes.
I get it.
Either way, yes. A lot of damage coming out, but again, it's the way that he plays it, because we see that every once in a while, Orange Esports, they do try to take down Kelra, but he's like, you know what? I've been building up my anger for the past games, and this game, he really unleashed all of it. And looking at that game, right now, Omega definitely have the momentum, but we gotta look at the highlights to really see how Orange Esports, they try every once and again, but it just didn't happen.
Yep, it's so easy to say, oh, Filipino Savage things, Kings of Sea that, but in execution, you will see how literally every single member has woken up. Renzio, peeling, Chaknu, Vision, catching ones, combo with Captain Etomax. Real quick, again, another history tidbit. Etomax was the very first one in MPL Philippines Season 9 to perform out of his mind on a save room. He made us believers.
Well, I would say the same thing for the side of Orange, where Man was the first one for Savior. So again, both these teams, no wonder we're going to go all 5 games because they're both roughly the same, starting their own regular seasons, not doing so well, and then just popping off, being the second in the entire MPL. Overall, in this game, I feel like it's just that for the side of Omega, they put a lot of pressure onto Man as well as Min. When both of these players can't really do well for their team, they can't give space to Balance and Gary, even though he's been doing well. But again, as a Balman, you just keep rushing forward and you're just forced to take the damage.
Yep, it seems like the reset that Omega had was enough to overload those members of Orange Esports that have been already heating up. So now, for Orange Esports, I'm guessing it's a matter of changing it up where it matters. Changing it up where Omega would not be expecting it. But at this point, I think we're past all the nitty-gritty, we're past all of the little details, and it just comes down to who has more heart.
Yeah, even though, yes, who has more heart, we do have to see the bans, because I feel like in this game, it is 5 games. You learn everything that you need to learn from your opponent, and I feel like the next set of bans draft, that's gonna be the big difference maker, because one of these teams is going to be eliminated.
Oh yeah, I have some major fearless forecasts here. Number 1, you have to reconsider where the Esmeralda goes, right? Is it gonna go into Born? And another thing is, where is the Beatrix gonna go? These 2 heroes, you have to watch out for them. But for now, we are going to go ahead and throw it over to the stage, to Mara Aquino and to Sith. Leo and LaFell out for now.
Oh my goodness, this is the type of series we're all waiting for. We're going to Game 5, Sith.
Yes, finally. The score here would be 3-2. Are you excited?
I'm so excited, but I'm going to interview some smart Omega fans. How about you go to Orange Esports fans? All right, we're gonna. I see them right here. I'll see you later, Sid.
Sure.
Now, here with me. Oh, what is this? You guys are smart Omega fans. I saw you guys screaming your heart outs earlier. First of all, who are we rooting for right here, team?
Yes, shout out to my friends from the Philippines, Team Organ Boys.
All right, and right here, read that.
Pinas lang ang malakas.
Pinas lang malakas. Oh, ano yun? Ano yun?
Savage!
Savage! Oh my goodness, did you see that, Savage?
Yes.
Who's your favorite player, by the way?
Kelra. Kelra, I love you.
Oh, wow. Kelra has a girlfriend, by the way.
That's okay.
Okay, that's okay. You don't mind at all. Who's your favorite player?
Kelra.
Kelra also. Do you guys play Beatrix?
Oh no, Nana only.
Nana only? Okay, let's do a Nana impersonation. Let's do it.
Mama told me not to judge others. Meow, meow.
That was a good one. How about for you? Can you do another Nana?
Do you want to make friends with Nana?
Meow. Oh my God, meow. Okay, right now, it's 2-all. Are you guys, are your hearts really, literally on your throat right now?
Yes, but we're confident that Omega will win this match.
A lot of Filipino fans are watching and you're being shown in the Philippines right now. What's your message to everybody?
Hello mga kababayan, ang Pilipinas lang ang malakas.
Now let's do a cheer because Omega could hear this all the way in their room. Can we do a cheer?
Yes, yes.
Okay, I'm gonna count to 3. Are you ready? Yes. 1, 2, 3.
Omega lang ang malakas, Pinas! Savage!
Savage! Meow!
Meow! All right, now let's see what Sith has to say with an Orange Esports fan. Oh, right there. Wait a minute, he looks familiar.
Yeah, together with me is Ayman Haq. So, Ayman, how do you feel about the last game? I mean, the game number 4. Oh, I'm sorry. This is your microphone for you.
After a few games, Orange Esports showed a very good performance.
Okay.
Unfortunately, the last game, I mean the previous game, they lost the game.
All right. So, if Omega from Philippines need to watch out, or need to take care one of the Orange player, who do you think the most valuable player for Orange that Omega need to watch out?
I think first they have to watch out Min and Man because they are very good combo, as you guys know. They are twins, so their brain almost same.
Alright.
For a second, I think they should watch out for Gary because Gary is still a young kid. I mean he just took his SPM yesterday, and he's have a very fresh brain.
Okay, cool. Do you have any special chanting for the Orange player?
Oh yeah.
Please do.
Orange Sport, vamos, vamos, vamos!
Wow, that's great. All right. Okay, any last messages to the Orange player? Because the final game is going to be the do or die game for Orange Esports.
Alright, cakap Melayu boleh tak?
Please.
Alright, untuk team Orange Esports, especially player-player Orange, kami di sini ingin mengucapkan selamat maju jaya. Kalah dan menang itu adat, tapi tunjukkanlah performance yang baik untuk kami semua. Thank you.
Alright. When I say 1, 2, 3, Orange Esports, vamos, vamos. Can you do that?
Yes.
Alright. And count 1, 2, 3.
Orange Esports, vamos, vamos, vamos.
Alright. Thank you, man. Thank you. Alright. Well, I think both of team is ready to go to the final match of the day.
Everyone is really excited. We have a lot of Orange Esports fans actually right over here. I think you came from the office. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
What's your name?
My name is Lokman.
So, did you come after work or are you skipping work? Because somebody over there, I wanted to interview someone, but they ran away because they're skipping work. Did you skip work today?
Hey, no, I come office. And then, after finish office, I come here.
Oh, wow. And you're here, are you here with anybody?
I know, I'm alone.
He went here by himself. That's how much he loves Orange Esports. Okay, who's your favorite player?
My favorite player is Gary.
Why is he your favorite player?
Because he's strategist and he also very cute.
Oh, he's very cute. Well, Gary can hear you right now. What's your message to him?
To Gary, focus and do not do offside mistake.
Do not do offside mistake and be focused. Thank you so much. Sith, 2-all, it's going to be a tough match. One team will go home today and one will get to move on. And now we're about to find out. Casters, come on in.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MSC 2022, the last match of the day. It's day number 4 of the playoffs And this is the first time we've had 5 games in the best of 5. Mirko, how you feeling?
Feeling good, dude. We gotta keep it zen, because I know this is just the calm before the storm, right?
Yeah.
What we're gonna get is just straight up fire here. Both of the teams at the brink of their tournament lives. The edge, literally, one more game. This is gonna be the decider. We're back to a best of 1, and the stakes. Oh, I just can't wait to get into it.
Yeah, the stakes are high here. Literally for both teams, one of them by the end of this next match are going to be going home. Sadafa, I know you're rooting for Orange Esports, of course. You know, you've said it, and you're very happy about it. I love that. I love that. So, Orange Esports for you, right? You saw last game. It was pretty one-sided. What do you hope that they pull out for this game number 5?
For this game number 5, it is time to just go back to basics. Just go for the comfort picks. I do feel like some of their draft was a little bit suspicious last game. Just focus on that, refine that a little bit, and we should be seeing a much better game 5. But again, props to Omega. Now that we've come this far, I think we really gotta give our support to all the players on the stage. They must be exhausted.
And with that being said, here we go. This is going to be the last draft between these two teams. We can already see Orange Esports responding, right? This is a good ban. They take out the Franco and the Akai. Smart Omega responds so far with the Valentina 1-1. This is a good ban. This is already a good ban, right, Mirko?
Very good ban. You know, we literally just mentioned this before, right? Franco, such a big impact on the game, especially when you have someone like Kelra on that Beatrix. Huge, just massive. Triple kill in the start, basically secured the game the first 4 minutes, in my opinion, right? But now the Franco's been taken out, the Akai as well. These are the 2 main heroes, I feel like, that enabled Kelra, that got him to a place where he was just comfortable in lane and he just started dominating. Now we see respect come across from both of these teams, and we'll see for the first pick. Do they still want to give that Beatrix away towards Omega? They're going to go for the Julian first pick as it was left open, and here we go. It's Omega with the response. Usually Eve Esmeralda, as we've seen the pattern.
And, you know, I'm still surprised if Smart Omega gets their hands on the Beatrix, because I feel like we talked about gold lane matchups, gold lane kind of priority for both the teams. And if Orange Esports can really just, let's say they give up the Beatrix, right? If they can just avoid those early, that early triple kill or those early kills on Kelra, then they can set themselves up for a better game, because at this point, Smart Omega has a lot of options left. Sadafa, what do you see them taking?
Well,
Actually,
I guess we're gonna find out very soon. Xavier gonna be locked in straight away, and yes, the Beatrix actually gonna slip through the cracks right now. Esmeralda proving to be a more important pickup for Omega. So far, we've basically seen Born get to pick this hero throughout the entire series, so Omega finally making it so that he's gotta do something else today.
I think they can go for the Natalia themselves here, right? For Orange, because again, why Omega? My bad. Actually, for Xavier, really easy for the Natalia to just counter this Xavier, going to that back line, finding him isolated usually, and I feel like it's just the right call, you know? If they don't pick that up, they can just go for a Cho. This works as well. Someone that can just dive towards that back line and finish Xavier off. Maybe just CC him for a little bit, nullify all that damage coming through, because again, that was a huge problem for Orange, and there you go as well. The Benedetta pickup for Orange. I like it. They're going for some risks. Very risky, very risky picks here that I really like, but look at that. Orange Esports, I think the most unique heroes in this tournament so far with 60.
I mean, I think in general, right, unique hero count 60, that is a great thing, I would say, because you're not just so focused in on picking the same exact heroes every time. I mean, we have seen the meta kind of this tournament, MSC 2022, kind of develop up to this point, but there's been a lot of surprises, right? So now, actually, Smart Omega doesn't want the Beatrix either. They take in the Irithyll, which we've seen perform very well, especially paired again with that sprint, that Electro Flash, could end up working really well for them. But I'm still wondering, where does this Benedetta go? Because we've seen a couple different iterations of it. It's even been in the jungle. So that still is a possible flex, even with the Julian showing.
I can only see this Benedetta going to two players, either Gary or Valence. I don't think anyone else on Orange Esports is going to be able to play it, so this is going to be either a jungle or a gold lane Benedetta. I'm leaning more towards the former because I feel like giving it to Valence is a little bit risky here in this last game. But I do want to comment a little bit on this Irritel pickup by Omega. I think this is quite smart of them to not go back to the Beatrix again because, to be honest, Orange has been getting a lot of practice playing against this hero.
Yeah. Not just that, right, but if you take a look at Orange Esports composition, it's very reminiscent of the third game. It's very reminiscent of the third game here where they were going for just skirmishes, brawls with the Paquito and the Julian in the mid lane. This is basically what they're trying to do again, right, with the Cho, same hero, Benedetta and the Julian. They're looking for skirmishes and the brawls. Beatrix, she's a good hero, she's very flexible, but when it comes to just all-out skirmishes, she tends to kind of fall behind. Meanwhile, Irithel does extremely well in these skirmishes, able to just move while basic attacking across the team fight, and that's why I feel like they're going for it. Coach Pakbet, very good read on the situation. They also ban out the quad. One of the big factors on why Orange were able to close out the game in that third one. But Orange Esports also knowing that Natalia was just a huge impact, had a huge impact in the game, they're going to ban it out. That means this actually leaves Moskov up for grabs once again for Valence.
I don't know, like, even though that's open, right? And Sadafa's mentioned where he thinks this Benedetta is going.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's a risk you would want to take. If they take that risk, if that comes up, that would be the true redemption arc that we've been waiting for.
If they win?
Yeah. Oh, man.
It would be a great dramatic situation, but as someone who is supporting Orange, I really don't want to have to dip into my health insurance here today. So hopefully that's not the case, but it's them who is going to make the choice. The final ban comes out, and they do remove the Ruby from the pool, which is quite interesting. I don't really think we've seen Omega play this hero yet.
Okay. Talk about comfort picks, right?
Chak Mamba.
Yeah, the Chak Mamba getting that Kufra. Great tools here on the side for Omega Esports. I mean, at the same time, Orange Esports. I really want to see these last two picks because at the first two, pretty flex right now.
Chaknu and the entire Omega, they're basically saying, if you want to brawl, let's go at it. Comfort versus comfort. You pick whatever you want, and we'll do the same. Go with your Moskov, bro. I'll leave it open. That's what they're trying to say here by not banning it. Remember, they've been banning it every single time, but that's the Clint. That's the curveball that Orange wants to throw out here. What they're used to, that Moskov isn't going to be here anymore, and to finalize, to just complete this draft, what is it going to be? It is going to be the Hellcurt for Gary.
Okay. This is... I feel like this is risky, right? Picking this Hellcurt hasn't had the best numbers, right, across the board. So I feel like they really need to be careful here. It looks like they might be looking to take chances as well. But again, interesting draft here. Smart Omega does round that out with a Karina. So that's pretty safe in the jungle. Now you have Karina versus a Hellcurt matchup. Pretty interesting stuff.
Yeah, I think, honestly, we don't want this Game 5 to go any other way. I like the Clint. It counters the Irritel. But now, ladies and gentlemen, Orange Esports fans, Smart Omega fans in the house, let me hear your cheers. Let me hear your excitement, because this is going to be game number 5, our final game of the day. One of these teams moves on. One of them goes home. The Land of Dawn will be witness to the end of one team's hopes and dreams here, and we shall bear witness.
And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 5. The hope of Malaysia, Orange Esports versus Smart Omega.
The defending Southeast Asian champions here, as again, we are just going to see, actually a different pathing here this time around for Gary. He doesn't go for that purple buff first, he actually opts to go for the orange buff to go for the turtle. Yeah, they're pathing both for the turtle, but now Chaknu, good read onto this. They know what Min did back in game 3. Min can no longer do that, and Ryzen picks up the purple buff, looking for the punish now.
Min going to not be able to steal that away. Both Min and Man gonna get caught out by that. But again, this is the early game. Not enough damage yet to really pick anyone off. I'm gonna be curious as well, especially on Born, on this Benedetta in the EXP lane. I have seen him play it once or twice, but I didn't know it would be comfortable enough for him to pick it in this final series.
Yeah, so already a good start here for Smart Omega, right? They don't want the same situation to happen, so they protect the jungle. Meanwhile, a big question mark is, how do you utilize this Benedetta pick in the XP lane versus, Renzio on this Esmeralda? You always can fall back on that plan B. You can split push, you can cause pressure around the map, but at the same time, you want to be able to utilize that pick for those team fights, whether that's to bait ultimates out from Smart Omega or just play around that kind of pressure.
In this game, I kind of feel like the Benedetta can only really focus on one target. That's a Xavier, right? Because Irithel way too mobile, especially with the sprint that Kelra opted to go for here in this game. So Etumax probably going to be the focus for Born, and that's it, right? The thing is, Omega have so much disengage as well with the bouncing ball. They can actually nullify a lot of that damage, and the dash is coming in from Born. But both teams here just poking each other down as Ryzen will obviously be the one to start this turtle with the Karina. And they go for Chaknu here.
Yeah, Chaknu's going to take quite a bit of damage, has to flicker out. Dawning Light going to come out too. Turtle still going to be worked on. There you go. Gary could be looking for a play here or goes for the turtle. It's going to be secured here though by Ryzen, but Gary does fall. First blood going in the hands of Etumax. Now Renzio going to be the focus here. Min and Man finding one, but the knockup is there. 2 fall for Orange Esports.
That's a good start for Omega right there, making use of the fact that even though the Dark Knight Falls was already popped out, Ryzen was still able to time the Retribution properly. They pick up Gary afterwards, they get another one, and down here in the bottom lane as well, Valens going to have some trouble against Kelra.
Oh, he got hit by the Dawning Light too, if I'm not mistaken there. Yeah, this is just not a good matchup for Wade Chaknu. Oh. I thought he was going for the dive there.
He's just checking.
He's just checking, he's just checking, get it?
Yep, pretty much.
That works too, and again, this is Chaknu looking for those plays around Kelra because they want to be able to let Kelra have a better time on this Irithel pick, because we've seen it before. It does have a chance to really just pop off like that Beatrix pick. So Valens has his work cut out for him, but if he can buy time on this Clint, that's the best case scenario.
Yeah, absolutely the best case scenario. This gold lane, again, is going to be heavily prioritized by both teams because they don't want Kelra to come online on orange, and Omega, that's exactly what they want to happen. Meanwhile, in the EXP lane, Born will definitely have a bit more difficulty against Renzio split pushing simply because Esmeralda is pretty strong. And here comes Ryzen to clean things up.
Good pickoff from the side of Omega right now. They look for the trade on the bottom side. Chaknu go, Wave the Dragon.
There you go, Wave the Dragon. But look at this setup coming out from Chak Mamba. Can they follow it up? That's going to be the kill going to Etumax, and they're just taking one after another here. Now focusing on Man. Kelra should be able to get another kill here. Oh, yeah, actually going to get quite a bit of health back. Kelra now on the retreat, so still able to survive. But Smart Omega finding some kills.
Huge by Chak Mamba, and that's why we all just gasped after that Kufra pick, right? That's a signature pick. That's what we've been waiting for from Chaknu. And now it's time to take a look at the emblems once again for both of these teams.
I think what is going to be the most interesting emblem out of them all here is the fact that Man did decide to go for Mystery Shop on the Julian. You typically would see more utility options right now, but it does look like he wants to use this to scale up. I'm wondering if he's going to be sticking to the same build overall, but they know that they need to rely on Man's damage towards that mid game.
Yeah, and right now, Turtle's going to be the focus here. It's less than half health. There's going to be the way of the Dragon. Can they find the kill? Ryzen gets the Turtle. The Valens is in trouble. Chaknu finds another one. That's going to be a killing spree now for Ryzen. They're turning this one around. Born trying to find something, but the killing spree for Etumax. They find a kill after kill, plus the Turtle.
It's a disaster for Orange Esports here, man. Omega already again with that 7 kills in the 5th minute of the game. 3,000 gold lead. They take that mid lane turret. The pressure's all theirs now. They can control the tempo. They can control the game. Orange Esports will be forced to play the enemy's tempo, and there you have have it once again. Born trying to find some compensation, trying to look for the trades, but in the end, he's going to be the one forced to back up, and there's nothing that they can take on the board.
Omega just got complete control of the map thanks to these early skirmishes. Already 7 kills to 1, only 5 minutes into the game, and because of that, it's going to become very difficult for Orange to try and rotate around. Min constantly finding the way of the dragon onto the Kufra, and that is the last target you want to kick towards your team.
Yeah, tough, because we're seeing just how effective Chaknu is on the Kufra here. And it's only, what, 6 minutes in the game. So at this point, Orange Esports, you want to buy some time, right? We're seeing Born really trying to do exactly what that Benedetta is supposed to do. Push the lane, try to buy time, cut the lanes. But look, he could be in trouble here as Chaknu and Kelra find him. Born going to try to do his best to survive, but it takes quite a bit of damage, but has that final blow. Here's Ryzen, though, to follow up, gets the mega kill.
Oh, they're just so on point here. Renzio now caught, locked down, but still, he's able to run away even with all this.
You can't, I mean, that's tough to deal with, but now the response from Smart Omega, they should be able to just be able to back up here. And right now, I mean, picks are going to be in favor of Smart Omega, but if Orange Esports can find those moments for them, this is going to be relying on Min to find those Way of the Dragons.
But this is still going to be very ideal for Omega as well, because if you see on the opposite side of the map, Kelra is getting left alone to farm up his items, which is exactly what he wants to do in this game, in every game basically. Turtle now being contested.
Yep, they get the knockoff. They force that to Max back, but look at the Turtle. It's going to be secured here. Falling Star Moon in. They're going to push Min back now, and no one goes down just yet. Kelra looking for something, but backs off.
Chaknu steals the Turtle? Did I see that right? Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
He stole the Turtle. So at this point, don't leave it open. It's not meta. It shouldn't work, but it's Chak Mamba, bro.
It's the Chak Mamba for a reason. So now, again, comfortably at 4K gold lead. You can see the confidence already just showing in the decisions that they're making. I mean, if Chaknu's securing the Turtle, the rest of the team is forcing Orange Esports back. They've got to buy some time.
Yeah, Orange Esports definitely needs to take a back seat. They need to refocus themselves and decide how they want to play around this. Ideally, they get catches onto Kelra, they get catches onto A2 Max, but Chaknu is proving to be such a huge problem on this Kufra, and Ryzen, his rotations have always been on point to support any stragglers that are able to escape. So even if they want to try and rely on Born split pushing, he's being matched up by Renzio.
Oh, Chaknu going to go in. There's the Way of the Dragon. They find Chaknu. That's quite a bit of damage. Can they get the kill? Are they going to be... Oh, they whiffs a little bit there. They find one here. Going over to Gary. But the response now from Ryzen gets the knockup out. Ryzen's now going to take quite a bit of damage. There's the Falling Star Moon. Finds a target here. There you go. Renzio getting the double kill. Orange Esports, though, finds Chaknu.
And again, Omega, they collapse so well timed, so well organized here. They're able to just convert on so many objectives here. Renzio is just going to have that free turret bottom side, just waiting for the minions. And Omega, the rest of them, they go towards that top side. Ryzen so low, he doesn't even care anymore because there's just no more pressure for Orange. The fact right now is that Omega are stomping Orange. 6,000 gold lead, 8 minutes in, and their heroes, they're supposed to be scaling here. Irithel, Xavier. It's just really rough for Orange.
Yeah, they're dealing with a lot being thrown at them, right? And you can just see the confidence again in Smart Omega. Just, again, building this type of lead at this point in the game. It's less than 10 minutes. It's probably going to be another free objective for them, too, as they center around this Lord Pit. Not sure what Orange Esports can try to do here to actually contest this. It might be better if they just let it go. Right now, Min showing that he wants to look for a pick possibly here. Meanwhile, Smart Omega going to work on that. Renzio is going to be just going one-on-one at the top versus Born. No one commits just yet. Born getting quite low. It's going to be a solo kill for Renzio.
Oh, it turns from bad to worse, right? At this point, Chaknu also just opening up the map freely here as they're not even at risk of dying at this point. The Dawning Light takes away half of Valence's HP. This is where the items, the XP difference and all the gold as well is making such a big difference, right? Etumax, one Dawning Light, I think takes half HP of everyone here from Orange.
Yeah, and at this point, Renzio can just pretty much just go in front of it, whoever he wants to. There's the combination. Gary has to back out, use that Darkness Falls for defensive. They grab the Lord here. This is looking really bad for Orange Esports.
Yeah, this is absolutely not ideal at all. A 7k net worth deficit at this point in the game is basically going to be a free game going over to Omega. Again, it's going to require a pretty big mistake or big opportunity for Orange to come back on this one. If we look at the items so far, we can see that Mon actually is still going for that Clock of Destiny Lightning Trunkian build, but Etu Max, he's already matched that up as well. Kelra already on 3 completed items. This Irritail is really stacking up, and Omega are going to make use of that. Just constantly storm down Orange Esports.
Look at how aware they are. You know, Omega, they're just reading out the map once again. They know the orange buff is up, and they know that Chaknu on this Kufra with the bouncing ball, there's just nothing, honestly, Orange Esports can do. There's not a threat at all. Born can't dash, Min can't dash, Valence will not be able to engage, and so their whole composition just falls on itself here with Chaknu on that Kufra. Renzio can do whatever he wants. Bottom side now getting sieged down with that mid lane falling as well. And again, Orange feels like no response.
Jaknu goes in. They're going to look for Man. He has to flicker out here. They're going to force them back. So they buy a little bit of time, but Smart Omega once again just assaulting the base here. If you're Min, who do you even try to kick here? At this point, you can't even get to the back lane. Look again at the dawning light damage. It's just unreal already at this point. Jaknu goes in. They solo him out. He's going to get taken out here. Min is taken off the map. Meanwhile, Smart Omega is still going to be working on this bottom. They should be able to crack open the base of Orange Esports. They do have some damage though, but it's not enough. Kelra finding a kill. Born trying to buy some time, but he gives up here. And Ryzen grabs another one. This could be it as they fall apart here. Smart Omega going to take a disciplined decision and back off.
It's just so scary when Omega gets to this point. It's back to a best of one, right? They feel no pressure. They actually feed on pressure. This is what they like. This is where they find their comfort. And at this point, 9.7k goal lead, like you mentioned, Staffa, it's looking really grim, honestly, for Orange Esports. It feels like Omega need to make a massive mistake for Orange to even have a chance at coming back in this game. And knowing Omega, it's really, really
slim.
It's very slim, almost impossible.
It's very slim. They thrive on pressure, as you guys mentioned. This is a situation that was made for them. And Orange, no matter what they try to do, they're just gonna get caught out one by one.
See, even if you're the Benedetta, right, you can't avoid that much, right? Especially when you're this far behind. We're talking about 10k gold lead, 13 minutes in, completely different from previous games here. So right now, like you guys mentioned, Smart Omega not going to be letting this one slip through their fingers. Lord is now enhanced. It's coming up here. There's no contest for this one, as Gary's just going to get zoned out by Renzio, 1 versus 1. And there you go, another objective going to be secured here.
And this is the risk of Orange Esports composition, right? Back in the draft, look at it. They don't have a frontliner. Sure, you can say that Min is a tank, but base stats alone, he's not really a tank, right?
Yeah.
He's not made for a tank. The role isn't a tank. Yes, he can be played there. Benedetta as well. Not really that tanky. They can't really take a lot of damage. So this composition was built around going for that heavy skirmish in the early game, getting the lead, and just pushing it, like in Game 3. Omega, they took that. They understood the assignment, and instantly they took Orange Esports on that task. They just fought for it every single time, and now it's Omega controlling the game. Orange, with this composition, who's going to take the damage? They can't sustain it.
And a lot of that momentum just came down to Chaknu on his signature Kufra, and now they're going to be engaging again.
There's Min with the Way of the Dragon. Chaknu did go in, but that's the turret falling. Dawning Light's going to come out here. They find a Born. Now Smart Omega could be looking to end the game as they crack open the base of Orange Esports on all lanes. Meanwhile, the Lord's going to be marching down bottom. They find a Min, grabbing another kill. This could very well be it. Can Orange Esports defend against this? It's just way too much. Smart Omega will be taking the series and game number 5.
Once again, they do not fall. Omega refuse to be taken down. You can see Kelra as well. That's the personality. That's Kelra right there. You can see the crowd as well. The Omega fans are cheering.
The lower bracket meta is real here, ladies and gentlemen, and it looks like it's going to be transferring over to MSC 2022. Smart Omega has proven that despite the pressure, they are able to take it away. Despite being 1 game down previously, they are going to be sending the home ground heroes home.
Man, after those 2 games, I feel like they were just like we want to go the distance here. Just, I mean, the performance from Game 4, Game 5, what happened?
I agree with you. It felt like a different Omega showed up in Game 4, Game 5. It was complete dominance. They knew they were. I feel like it was just a download for them. You know, they were downloading how Orange played in Game 1 up until 3. Then Game 4. Oh my goodness. Again, this just proves how scary this team is, right? Yeah. When you think it's over, when it's 2-1, match point, I don't know what to say anymore. It's insane. The fact that they are able to stay so composed. I thought it was like just a coincidence, but no.
Yeah, a little dicey or a little weird situation as you like it, but they still did it. And we're gonna hear from Mara out there on the stage. Mara, let's hear it.
Casters. Oh, and congratulations to Smart Omega Chaknu. Chaknu, come on over here. Chaknu, Hito, translator. Hito, you're gonna be facing, by the way, Falcon Esports. Give us an inside scoop because earlier you were taking pictures with them, you were exchanging conversations. What was the conversation like with them? Because now you're gonna be facing them in the lower bracket semis.
Anong masasabi mo sa Falcon sila yung makakalaban natin?
How was the... Paano yung conversation nyo kanina? Kasi kanina kausap nyo sila. Naging magkaibigan kayo, di ba? So, tropa na kayo.
Nag-uusap lang kami sa pagpalit ng jersey, kapalit Bangsilog.
He said that he will trade his jersey to Bangsilog.
Okay. So they were making friends with Falcon Esports earlier and they were asking Falcon Esports to support them. They were asking for the Falcon Esports jersey in exchange for egg, fish, and rice. Okay, now let's talk about this. During Season 9 of MPL Philippines, you were almost eliminated, Smart Omega. And now you've come back stronger. What happened since then? How did you become this way that now you're trampling over the other teams?
Anong masasabi mo? Malapit na tayo malaglag nun. Tapos ngayon, bumangon pa tayo sa hukay.
Masaya, siyempre. Masaya na nakakakaba.
He said that he's very happy because of Father's Day today.
He's not a father yet. Hito, let's be careful with our translation.
I said, happy and scary.
Okay, there. Hito, you better do a good job translating. Okay, he's happy and he's nervous at the same time. Let's talk about that nervousness. So you're defending your title as the Kings of Southeast Asia. How much tougher is the competition this 2022 compared to last year?
Medyo kahirap yung MSC ngayong 2022 kaysa sa MSC 2021.
Kaya mo Englishin to?
Okay, ikaw na lang.
Bali, sobrang mas mahirap yata yung ngayon kasi halos lahat ang lalakas na. Tapos yung mga sumasabay na rin sa pag-pickings, sa drop.
All of the team is super strong. Yeah.
He's saying that now it's much harder. The teams and the competition has gotten tougher because now the teams are getting better with the picking and the draft. Now, for sure, all of the Filipinos watching right now are jumping for joy. What do you have to say to everybody watching and everybody supporting you and Iskela that's watching right now?
Shout sa walang sawang sumusuporta sa Smart Omega, tsaka shout sa family ko, tsaka shout tabi ko dito. And kung susunod ka, abot ka.
Shout out to all the fans and shout out to my wonderful wife. His name is Lando.
Not wives yet. Friend Iskela, and he's saying that if you could make it, come over here. Now, congratulations, guys. It's time to take the snacks. Now let's turn it over to our analyst.
Still getting over the translations that Hito was bringing. Welcome to the stand at your service. My name is Leo, joined here by LaFell, and the Kings of Sea are keeping their heads above water, still in the tournament, defending their title. They're right. I think by Game 4, it was a different Omega that came to play.
Yeah, I feel like because, again, the thing about for all Philippine teams, they learn how to adapt because I think we had this conversation, back in our own rooms, is that going up against any Filipino teams, especially in long stages of the game, like a best of 5, best of 7s, then Philippine teams will always have the advantage just because they learn pretty fast.
Yep, and the way that they learned here, I think I was half correct when we signed off on that last game's analysis, where you have to watch out for the Esmeralda and the Beatrix. Big question mark on the Beatrix. It was totally stopped. No pick, no ban. Instead, Orange Esports went for the Clint, and here's the big question mark, the Benedetta.
Yeah, not gonna lie here, Leo. If Born have used this Benedetta before, I personally haven't seen it, or I've forgotten about it. But again, in this game, looks like it's not the Beatrix that we have to look out for. It is the Esmeralda, because all 5 games.
Yep.
I would say this Esmeralda brings the most impact and balance on this Clint. I'm not so sure about it because even we talked about it. Is it better to have the Beatrix? Is it better to have this Clint? I don't know.
There were so many questions for the side of Orange Esports, but Omega were providing the answers. Eto Max, Signature, Xavier, Renzio, again, the hot topic of this best of 5, the Esmeralda, and as well Chaknu's comfort on the Kufra, which provides so much vision, so much engagement, and I believe there was but 1 or 2 maybe whiffed ults, but it was all okay because Omega was in control the whole game because of all that. And I think it was just that. They read Orange so well that they evolved on the fly, and the numbers might show exactly how.
But I gotta say, man, imagine being so good that you basically tell people, it's like, I don't care about meta, man. If I feel like I want to bring out the Kufra, I'm gonna bring out the Kufra, and we're gonna get ourselves a win. But yes, looking at the damage numbers over here, sure, Clint did 40,000 damage. But look at, for the side of Omega, 3 people did over 50,000 damage. That is a big difference here.
2-time MPL champion Renzio has dictated the pace here. He is both our most farm and most damage dealt and most damage taken, if I'm not mistaken,
for the side of Omega
as well. Yeah, so it's all about the Esmeralda. It's all about the Esmeralda, and if I'm not mistaken, all throughout the meta, since this hero came out, she has been a dominant force.
She's been nerfed between 14 to 16 times. That's a lot of nerfs.
Let's see if he is our MVP indeed, because he did so much for us here, at least for Omega, and we are giving the award over to Renzio, the commando from Omega. And look at the build. It is what it is. I believe the key here, and what I really appreciate, is that Ice Queen wand.
Oh, yeah.
There were a lot of 1v1 kills that Renzio got in this game.
I mean, we even saw him chasing after the Helker. Helker popping up his ultimate is like, I want to run away, but Renzio's like, nah, fam, nah. I got this Ice Cream one. You're not going anywhere. Come here, boy. And the thing is, he deserves this MVP because the moment he got the Esmeralda, he's like, you know what? I'll show you how to use an Esmeralda. And that was a scary display.
Yep, on a technical level, to explain exactly how Omega won this, just in the draft alone, we're not even talking about execution, is a lot of the 1v1s, a lot of the checkmates that they brought on the table was provided for by their kit. Again, I already mentioned Chaknu on the Kufra. We also have the range and the damage from the Savior. As well, Ryzen on the Karina. It allows for him to overextend just a little and then punish those doubts that Orange Esports brought, and then it all just crumbles down.
And this game is very unfortunate, but Min on the choke, he tried to engage, but Kufra just recounters the engage like, yo, every time you get onto me, you're helping me out.
2 words, 1 skill, bouncing ball. It just keeps Min in place. The previous mobility he had was just countered, and even Julian CC, I think because of their loss here earlier in the series, Omega learned, like, gotta respect Man's Julian.
I gotta say, man, I feel like a lot of people, or at least Orange, they forgot about the Kufra. And once the Kufra came out, I feel like, yo, this is not gonna be a fun game. And for Malaysians, since now all the Malaysian teams have been actually kicked out of MSC, looking at this game, yeah, it was not a fun game to play. Kufra, like, that was insane.
Yep.
Chaknu is insane.
The Mamba earned his nickname by playing this hero ever since his debut in MPL Philippines Season 4. And if you do the math, he's been playing Kufra for the better part of about 3 years now. That's a lot of Kufra games.
Basically, like, again, we see a lot of these roamers where it's like, oh, I probably have like 12,000 games with like 95% win rate. And I feel like this is going to be a very tough situation for, again, Falcon has Naomi, Omega has Shatnu. I feel like in their match that's coming up, it might be the Battle of Roamers.
Oh, no, not
just... Naomi, I wouldn't sure if I would call Naomi. I don't know. Naomi is special.
Again, we talked about Naomi earlier. Naomi is Naomi.
Naomi is Naomi. He doesn't have a role.
That's going to be a matchup that we'll be looking out for tomorrow. But here tonight, at this very moment, we would like to give our best wishes and GG well played to Orange Esports for representing Malaysia and getting this far. They have a 5 and 6 place finish, and then there were 4.
Yeah, right now, MSC, like, you're missing it because now MSC is closing out soon. We will soon have our champion, and if I'm not mistaken, right now we only have 3 regions left in the competition.
Yep, the Burmese, the Filipinos, and the Indonesians. We're gonna take a quick look at the brackets here. A quick update. There have been eliminations today. Our hearts go out to both teams, Malaysian teams. Mytech, sad noises here in the studio, but up top, it's the upper bracket finals, RSGPH versus RRQ Hoshi. And then down bottom, it's Falcon Esports going up against the Kings of C, Omega.
Oh, these matches are pretty crazy, Leo. I'm not gonna lie, and even though as hype as RSG Philippines against RQ is, I'm actually looking forward to the match between Falcon and Omega.
Yep, it's a best of 5 down there. I'm hoping, actually, I was hoping, I know we can't change the format, but if that was a best of 7, yo, that would be hype. That would be, as the kids say, fire. But here's the schedule for tomorrow. We're opening strong with the Filipino-Indo conflict, RSG versus RRQ, followed by an elimination match, Falcon versus Omega, and in the lower bracket finals, the losers of those two, the winner of the second match and then the loser of the first match facing off against each other, heading into the grand finals.
We thought today is a long day. Leo, looks like tomorrow is gonna be quite a battle.
Much longer.
3 best of 5s?
Yep, tomorrow is gonna be a marathon. Oof. So y'all better be prepared because I'm prepared. Are you ready?
I'm ready. I'm gonna cast one of those games.
You know what? I take it back. I'm not ready.
Yeah, I'm not ready.
Emotionally
I'm not
ready. But I hope you guys at home are, because we would like to thank you all for joining us. It has been a long day. The very first best of 5 that went the distance. We experienced it here. And to everyone at MyTech watching, I hope you guys had a great day. It's been awesome to witness MLBB Esports once more in the flesh. Don't you think, Lafel?
Yeah, I gotta say, MSC has been an amazing experience. Like, here on ground, seeing all the teams here playing their very best, and the audience, honestly, being super energetic and get to work with all these fine talents. I gotta say, MSC is quite the experience. For those of you who have not visited MyTech yet to see the games, you guys really should.
It has been, correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm using this wrong, mantap. It's been mantap all day here. Terima kasih to everyone who joined us in the studio and to you guys watching at home. On behalf of everyone making this possible, all of the international broadcasts, the production, behind the camera, behind the scenes, y'all have been great. On behalf of all my talents here, working together, it's an international squad. We've been working hard, but we're not done. There's a couple more days and a champion to be crowned. You're watching MSC 2022, hashtag Supremacy. On behalf of Lafel, my name is Leo, and it's been an honor to be at your service. Good night.
Slay the enemies, bury the monsters, rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Raise this run, hit it hard, giving the best shot, going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry. Bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so Life is a battle win every game with the magic flowing in our veins. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright in the eyes, our spirit never dies. We are supremacy, make no slay the enemies, bury the monsters, rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Race is run, hit it hard, giving the best shot, going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright it puts the eyes, our spirit never dies. We are supremacy, make no apologies. Fight on to the last drop of blood. Fight on to the last beat of heart. Life is a battle win every game with the magic flowing in our veins. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright it puts the eyes, our spirit never dies. We rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Races run, hit it hard, giving the best shot. Going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright in crimson eyes, our spirit never dies. We are supremacy, make no apologies. Fight on to the last drop of blood. Fight on to the last beat of heart. Life is a battle, win every game with the magic flowing in our veins. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright in busy eyes, our spirit never dies. We are supremacy, make no apologies. Supremacy. We are supremacy. We are supremacy. Slay the enemies, bury the monsters. Rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Races run, hit it hard, giving the best shot. Going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are Life is a battle win every game with the magic flowing in our veins. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright in the eyes. Our spirit never dies. We are supremacy. Make no Slay the enemies, bury the monsters, rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Race is run, hit it hard, giving the best shot, going